my dear South India students preparing for CA Inter subject. So you are going to start a video which can completely change your game for CA Inter Audit, and it will make you feel very confident. So this is about 12 hours of non-stop life-saving content when it comes to CA Inter Audit. That is the marathon covering all the chapters. All right. 3 documents are very important for this. It is a marathon through the question bank. All right. A very unique concept which is not seen across anywhere in the market. All right. Whereby I am covering all the concepts, but by solving questions. More than 200 questions have been solved in this marathon. So it is divided into 3 documents. First part is chapter 1, 11, 2 and 6. Then the second part is chapter 4, 7, 8 and 3. All right. And then the third part is non-essay syllabus. All right. Where I have discussed content, question bank, everything. So you are going to find it very useful. And if you find it useful, you will not be selfish. You will share it with your friends and help them also. All right. Please drop some comments and let us know that how did you find this marathon at the end of this particular video. And do finish this video. You're going to feel mighty confident after this. Thank you so much. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so very near to your attempt now. Okay, so without wasting time, first just to tell you that how we are going to go about this. So when you are so close to your attempt, all right, it is very clear that you should be in a position to solve the questions. Okay, because question answer is everything that matters. So what I have done is I have created a document, all right, whereby I have ensured that all the important questions of every chapter are included in that particular document. Okay. Like for example, this is part 1 of the document where I am in the first phase. I will cover chapter 1, 11, 2 and 6. Okay. Which has about 55 questions or so. Okay. And as you can see straight away, I have made the list of important concepts. All right. And straight away, we will discuss the concepts through the question itself. All right. So that there is no issue. However, in order to support our discussions, all right, whatever workings I do in the class, okay, I have just kept that PDF also very handy so that we can, if we forget a concept or if you're not able to recall, then in that case, I can just refer to this particular PDF. Okay. All of these documents have been uploaded on a drive, Google Drive, and that drive link has been shared in your internal groups. All right. Just now, I think about 5-6 minutes back. And for the students who are watching this video on YouTube, all right, so the drive link will be there in your description. It will be updated later on in the description part. All right. So without wasting time, chapter 1, nature, scope and objectives of audit. Everyone understands that in this particular chapter, we have important concepts of definition of audit, objectives of audit, inherent limitations of audit. We will go one by one. Okay. 4 to 6 marks weightage in your paper with respect to chapter 1. So the very first concept is overall objectives of independent auditor as per SA 200. All right. What do we say when we say overall objectives of independent auditor? Tell me, auditor has been appointed in order to obtain reasonable assurance. All right. He is not here to provide absolute assurance. Reasonable assurance on what? Whether financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatements and whether financial statements are prepared in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. At the end, then you will report on the financial statements as required by standards on auditing and auditor's findings. All right. So this is your overall objectives of auditor. However, when we look at this particular question, all right, I'll be just going through the question very quickly. CA Limited is a leading Indian automobile manufacturer with many offerings across commercial, passenger and electric vehicles. The company is pioneering in India's electric vehicle transition and enjoys considerable advantage. Okay, fine. GR and Associates have been appointed as its statutory auditors. J and K are newly appointed audit assistants in the firm and are part of engagement team constituted for the purpose of audit. However, they are confused about what such an audit tends to achieve. They perceive audit as a guarantee against possible error or fraud. All right, in the financial statements. Do you agree with the perception of both the assistants? No. All right, because audit is not a guarantee. Auditor will obtain reasonable assurance. All right, so if you see, first they have, this is the suggested answer by the ICA. All right, first they have printed the objectives. In this context, outline the objectives of an independent auditor. They have printed the objectives, but when you actually see the suggested answer, They have also given the analysis of the objectives. Now, when I say analysis of the objectives, if the question completely belongs to objectives, then in that case, you will have to write the objectives also, and you will have to give the analysis also. When I say analysis of the objectives, means you will have to explain them some words. First, you will have to explain them what is the meaning of reasonable assurance. You will have to explain them that what is the, when we say financial statements are free from material misstatement, that means we want financial statements to be free from material errors. Immaterial errors are fine. You have to tell them what is the meaning of applicable financial reporting framework. That means the guideline based upon which entity prepares the financial statements. All right. You can give them the example of Schedule 3 in accounting standards. And at the end of the day, auditor will prepare a report and express his opinion. So when I say analysis, that means you will explain the important words of that particular concept. All right. Next. This is your module question also. Lalji Bhai has purchased shares of a company listed on National Stock Exchange. Audited financial statements of the company provide a picture of healthy financial performance, of having robust turnover, low debt, and good profits. On the above basis, he is absolutely satisfied that money invested by him is safe. Lalji Bhai is absolutely satisfied that money invested by him is safe. Tell me, can Lalji Bhai be absolutely satisfied? No. All right. Instead of absolutely, if I write the word reasonably, then can I say answer question is correct? Yes or no, sir? Yes. No. Still the question is wrong, because this is never written by the auditor. Money invested by him is safe. This line is never written by the auditor. Auditor never provides an assurance that your money is safe. So absolutely Lalji Bhai is incorrect. He cannot be even 1% satisfied with this line. All right, money invested by him is safe, because auditor does not provide assurance to investors regarding safety of his money. All right. So absolutely reasonably everything is wrong over there. This is not the objective of auditor. So if I see all the past attempt questions with respect to objectives of auditor, these are the two best questions. All right. So that is how I've prepared this document. Okay. So that is your concept of objectives of auditor. So even if you solve all the questions which are given over here, you always have this anxiety, last 1.5 days. So if you solve this document, all right, and all the questions which are given over here, your 1.5 days matter is done. All right, these are all important concepts. Okay. Next, scope of audit. When I say scope of audit, what do you understand by the word scope? Scope means coverage. All right. What are the areas to be covered and what are the areas that auditor does not cover? Okay. In my class, whether you wrote from chart book or I gave you handwritten notes, whatever it is, I always say that scope includes C, S, and D. C for coverage of all aspects of the entity relevant to the financial statements being audited, relevant to the financial statements being audited. Don't write coverage of all aspects of the entity. Auditor is not worried about all aspects. He's worried only about the aspects which are relevant to the financial statements being audited. Sufficiency and reliability of financial information. Which information? Financial information. Whatever financial accounting information is generated by the entity, he's worried about that. And he's also worried about disclosures, that is notes to accounts, C, S, and D. What is not included in the scope? My code word is do not die. D for duties which fall outside the domain of his competence. Tell me, as an auditor, will you certify the physical condition of the building? No. All right, that will be done by the architect. So duties which fall outside the domain of his competence. Then what is not included in scope? I for investigation. Auditing is the reasonable examination of financial statements, whereas investigation is a very critical examination of financial statements, not financial statements, only few selected areas. I repeat, audit covers reasonably all the areas, whereas investigation will cover only some specific areas. All right, and that also critical examination. Then auditor is not an E for expert in authentication of documents. Auditor only wants convincing evidence. Auditor does not want 100% proof of everything. All right. So this is the concept. Now let us look at the question. Look at this. Mini and Associates Chartered Accountants were appointed as auditor of CIN Limited, a construction company. During the audit, CM Mini, a partner of the firm, noticed the following. Company has several ongoing projects, but only selected project revenues have been reported. Only selected project revenues have been reported. Several expense vouchers are missing or are handwritten and lack proper authorization. The company has changed its depreciation method from straight line method to WDV method without adequate disclosures. All right. These matters were brought to the attention of the management. However, management argued that these issues fall outside the auditor's scope. Tell me, revenue All right. Authorization of expenses and depreciation disclosure. Is it outside the scope? No. All right. C, S, and D. C for all areas which are relevant to the financial statements audited. Then sufficiency and reliability of financial information. For that, I will have to check the authorization of expenses. And D for disclosures. So listen to me. This is the best question for C, S, and D. All right. Whether contention of the management is correct? No. So first they will explain C, S, and D. And then if you see, all right, they will also relate it with the case study. All right. And then you do everything in exams. But if you don't give them the conclusion, then you will lose your marks. What was the last line in the question? Whether contention of the management is correct? You say no, it is not correct. If that you don't write, you will lose your 1 mark. Am I clear with this? Yes. So these are the best questions for scope of audit. More questions for scope of audit. Question number 4. PD and company chartered accountants were appointed as statutory auditors of MR Limited for financial year 23-24. MR Limited included the following clause in the appointment letter to the auditors. The auditor shall be responsible for detecting fraud that may happen in the company during the financial year. Tell me, is the management correct over here? No. For this, first you will have to explain them what is audit. All right. You can start with definition also. That auditing is an independent examination of financial information of an entity, whether profit oriented or not, irrespective of its size or legal form, when such an examination is conducted with a view to express an opinion. Then you start with objectives. You tell them what is the main purpose of audit, because auditor's main purpose is not detecting fraud. All right. Then you tell them, okay, what is not included in audit? Tell me, what is my code word? Do not die. All right. This is I for investigations. Fraud detection is the job of an investigator. So all of this you will have to use in the answer. All right. So if you look at this particular answer, they have written objectives. All right. They are also talking about investigation. They are explaining that audit is distinct from investigation. All right. They are saying everything, and they're also giving the conclusion. Therefore, inclusion of such a clause in the engagement letter is not proper. All right. Or questions of scope of audit. Look at this. The management of Cool Drinks Limited suspects that some employees of the company may be involved in making fraudulent payments to dummy workers. So management has a doubt that some employees may be involved in fraudulent payment to dummy workers at its various plants in the country. Therefore, they are considering appointment of a firm of auditors to conduct audit involving detailed examination of accounts. Okay, so they have a doubt that there are dummy workers. Only for this, they are appointing a firm for detailed examination of accounts. However, one senior person among board members, Mr. P, objects to the use of the word audit. All right. Tell me, when I am appointing a CA to check in detail to find out whether there are dummy workers or not, it is audit or investigation. But you have to tell them what is investigation. You have to tell them that investigation is a critical examination of accounts with a special purpose. All right. Then you have to tell them what is the objective of audit. All right. And then you have to say that audit is general, whereas investigation is very specific. Then you have to link with the case and then give your conclusions. All right. Tell me, this method of marathon, are you okay with this? Yes, this will give you confidence, all right, that whether we're able to solve the questions or not. All right. Just looking at the concepts and stuff, all right, that will not give you confidence. Okay. The next concept. What is the next concept? Inherent limitations of auditing. Everyone understands that auditor cannot provide absolute assurance because auditing suffers from inherent limitations. Now, if you see, first I have included a very general question on inherent limitations. All right, we will just revise a little bit of inherent limitations. All right. Sorry for my handwriting. All right. Inherent limitations of auditing. All right. My code word is FACTO, FACTO. The very first limitation is F, nature of financial reporting. All right. Financial statement involves judgment. Financial statements are prepared by the management. Management can manipulate the financial statements, but auditor is helpless. Auditor has to take the data from the management. Because of estimates in the financial statements, there is always some amount of uncertainty. All right. Then A for audit procedures. All right. Audit procedures suffer from PL limitations. Which limitations? PL, practical and legal limitations. Best example of practical and legal limitation, auditor has limited legal power. All right. Audit is not designed to detect fraud. Then C for cost, T for times. Cost and time students can write on their own. And then there are some more matters in which there are inherent limitations. But I don't want you to buy out all of this. We will see the question. All right. List down the factors giving rise to inherent limitations due to which auditor cannot provide a guarantee. All right. What are those factors? They have written nature of financial reporting, nature of audit procedures, audit, and then they're just writing general lines. The audit is not an investigation. Then they're talking about cost and time. And then one point they've included of future events. Tell me, going concern. Going concern is based upon future, and future is uncertain. Auditor cannot provide a guarantee. All right, so they have printed few points from what we have discussed, and that is your answer. Any 3 points, if they tally, they will give you your marks. That is the concept of inherent limitations. All right, but wait, look at this question, which was MTP December 25. So what I've done is module, RTP, MTP, PYQs. I have sorted out the best questions. During audit of Himani Electronics Limited, the auditor identifies that several purchase bills bearing proper stamps and signature of authorized person from the goods receiving section have been processed and paid. Okay. However, during verification of store records, auditor observes that goods related to some of these bills were, so bill was paid, but goods were never received. On inquiry, it is discovered that accountant responsible for processing purchase bills and authorized person in the goods receiving section had what is collusion, secret understanding between two parties. All right, so there was a secret understanding. There was a secret understanding between the accountant and the person in the goods receiving section. All right, the storage person and accountant, they had a secret understanding. Management argues that proper internal controls existed. Auditor should have detected such misstatements and prevented their occurrence. Right. Auditor should have detected and prevented their occurrence. With reference to, see, in Inter CA, normally, if you look at the last line, they will give you the reference. They will tell you that from where the concept is. With reference to inherent limitations of auditing. Explain why auditor cannot obtain absolute assurance that financial statements are free from material misstatement. So they are saying with reference to inherent limitations. Now over here, you can't write all the limitations. All right. The major limitation is that financial statements are prepared by management. Internal control systems are implemented by the management, and therefore auditor relies on such systems to get the information. All right. It is the limitation of internal control. It is the limitation of that if two employees have a secret understanding, it is the limitation of internal control. Auditor cannot do anything in that. That is the main concept to be discussed. Look at this. Auditor cannot obtain absolute assurance that financial statements are free from material mistake. Preparation of financial statement involves many judgments. All right. Management is responsible for preparation of financial statements. Management is responsible for suitable internal controls. All right. However, such controls may not have operated. Then they are giving the case study. All right. This is a case of overriding of internal controls due to collusion. All right. Because such collusion, secret understanding, and control failures can occur, auditor provides only reasonable assurance. All right. So this whole point is only on that one line, that preparation of financial statement is the responsibility of management. Implementing internal control is also responsibility of management. If the control fails, it is the management's responsibility and not auditor's responsibility. All right. So full point only on inherent limitations. So one general answer on inherent limitations and one very specific answer on inherent limitations. These are the best questions of inherent limitations. All right. Then when we look at chapter number 1, the next concept, which is very, very important, is the concept of assurance engagement and its types. Everyone over here? All right. Tell me everyone, fast. If a practicing CA is examining trade receivables, I repeat, if a practicing CA, forget about what is there on the screen, just answer my question. If a practicing CA is examining trade receivables, after examining trade receivables, he is preparing a report, and that report he is giving to the CFO of the company, all right, that these are your trade receivables, this much is receivable from them. All right. After examining trade receivables, he gives that report to the CFO of the company. Then this is A for assurance engagement or N for non-assurance engagement. All right. It is a Non-assurance engagement. Very good. Every examination is not assurance engagement. Assurance engagement becomes assurance engagement only when it can increase the confidence of third party. Today, intended users, that is third party other than the management. So if I am examining something but giving an internal report to the CFO, that is not assurance. Assurance should be able to increase the confidence of third party. So everyone over here, what is assurance engagement? There is a responsible party who is responsible for preparing the data. That responsible party will provide the data to the CA in practice, who is the practitioner. That practitioner will examine the data and express a conclusion. All right. So he will verify the subject matter, for example, financial statements, against the criteria, for example, accounting standards. All right. Then he will express a conclusion. And most importantly, that conclusion should be able to increase the degree of confidence of the intended users other than the management. So when the practicing CA can increase the confidence of third party stakeholders, that is called as an assurance engagement. Therefore, assurance engagement is made from 5 elements. First, there need to be 3 parties: practitioner, responsible party, that is management, and the users. Then there has to be appropriate subject matter. Then there has to be some kind of criteria, all right, based upon which we are checking. Then for that, we need to obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence. Sufficiency means quantity, appropriateness means quality. Then we have to prepare a written report. And that written report should be able to increase the confidence of the users other than the responsible party. When all of these 5 will exist, then it is called as an assurance engagement. So everyone, if you look at this question, an assurance engagement involves a 3-party relationship. Discuss the elements of assurance engagement. So first, I have kept a very simple question where you can see, all right, all the 5 elements. All right. Now, everyone over here, assurance, here. Assurance is of 3 types. One is reasonable assurance, which is a high level of assurance, but not a guarantee. We call that as audit. Second is limited assurance, all right, where we just conduct limited examination, all right, and provide a very limited confidence to the users. And the best example of limited assurance is review. Quarterly financial statements of listed entities are reviewed and they are not audited. All right. And the third assurance, all right, that I will talk later on. First, let us clear about reasonable assurance and limited assurance. All right. Reasonable assurance provides high level of assurance. Limited assurance provides lower level of assurance. In reasonable assurance, we will conduct elaborate and extensive procedures. Whereas in limited assurance, we will conduct fewer procedures. In reasonable assurance, we want reasonable conclusion. In limited assurance, we want limited conclusions. Best example of reasonable assurance, audit of financial statements of companies. And best example of limited assurance, quarterly financial statements of listed entities are reviewed, but they are not audited. So this reasonable versus limited is one of their favorite concepts. All right. So as you can see over here, KST Limited is engaged in manufacturing business. It appoints CAT to provide an assurance report on its financial statements prepared on the basis of historical financial information. The characteristics of such an engagement is that it involves gathering of sufficient and appropriate evidence on basis of which limited conclusions can be drawn. So I need sufficient and appropriate evidence only, but for which conclusions? Limited conclusions. Then identify the type of engagement. This is which engagement? Limited assurance engagement. It is called as review. All right. It will provide lower level of assurance and it will have fewer procedures than reasonable assurance. All right. So that is one point. Then next, question number 10. A CA student has joined articles in a reputed audit firm. She considers audit engagement to be an assurance engagement. She considers audit engagement to be an assurance engagement. Fine. Auditing is a part of assurance. Her understanding is that audit engagement is the only kind of assurance engagement in which practitioner gives a written assurance report in appropriate form. Can I say this understanding is wrong? All right, because we have different types of assurance engagement. We have reasonable assurance, we have limited assurance. All right. However, her friend Soumya does not agree with her. She is of the view that assurance engagements are not restricted to audit alone. Besides, Soumya also thinks that assurance engagements can also relate to matters other than historical financial information. Whose view appears to be correct? I'll give you one simple formula. Focus over here. So whatever are the financial statements, they are divided into two. One is historical financial information. Second is future prospective financial information. For historical financial information, if you are doing reasonable assurance, then it is audit. For historical financial information, if you are giving limited assurance, then it is review. And for prospective financial information, there is a separate category of standards called as standards on assurance engagement. And in prospective financial information, we say we give moderate level of assurance. Which assurance? Sir, what is moderate level of assurance? Let me tell you, little more than limited and little less than reasonable. One more time, little more than and little less than reasonable. All right. Today, I don't have time for all logics. All right. You have to understand what I'm trying to tell you. Historical financial information, reasonable assurance, audit. Historical financial information, limited assurance, review. All right. And prospective financial information are governed by separate set of standards called as standards on assurance engagement, which will give you moderate level of assurance. All right. So everyone over here, I have given this. I have given this over here also. SA, standards on auditing. They deal with audit of historical financial information. SRE, standards on review engagement. They deal with review of historical financial information. Then SAE, standards on assurance engagement. They deal with assurance engagements other than historical financial information. So audit of financial statements, SA, review of financial statements, SRE, and assurance on prospective financial information. Assurance on prospective financial information will be your SAE, standards on assurance engagement. Now again, I will go to the question. So this girl is saying that only audit is assurance. Tell me her understanding is correct or incorrect? Incorrect. Because we have three discussions over here. All right. Whose view appears to be correct? State with reasons. So you have to tell them that there are different types of assurance engagement. All right. And you have to explain them these three assurance engagements and you will get your marks. All right. You have to tell them that Soumya is correct and this student is incorrect. All right. You have to give them the conclusion also. Assurance engagement means an engagement in which practitioner expresses a conclusion. So they have given the whole definition. In this context, give three examples of assurance engagement. We already gave those examples. All right. Reasonable assurance, historical financial information, limited assurance, historical financial information, and moderate level of assurance on prospective financial information. All right. Next. XYZ Limited, a manufacturing company engaged in the production of various types of yarn, is planning to expand its operations into new geographical market and also add new products. Company has prepared prospective financial information to be presented to potential investors and financial institutions to secure funding for expansion. XYZ Limited engages a firm of auditors to conduct an assurance engagement on this prospective financial information. This will be which standard? SAE. During the engagement, the auditors reviewed the assumptions made by the management and issued a report. Explain the key difference between prospective financial information and historical financial information. So first they want to know the difference between the two. So we will tell them that historical financial information relates about past periods. Prospective financial information deals with future events and possible actions. All right. How does this distinction impact the level of assurance provided in an assurance engagement? Tell me, on historical financial information, we can still provide reasonable assurance, yes or no, sir? Yes. But on prospective financial information, we will not provide reasonable assurance. So main lines I will tell you. This prospective financial information relates to future events. All right. Whatever evidence is available for prospective financial information, it is normally future oriented. All right. You don't have proper evidence. It is future oriented. Therefore, auditor is not in a position to express an opinion whether results will be achieved or not. Therefore, in such assurance engagement, practitioner provides a report, but that report will have only moderate level of assurance. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. So these 11, 12 questions are the most critical questions when it comes to chapter 1. All right. Dealing with objectives of audit, scope of audit, inherent limitations, and different types of assurance engagements. Okay. Now, there are some more concepts in chapter 1. All right. But I am so sure that students are clear with those concepts, like who appoints the auditor, that you understand in law subject, advantages of audit and stuff, that all of this is read once category. All right. So if you feel like reading it, you can read it. Today, I have to ensure that in this marathon, I at least ensure that you are able to wear clothes. I'm not talking about makeup. All right. I will just ensure that you wear the clothes. First of all, these concepts are extremely critical. This is the level which you need to know. Beyond this, if you have time and if you study, then it is fine. All right. So that is it with your chapter 1 revision of most critical concepts. All right. Then chapter 11. I will straight away go to chapter 11 now. What I have done is I have collected all the topics where I don't need today. At least in this document, I don't need qualified opinion, adverse opinion, disclaimer opinion. I'm not making it complicated. First, I'm giving you easy marks. All right. So chapter 1, 4 to 6, easy marks. Chapter 11 also easy marks. All right. So that these are the chapters where there is not too much discussion about audit report. All right. Sorry. Okay. Chapter 11, ethics. Again, chapter 11, if you see last 4 or 5 attempts, it always has an impact of 10 to 12 marks. Chapter 11, ethics, terms of engagement, and quality control. First of all, we will discuss about ethics. When it comes to ethics, listen, there are only 3 concepts in chapter 11, ethics part: fundamental principles, independence, and professional skepticism. All right. First of all, fundamental principles. See, first I've given the list of fundamental principles. This question is a very simple question where they're asking you to explain the code of ethics, and they are just asking you to explain the fundamental principles. All right. How many fundamental principles? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So many code words are there. You can use your code word. Professional copy is the code word which I use. All right. So professional competence and due care. What do you understand by professional competence and due care? Knowledge, skill, ability, experience. All right. Then confidentiality. All right. You should not disclose confidential information to any third person without obtaining client's consent unless it is required by law. Tell me, if there is a legal compulsion, don't you think we will have to disclose the information? Yes. All right. Then O for objectivity. When I say objectivity, means you should have unbiased attitude. All right. You should be free from CBI, conflict of interest, bias, and influence. When I say integrity, means it is honesty and straightforward approach. All right. Then professional behavior is nothing but good code of conduct. All right. But listen to me. What I'm interested is in, yeah. What I'm interested is that when it comes to these fundamental principles, students think that this is some kind of theory going on. All right. But they have asked very, very practical questions. All right. So what I've done in this document also, okay, that integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, professional competence, due care, and professional behavior, I've explained in one line. Remember one thing: if they say fundamental principles, don't write independence. All right, don't write independence in the answer. Independence is very important, but it is not a fundamental principle. What do you understand by fundamental principle? That principle that is applicable to all chartered accountants. Tell me, can I provide consultancy services to my father's company? Yes. I cannot conduct audit of my father's company, but can I provide consultancy services to my father's company? Yes. When I am providing consultancy services to my father's company, am I independent? No. All right. But I need to maintain honesty. I need to be free from influence. I need to maintain confidentiality. I need to maintain PCDC. I need to show professional behavior. So independence is required only for assurance engagements. Tell me, independence is required only for? Independence is not a mandatory requirement for non-assurance engagements. So therefore, independence is very important principle, but it is not universally applicable. Therefore, it is not a fundamental principle. So everyone focus over here. When I look at this question, they wanted you to explain the ethics which are relevant to the auditor. Therefore, what they did is, in the first paragraph, they wrote the word independence. Then separately they explained fundamental principles, because the question was dealing with audit. If I just tell you, just give me fundamental principles, then you will not write the principle of independence. All right. Now listen to me. What normally happens is, with respect to these fundamental principles, you get such a practical question. Look at this. A professional accountant, a very practical question, is expected to comply with fundamental principles of professional ethics at all times. Explain which fundamental principle governing professional ethics is violated in the following situation. First, a CA in practice accepted the appointment as an auditor of a firm in which his sister was a partner. Tell me, if my sister is a partner, if my sister is a partner, and there I am accepting audit, then which principle gets violated? Which principle gets violated? Objectivity. See, now what students have done, in such kind of questions, they say, "Achha, sister is a partner. Oh, this will compromise independence." They are asking fundamental principle. If they're asking fundamental principle, you don't talk about independence. Are you getting my point? So if my sister is a partner in a firm and if I accept that audit, can I say she can easily influence me? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. So therefore, which principle gets compromised? Objectivity. Then next, CA in practice was approached by his friend to seek some insider information about a company which was a client of the chartered accountant. He could not refuse his friend's request. Which principle gets violated? Confidentiality. All right, but you should know the English also of confidentiality. All right. Next, a CA in practice failed to inform his client about the change in laws applicable to his client. If I don't keep myself updated and if I don't inform the client, then professional competence or professional behavior? All right, it is professional competence and due care. Professional behavior is when I, violate the laws and stuff. That will be your professional behavior. All right. So tell me, I'll give you more examples. If CA is signing, on a wrong document knowingly, if CA is signing on a wrong document knowingly, then which principle gets violated? Which principle gets violated? Integrity. All right. So all four integrity. One example I've written: objective, confidentiality, and PCDC. Now listen to me. One very important adjustment. If they say CA is signing on a wrong document knowingly, CA is signing on a wrong document knowingly, they have given you the option of integrity. This is one MCQ. Second, they have also given you option of integrity and professional behavior. All right. Then which one will you mark? Let me tell you, wait. Let me tell you integrity and professional behavior. Now listen to me very carefully. Professional behavior, all right, is a common principle applicable across all circumstances. All right. Tell me something. If I am not honest, can I say that is also bad behavior? All right. So CA is signing on a wrong document knowingly. That is actually first option, integrity. But if they have given you option of integrity and professional behavior, then you will mark integrity and professional behavior. All right. Let us say over here. Over here. My sister is a partner in the firm where I am accepting audit. My sister is a partner in the firm where I am accepting audit. All right. Okay, fine. I will get influenced. So I have marked objectivity. But what if they would have given you option of objectivity and professional behavior? Then you will mark objectivity and professional behavior should be written across all situations. It is a very general point. Am I clear with this? But specific will prevail over general. So in all of these questions, we can add the point of professional behavior. But let us say if you have to choose, then always go for the specific one. Always go for the specific one. All right. So fundamental principle is one of their favorites for case study based and MCQ questions. And this question bank will ensure that you get your relevant practice. All right. Now listen to me. I have used this example in my class also. If my wife's sister is a director, I repeat, if my wife's sister is a director, can I accept audit of such company? All right. Technically, my wife's sister is not a relative as per Companies Act 2013. My wife is my relative, but my wife's sister is not my relative. All right. So if my wife's sister is a director in the company, can I accept the audit of such company? The answer is no. Because, yeah, that is fine. We'll use that also. Because when it comes to ethics, we have to use Principle based approach and not just rule based approach. Principle means follow the spirit of ethics, follow the spirit of ethics, not just the wordings of ethics. All right. So look at this approach: principle based approach and rules based approach. Principle based approach complies with spirit of ethics. All right. We have to exercise our judgment in every situation. All right. I have to use my judgment to evaluate the situation. Whereas rules based approach just follows the rules, the wordings. All right. The spirit may be overlooked. Rules based approach is a very rigid approach. All right. And therefore, it is necessary to follow spirit of the code of ethics. All right. So, which approach should be followed for ethics? Principle based approach and not rules based approach. All right. So, this is with respect to your fundamental principles. Now, I will solve questions with respect to independence. All right. When it comes to independence, first of all, you should have some English meaning of independence. All right. Not that just one line is not enough. Main independence means, all right, that you should not get influenced. However, it is not possible to define independence. All right. We cannot have clear rules of independence. But the most important concept is this concept, that it is not only important to be independent, but it is also important to appear as independent. This means as an auditor, first I should feel independent, independence of mind. And then as an auditor, I should think from the angle of third party, whether I'm appearing to be independent or not. If my wife's sister is a director in the company, all right, and if I accept audit of such company, I may feel that I am independent, but no shareholder is going to trust me. So it is important that you feel that you are independent and you should also appear as independent. So independence of mind and independence of appearance. Independence is not supposed to exist only in fact, but it should also appear to exist to all reasonable persons. Second concept with respect to independence is threats to independence. Look at this. Very nice question, best question for threats to independence. All right. I hope that at least to remember there are 5 types of threats. All right. There are 5 types of threats. All right. What are those threats? Self-interest threat, then self-review threat, all right, then advocacy threat, then intimidation threat, and then familiarity threat. So there are 5 types of threat to independence. All right. I will not discuss anything. I will straight away solve the question. CAJ, partner of the firm, perform statutory audit as well as non-audit engagement for Messrs Takeaway Private Limited. If I am performing audit as well as non-audit, all right, means if I am involved in your consultancy services and I'm also conducting your audit. So on one hand, I am involved in your business. And on second hand, I am only checking that business. All right? So it is self-review threat. All right. When you are performing audit plus non-audit services for the same client, it is self-review threat. Many students write over here as self-interest threat because they feel that they are earning too much money from the same client. All right. So please don't commit that mistake. If I'm conducting audit as well as non-audit services, if I get involved in their activities, then I will become the maker and I'm also the checker. All right. So it creates which threat? Self-review threat. I can never be the same. Maker and checker can never be the same. Next, CAM, partner of the firm, who has done income tax audit for Messrs Happy Associates, wherein CAM has material significant indirect financial interest. If I have indirect financial interest, then this is which threat? Self-interest threat, because I am financially interested in that client. Next, the cost of air travel and stay accommodation of family members of audit team for audit of Chennai was borne by the client stationed at Chennai. All right, aram se wait. All right. So if I am the auditor and my family members ticket cost and stuff, if the client is handling, then can I say I will become too emotionally connected with the client? All right, I will become very close to the client because you are handling the travel cost of my family. All right, so I will become emotional, sympathetic towards the client, and that is why this is familiarity threat. Which threat? Familiarity threat. All right, but students, all right, students feel that, oh my God, someone is giving me air travel and hotel. Wow. All right, chalo, this is the best. I have developed financial interest. No. If I give you 100 rupees, you will sell yourself for what? All right, next. One of the claims. All right, so this is basically a way of coming close to the auditor. It is familiarity threat. Next, One of the clients, Messrs. Chalk Limited, threatened to replace them as auditors. Threatened to replace. If I'm threatening you that I will replace you, if I'm threatening you that I will replace you, then it is which threat? Intimidation threat. All right. Next, CAN, partner of the firm who audited Messrs. NM Private Limited, became arbitrator. Arbitrator means advocate. If I am your auditor, I also become your lawyer. Then in that case, this is which threat? Advocacy threat. All right, I am defending the client. Next, CAN accepted the assignment of tax audit. All right, management agreed to pay him contingent fee. What is contingent fee? Conditional fee. If my fee is conditional, if you like the work, only then pay me. All right, what I'm running saloon over here. All right, so if my fee is conditional, then can I say I will become economically dependent on the client? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right, so this is which threat? Self-interest threat. Best question to practice. All right. Next, you are requested to help CAH in classifying the type of threats to independence in each of the above observation received from the staff and partners of the firm. Many students of Jan 25, they tried to solve this. All right. They did not read the last line only. In case such threats exist, what should the auditor do? All right. If the threats exist, then apply safeguards. All right. Corrective action or preventive action. All right. For example, if my relative is holding shares, then I will ask my relative to sell the shares. All right. So apply safeguards. Look at this. When such threats exist, auditor should either avoid the task or eliminate the threat, or at the very least put in place the safeguards which can reduce the threats to an acceptable level. All such safeguards measures need to be recorded in a form that can serve as an evidence. All right. If auditor is unable to implement the safeguards, then he must not accept the work. So come on. When it comes to independence, first, if you see how I've arranged the questions, first I have kept the meaning of independence. Then I have kept the threats to independence. All right. And now threats done. So now we'll talk about safeguards. All right. Question number 18. All right. I will not read the entire question. All right. Oh, no. Yeah, this is case study. I'll read it. CA Sudhakar has been appointed as auditor of Amro Limited. Before accepting the appointment, he learns that his cousin, who held shares in the company, recently passed away without children. Good news. Named him as the nominee for these shares, which have substantial value. Best news. Although holding such shares through a distant relative does not violate legal provisions or affect his independence, but this unexpected inheritance, all right, places him in a dilemma. So tell me, if I inherit the shares, then can I say I will develop a financial interest? Yes or no, sir? All right. Then what should I do? First, I should sell those shares. After that, only I can accept the audit. Advise Sudhakar on how he should deal. All right. So this is case study and safeguard his independence. All right. Guiding principles. When I say safeguard the independence, all right, means you should always write. Come on, tell me, you should always write. What are guiding principles? First, be and appear to be independent. Second, hello, it's like a flowchart. Second, if you identify threat, all right, evaluate the threat. Whether threat is a nominal threat or it is a big threat beyond acceptable level. If the threat is beyond acceptable level, then you apply safeguards. All right, by applying safeguards, if you are able to manage the threat, then accept the audit. But if you're not able to manage the threat, all right, then don't accept the audit or resign. This is guiding principle. Look at this. First, be and appear to be independent. Now flowchart begins. Before taking any work, check whether it involves threats. If threats exist, all right, apply safeguards. All right. If you are unable to apply the safeguards, then don't accept the work. And you tell Sudhakar what he should do in this particular situation. So if you see how I have arranged the question, first my questions were all dealing with fundamental principles. Then my questions were dealing with independence, all right. And then now one more question on the concept of professional skepticism. Tell me, what is professional skepticism? Auditor should function with a questioning mind, not a suspicious mind. He should maintain alertness throughout the audit. CA Rohit is conducting audit of Suman Exports Limited. During the audit, he notices that certain sales invoices provided by the client contradict the dispatch records obtained from the warehouse. He also observes that managing director gives evasive answers when asked about certain high-value cash expenses. Additionally, some documents submitted appear to have been altered, and certain transactions seem unusual compared to the prior years.
In this context, explain how CA Rohit should apply the concept of professional skepticism. What specific matters should he remain alert to while performing the audit? So first you tell them what is professional skepticism. You tell them it is questioning mind. You tell them it is remaining maintaining alertness. You tell them it means critical assessment of evidence. You use such English so that it tallies with the suggested answer. All right. Then you need to give them some specific examples where you have to exercise professional skepticism. For this, I have always given the code word C far or far C. First, if anything contradicts, when the dog will bark, if something contradicts, does not tally, then whenever you see the possibility of fraud. All right. So whenever you see the possibility of fraud, okay. Then whenever you feel like that there is a need to perform additional procedures. So one more time. C for contradict, F for fraud possibility, A for additional procedures, or when you develop doubt over reliability. These are the areas where you need to maintain alertness. All right. So listen to me. For professional skepticism, 3 points. First is meaning, which is over here. Second is examples, for which I gave you code word CFAR. And third, although not in my question bank over here, but professional skepticism reduces the risk of. All right. Professional skepticism reduces the risk of. Listen to me. When you maintain attitude of professional skepticism, that is questioning mind, it can reduce the risk of over to you. It can reduce the risk of overlooking because you don't ignore, you are alert. So it can reduce the risk of overlooking. Second, it can reduce the risk of over generalizing. Tell me, it can reduce the risk of, because you don't generalize the conclusions. You evaluate every situation and then you make the conclusion. Third, it can reduce the risk of using inappropriate assumptions because you work based upon facts and not assumptions. So one more time, professional skepticism meaning questioning mind, maintaining alertness, critical assessment of evidence. Professional skepticism, examples of matters, CFAR, contradiction, fraud possibility, additional procedures, and reliability of evidence, there is a doubt. Professional skepticism will reduce the risk of over to you, overlooking unusual circumstances, over generalizing the conclusions, and using inappropriate assumptions. So that is a concept of professional skepticism. All right. So with that, chapter 11, one very big part is over, and that is the part of ethics. Chapter 11 total has 3 concepts. One is ethics. Second is SA 210, terms of engagement. Second is SA 210, terms of engagement. Yeah. Agreeing to the terms of engagement. Tell me, everyone. All right. If a CA in practice is going to be appointed as an auditor of X Limited, come on, fast. If a CA in practice is going to be appointed as an auditor of X Limited, the very first thing that the CA in practice should understand, all right, is the concept of preconditions. All right. What is precondition? Basic non-negotiable. We will not accept audit if preconditions are not satisfied. All right. What are those preconditions? All right. A. First, I will have to see whether whatever financial reporting framework they are using is acceptable or not. Whatever financial reporting framework they are using is acceptable or not. Tell me if you have general knowledge. Listed entities are supposed to use AS or Ind AS? Ind AS. All right. So first of all, they should use Ind AS. All right. So I want to see that whether the financial reporting framework, whether the guidelines that they are using, whether it is acceptable or not. I mean, if a trust or if an NGO is preparing P&L account instead of income and expenditure account, will you accept that audit? No. So first I'll have to say the acceptable financial reporting framework. Second, I need to obtain an agreement from the management. I need to obtain an agreement from the management. Agreement from the management. All right. Agreement from the management. I need to obtain agreement on FIA. That financial statements will be management's responsibility. Internal control will be the responsibility of management, and providing access to relevant information will be the responsibility of management. All right. One more time. 2A, 2 A's. A for acceptable financial reporting framework. Second, agreement from management regarding their responsibility towards PR. What is the responsibility of the management? To give idli vada to the auditor? No. F for financial statements, I for internal control, and A for access to relevant information. All right. Once all of this is satisfied, all right, only then I will accept the audit. If preconditions do not exist, then I'm not going to accept the audit. Now let me see the question. The management of an entity feels that it is not necessary for it to give in writing explicitly to the auditor that it understands its responsibility for preparation of financial statements in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. Discuss whether it is necessary for the management to do so. Tell me, is management supposed to give it in writing that they accept their responsibility? Yes or no, sir? Yes. In case management refuses, why should an auditor not accept the proposed engagement? So indirectly, they are questioning the concept of preconditions. All right. So we have to tell them if preconditions are not present, if then we should discuss the matter with management. After that also, if the preconditions do not exist, then I will not accept the engagement. One more time. If preconditions do not exist, then discuss the matter with management. All right. If still preconditions are not existing, then we will not accept the audit. But remember one thing. What is that? What is that? Unless required by law and regulation. So if law and regulation requires, then we will accept the audit. Tomorrow, if there is a Supreme Court order that you please conduct audit of Rajesh exports, all right, then I know there are lots of problems over there, but I will still accept the audit. So one more time, preconditions A for acceptable financial reporting framework, A for agreement from the management regarding their responsibilities towards PR, financial statements, internal control, and access to relevant information. If preconditions do not exist, then auditor shall discuss the matter with management. If still the preconditions do not exist, then auditor shall not accept the engagement unless otherwise required by law and regulation to do so. So, but if preconditions exist, then we will accept the engagement. Now, when you are accepting the engagement, you will send a letter of engagement. So my next question, I've arranged in a sequence. So my next question will be the question on letter of engagement. Look at this. Mr. J is an article clerk with a big chartered accountant firm. He is part of engagement team, which is conducting audit of a company for the first time. They are assigned with the work of preparing the draft audit engagement letter. Mr. J is not sure how to go about his work. What is engagement letter and what are its contents? Very clear. Engagement letter is a written document. All right. It is a written letter. All right. Which is sent by the auditor to the client. All right. And what are the contents of engagement letter? I always use the code word Osama report. All right. First, objective of the audit. Then scope of audit. That is why after chapter 1, we can take this chapter. All right. Then auditor's responsibilities. Okay, then management's responsibilities. Okay, so OSAM. Then 1 point on applicable financial reporting framework. And 1 line we will tell the management that what they will get at the end. What management will get at the end? Blessings from our side? No. Reference to expected form and content of the report. I need to tell them. All right. Even in a Domino's pizza where the cheese comes out of that pizza, that image they write, actual product may vary. So even I need to tell the management that listen, there may be circumstances in which a report may differ from its expected form and content. Because if we give qualified adverse disclaimer of opinion, then our report can be different. All right. So what are the contents of engagement letter? Osama report. Then tell me, in the first year of the audit, you send a very detailed letter of engagement. In the first year of audit, you send a very detailed letter of engagement. Second year onwards, you don't want to send such a detailed letter of engagement. So in case of recurring audit, you will have to see that whether circumstances require the terms of engagement to be revised or whether there is a need to remind the entity. All right. So either circumstances will require revision or circumstances will require reminder. One more time. Either circumstances will require revision or circumstances will require reminder. When circumstances will require revision in the terms of engagement, when do I need to revise my contract? If there are changes. If there are changes in the management, nature of business, law, regulation, business, AFRF, industry, whatever comes to your mind, just change it. All right. And when you will require reminder when there is a misunderstanding. For example, all of a sudden there was a new director. He says that, yeah, auditor, you are going to detect the fraud. No. He has some misunderstanding. I think I need to reminding. So one more time. Circumstances will either require a revision or circumstances will either require a reminder. And when they ask you to give examples, remember MC, M for misunderstanding and C for changes. Then whatever comes to your mind, just change it. All right. In that case, all right, this is the question of recurring audit. I will read the question once. Chartered accountant is conducting audit of a client for last 2 years. Before proceeding to start audit for next year, he notices that there is a substantial change in the management. Besides, client has ventured into areas of business activity which were not present at the time of accepting the initial audit. Discuss the responsibility of auditor in this regard. So this is second year, third year onwards, recurring audit. All right, then we will change the revised, send the revised letter of engagement. Question number 23. CAP is appointed as an auditor of TA Limited for the financial year 21-20. The management of TA Limited has requested auditor to change the terms of original engagement as the company has diversified. Already audit has begun. After audit started, management is requesting change in the contract. All right, very, very important point of SA 210. Original engagement as the company has diversified its business and few new products have been introduced by the company. Can CAP agree to the request made by the management? I'll give you one very simple formula. Imagine you are the CFO. When will you request the changes? You are the CFO of the company. I am the auditor. You will request the changes only in case of CMR. Either genuinely circumstances have changed. That is why genuinely you are requesting the changes. All right. Because the situations have changed, business has changed, law has changed. All right. Or let us say there is some kind of misunderstanding. Or you have bad intention. You want to restrict me. All right. You want to put a restriction on my scope. One more time, changes are requested only because of CMR. All right, CFO management will request the changes because of CMR. C for circumstances, M for misunderstanding, and then R for restriction on the scope. All right, now listen to me. CMR. Okay. Now management has requested the changes as the company has. Listen to me very carefully. Institute says that if there are changes in circumstances or if there is a, then that can be an acceptable reason for the change. That can be a, but if management is trying to restrict you, then you will have to see the reasons. And why, what is the reason? Otherwise, genuinely, if the circumstances have changed, all right, then in that case, it can be acceptable. Normally, this will not be acceptable when they are trying to put the restrictions. All right. Tell me in this question, management is trying to put restrictions or circumstances have changed? Come on, fast. Company has diversified its business. So management is trying to put restriction on you or the business has changed? All right. So it is C, M or R? C. Then can we accept the change? Yes, correct. That is the answer. So everyone over here. The auditor may decide not to send in the given situation. The request of management is appropriate. So you have to tell them that yes, we can accept the change because the request is very genuine. Is everyone clear with this? Yes. Okay. CAH has been offered audit of financial statements of a society engaged in promoting social causes such as setting up drug de-addiction centers. Kevin, you want to join? For misguided use, rehabilitating such young people by helping them find avenues of gainful employment. However, CAH failed to send audit engagement letter to the society's governing body and proceeded to conduct the audit. In the H failed to send. H requires de-addiction. Look at this. He did not send engagement letter only. All right. And proceeded to conduct the audit. In absence of this letter, the governing bodies of the view that purpose of audit is to provide. Now management has developed misunderstanding. All right. They are saying that no auditor should give absolute assurance. Tell me, is management correct over here? No. But can I say that auditor committed the mistake by not sending letter of engagement? All right. Does it constitute crossover? All right. Concept of SA 210 and fundamental principles crossover. Does it constitute violation of fundamental principles? Tell me. As per SA 210, can I say you are supposed to send a letter of engagement? Yes or no, sir? So first you will explain them as per SA 210, you are supposed to send a letter of engagement. All right. And then, all right, you have to tell them that which principle is violated over here. Yes, you are not doing audit as per standards. So professional competence and due care. All right, you don't have the knowledge skill to do this. All right, so professional competence and due care. You have been careless in conducting this audit, so PCDC is violated. So they are first explaining the requirements of SA 210. They are explaining what is audit engagement letter. All right, then they are saying it is not acting ethically, and they are giving the reference of PCDC, professional competence and due care, which is getting violated over here. Question number 25. Deepa Limited initially requested an audit engagement for financial year 23-24. However, midway through the audit process, management claims that they are unable to provide complete supporting documentation for a significant portion of their receivables. Management says, sorry, very big part of debtors, we don't have the documents, we will not be able to provide you the documents. So let us say I have 80% of my trade receivables, I am saying I will not give you documents only. All right. As a result, now look at this, what management is asking audit. Management asked auditor to change, look at this, audit engagement to a review engagement. Listen to me. All right. Seems like Rajesh Exports Management. What management is saying, auditor, if you are conducting audit, you have to provide reasonable assurance. Don't conduct audit. Conduct review. In review, you have to give only limited assurance. So you don't have to check trade receivables. All right. Solution done. Tell me, is this valid reason? No. Can I say management is trying to put restriction? Yes or no, sir? This cannot be a valid reason for accepting the change. As a result, management is asking auditor to change audit engagement to a review engagement, which will prevent the issuance of a qualified opinion. Auditor is now facing challenge in determining whether the change is justified. Tell me, is the change justified over here? No. First of all, see the formula. First, they will explain that there are three reasons for changes. Look at this. C for circumstances, M for, and R for restriction. Then they are saying that, all right, that if there is a change in circumstances or misunderstanding, we can accept. However, if there is a restriction, then we have to understand the justification. All right. Then they are explaining that this may not be acceptable. All right. Change may not be considered reasonable if it appears that change relates to information that is incorrect, incomplete, or otherwise unsatisfactory. Then they are giving the example as the case study, and then we are saying, sorry, we will not accept this change. In fact, for the students who remember, it will be because major part of trade receivables, sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is not available. All right, for students who are not able to connect, it is fine. This is only an extra comment. All right, if sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is not available, this creates the limitation on scope of audit. You may have to give either qualified or disclaimer of an opinion. Only for the students who recollect. If you don't recollect, fine. All right, so they are giving the reference of qualified or disclaimer of an opinion. So that is the point over here. The CMR, don't forget that formula for changes in the acceptance of engagement. All right. So I repeat, chapter number 11 has three concepts, 10 to 12 marks impact. All right. First is the whole concept of ethics. Second is SA 210, agreeing to the terms of engagement. And third is quality control. Although we have not seen too many questions on quality control, so limited questions of quality control we'll practice over here. All right. Now, just to give you a background, SQC1 and SA 220. There are two standards for quality control. Listen to me, everyone over here. If ABC firm of chartered accountants has 9 partners, all right, and CA is the main managing partner. ABC firm is conducting audit, it is conducting taxation, it is giving consultancy services. All right. Audit of financial statements is being done by CAB. All right, CAA is the managing partner, and audit of financial statements of X Limited. Audit of financial statements of X Limited is done by CAB. So CAB will be called as the engagement partner for audit of X Limited. SQC1 talks about standards on quality control, all right, which is applicable for all types of engagements. For all types of engagements, SQC1 is always applicable. SQC1 talks about the responsibility of managing partner. SQC1 wants the CEO or the managing partner of the firm to establish quality control policies across the entire firm. One more time, SQC1 talks about the responsibilities of the CEO or the managing partner of the firm across all engagements, across, that is SQC1. All right. Whether you are doing SA, SRE, SA, SRS, any engagement, SQC1 is always applicable, and it always talks about the responsibility of managing partner. However, SA 220 talks about quality control, but only in audit of financial statements. It talks about the responsibility of. Now listen to me very carefully. Managing partner will design and establish the policies. I repeat, managing partner will design and establish the policies. But engagement partner, he will implement the quality control policy in the audit of financial statements. Come on, say it one more time. Managing partner will design and establish the policies, all right, across the entire firm. But these policies will be implemented by engagement partner in the audit of financial statement. If you mess up with these wordings, straight away they give you zero. All right, this is the very basic of SQC 1 and SA 220. All right. So therefore, I always give a formula, lay ahem. All right. Therefore, I always give a formula, lay ahem. You can see over here, LEAHEM, lay ahem. All right. Look at this. As per SQC1, first I will just look at the question. As per SQC1, the firm's system of quality control should include policies and procedures addressing each element. In this context, describe the essential elements that a firm's system of quality control should include and explain the importance of communicating these quality control policy and procedure to the firm's personnel. Now listen to me. Elements of a firm's system of quality control. SQC1 says that managing partner, CEO, if he wants to develop a quality control system, it should have at least 6 elements. LEAHEN. L for leadership responsibility. That first of all, the entire firm should have leader, that is CEO, managing partner. Then E for ethical requirements. The firm should follow ethics. A for acceptance and continuance of client relationship and engagement. Whenever firm is accepting a new client or a new engagement, all right, they should be careful of certain matters. Then H for human resource policies and procedures. E for engagement performance, means across the entire firm, hundreds of engagements, whatever we are performing, we need to be qualitative in those engagements. And M for monitoring, means my entire firm, whether they are following the system or not, I will monitor. So one more time, LEAHEM. These are the 6 elements of quality control system. So now tell me the whole English at once. The CEO or the managing partner shall design and establish policies and procedures, shall design and establish policies and procedures. All right. Policies and procedures for the element, for the firm's quality control system. And he should establish policies and procedures for 6 elements, that is LEAHEM. Am I clear with this? Yes. So if you get elements of firm's quality control system, just write the code word LEAHEM, you will get your marks. But tell me, only establishing system is enough, or they should also communicate? Should also communicate. If you are the articles and employees of my firm, I need to communicate to you. Look at this. Quality control policies and procedures should be documented and communicated to the firm's personnel. By communicating, the firm recognizes the importance of obtaining feedback on its quality control system. Therefore, firm encourages its personnel to communicate their views. So I repeat, I should also communicate this quality control system to the various employees and articles of my firm. All right. Question number 27. SQC1 requires assumption of leadership responsibilities for quality within the firm. Hey, who will be the leader of the whole firm? The CEO or the managing partner? Are such leadership responsibilities required for audit engagements only? No. Leadership responsibilities are required for all types of engagements. Who assumes such leadership responsibilities within the firm? CEO, managing partner. Who will be the leader of audit? Who will be the leader of audit? Engagement partners. Look at this. SQC1 requires firms to establish policies and procedures to promote an internal culture. Quality is essential. Leadership responsibilities are for all engagements and not only audit engagements. Such policy and procedures should require the firm's CEO or the managing partner to be the ultimate leader of the firm. Now, whatever firm leadership will set the example, others will follow that. They should also have operational people, all right, who are also proper leaders with sufficient and appropriate experience and authority. All right. All of this will help to improve the audit quality. So this is like little bit of a BCom answer. All right. Not very interesting, but you have to go through this once. Next. Engagement part. Who is the leader of audit? Who is the leader of audit? Engagement partner. Engagement partner takes overall responsibility for maintaining audit quality in an audit engagement. What are the objectives in taking and emphasizing such responsibility? Hello. The moment you get question of audit quality, and if they talk about engagement partner, he takes, means you have to explain the leadership responsibility. Wait. Leadership responsibility of Engagement partner. This question has been asked very much repeatedly at inter level. All right. And I will give you one formula for this. Leadership responsibility of engagement partner is to take responsibility. Hey, don't write overall quality of the firm, huh? Zero. Overall quality of audit engagement. The actions and messages of engagement partner. Listen. Actions and messages of engagement partner to other members of engagement team in taking responsibility for overall quality shall emphasize upon IQ. I for importance. Right. Importance of, listen. Importance of cat. C, C, A, T. Let me explain. If I am the engagement partner, I need to tell my audit team that, hello, audit team, ensure that you are performing work which complies with standards. Hello, audit team, ensure that you are complying with our firm's policy. So one more time, audit team should C for comply with standards, C for comply with firm's standards and for legal laws and regulations. Then A for, hello, audit team, ensure that audit report issued are appropriate. So C for compliance, A for audit report appropriate. Tell me, C for compliance, A for audit report appropriate. Then T for, hello audit team, ensure that whenever you have doubts, ask. Look at this. Team's ability to raise concerns without fear. So one more time, engagement partner should have actions and messages. For IQ, I for importance of CAM, and Q for I will tell them that quality is essential. So yeah, Q. All right. One more time. Actions and messages of engagement partner. I, Q, I. Importance of CAT. Q. Quality is essential in audit. This will be the answer. This will be the answer whenever question talks about. No. They will not say leadership responsibility. They will use the word audit quality. They will give engagement partner and then they will use the word. So if they say engagement partner should take overall responsibility for audit quality, do you agree? Yes, elaborate. All right, then you don't get elaborated over there. All right, you tell them IQ, importance of CAT, and Q for quality is essential in audit. Next, question number 29. Sigma Limited has approached CJK and Associates to appoint them as their auditor for a period of 5 years in accordance with provisions of Companies Act 2013. The prospective client company is new to audit firm. SQC1 requires that a firm, before accepting engagement, should inquire vital information about the client, which helps the firm to decide about integrity of the client. Apart from integrity, obtaining such vital information about client is helpful to audit firm in deciding about which matters would be considered by audit firm with regards to integrity of client. Listen to me very carefully. I told you lay ahem, right? This question is for A. Whenever firm is accepting new client, or whenever a firm is accepting new engagement from existing clients. So whenever you get new work, all right, you should evaluate 3 things. First, integrity of the client. All right. So tell me today, if Rajesh Exports CEO gives you some work, will you accept that? No. All right. Very dangerous. Okay. Because there is a doubt over integrity. Second, if Reliance Industries Limited gives you the work. All right. Gives you the work. Will you accept that? Madam, what? Yes. Do you know index? All right, no, so listen to me. I sometimes, if Anushka Sharma proposes me, all right, there is no problem in Anushka Sharma. Problem is in me. All right. So first you have to evaluate integrity of the client. Then you have to evaluate yourself also. All right. Competence, capability, time, resources. All right. One day you will do audit of Reliance. Don't worry. Okay. So integrity of the client. Then evaluate competence, capability, resources of the firm. All right. And let us say not together private limited, CA Pragnesh Kanabar. It seems like both of them are made for each other. All right. But my wife is holding shares over there. All right. Tell me, can I accept this audit? No. So we have to also evaluate compliance with ethical requirements. 3 things to be evaluated whenever you accept a new client. All right. Evaluating the integrity, evaluating the competence, capability, time, resources, expertise of the firm, and evaluating compliance with ethical requirements. Look at this, everyone over here. 3 things to be evaluated. All right. Whenever you accept the new engagement. All right. A, B, C. Then paragraph. Okay. Integrity of the client, competence, capability, time, resources of the firm, and compliance with ethical requirements. Now, there was a specific question only on integrity of the client. How do I evaluate integrity of the client? Based upon their business history, their nature of the business, all right, whether they have violated laws and regulations or not. Based upon that, so only 2-3 points you have to pick up from here. I have given too many. You have to pick up 2-3 points. Integrity of the client matters to be considered, their business reputation, all right, their nature of operations. Construction people, we always have doubt. Then we look at their attitude, all right. Then we'll see whether they're trying to put limitation. Rajesh exports, client might be involved in money laundering. All right. And whenever you're accepting a new relationship, always check why the previous one left. Look at this. Non-reappointment of the previous one. Okay. So this question only on accepting a new client. Question number 30. The firm should establish policies and procedures designed to provide it with reasonable assurance that it has sufficient personnel with capabilities, competence, and commitment to ethical principles. Explain stating clearly which issues? What personal? Personal. All right. All right. Who will discuss your personal issues? Personal issues addressed by such policies and procedures. Hello. Le ahem. L for leadership. E for ethical requirements. A for acceptance. H for human resources. E for engagement performance. M for monitoring. Which one they are questioning over here? Human resources. Hey, human resource policy means what? All right, drawing Rangoli. No, no. Recruitment, training, compensation, performance evaluation. Look at this. And just imagine HR department of any company. All right, 4-5 points you read, finish it off. So we should always say that firm should have policies and procedures for these issues. All right. Question number 31. CAM is the engagement partner of the firm, Messrs. TA LLP, and is auditing the financial statements of a listed entity, ABC Limited. The audit firm has determined that an engagement quality control review, one of the favorite points of quality control chapter, all right, engagement quality control review. So I'll give you a quick revision before I move ahead. For engagement quality control review, yeah. First of all, what is engagement quality control review? All right, if ABC firm is the auditor of a listed entity and CAB is the engagement partner, all right, then in that case, someone else, either A or C, someone else should review the work of engagement partner as well as his audit team. All right. In a listed entity, there is an additional review. I repeat, in a listed entity, there is an additional review of significant judgments and conclusions, which is called as engagement quality control review. Whether this listed entity engagement has been done properly or not. EQCR is a mandatory concept only for audit of listed entities. For other entities, voluntarily you can apply that concept. So everyone over here, EQCR. It is an additional review of significant judgments and conclusions by the audit team. It is applicable, mandatory for audit of financial statements of listed entities. Voluntarily, firm can conduct it for audit of unlisted entities. Who can conduct EQCR? All right. If ABC firm is the auditor, CAB is the engagement partner, either A or C. So look at this, a CA partner. Or another option is suitably experienced person of the firm. Inside the firm, some employee can also do it. It is not necessary, it has to be a partner. Then third, suitably qualified external person. All right, some external practicing CA can also do it. All right. Then team of individuals of the firm, which is headed by a chartered accountant. All right. So 4 options for EQCR: partner, suitably experienced person of the firm, suitably qualified external person. All right, and team of individuals headed by a chartered accountant. Now listen to me. What is the question? So listen to me. Hello. I am the engagement partner conducting audit of listed entity. All right. And let us say you are EQCR. Yes, no? Engagement quality control review. All right. So I am the engagement partner. All right. And Yash is the EQCR. All right. Now listen to me. Let us see the question. CAM is the engagement partner. There is an EQCR. Discuss the responsibilities of as an engagement partner for EQCR. Students are writing reverse. They are not asking Yash responsibility, they are asking my responsibility. Yash is the EQCR. I am the engagement partner. Students are writing from the angle of EQCR. Hey, on Instagram, you are using this hashtag POV. All right, whose POV they are asking over here, point of view? Engagement partner. Then don't talk about EQCR. I, engagement partner, First, I have to see that someone should be appointed as EQCR. All right. Then when he arrives, when Yash arrives, all right, then I should share the data with him, discuss the important matters with him. And till the time Yash does not complete his EQCR, I cannot sign the audit report. 3 points, main 3 points. I first engagement partner shall determine that EQCR has been appointed. Then I have to discuss significant matters, all right, with the EQCR. Then I will not date the auditor's report until the completion of EQCR. All right. But let us say if me and Yash, if we fight, all right, there is a difference of opinion between Yash, engagement partner and the EQCR. Then what will happen? Can I say there will be a ring match? No. Difference of opinion will be resolved as per firm's policies and procedures. Don't use your brain over there that senior person's opinion should be accepted and stuff. No. Institute says that if there is a difference of opinion, it will be resolved as per firm's policies and procedures. All right. Next, SQC1 dwells upon EQCR as a part of system of quality control. Why EQCR is required? Why EQCR is required? All right. For which type of engagement EQCR is required? See, EQCR is required for reviewing significant judgments. For which type of engagements? For audit of financial statements of listed entities. What should be the approach where EQCR is not? See, for unlisted entities, firm can voluntarily conduct EQCR. So firm can decide the criteria that for which unlisted entity you want to conduct EQCR, and accordingly firm can conduct EQCR. So look at this. In respect of means other than listed entity, firm should devise the criteria to determine the cases requiring performance of EQCR. All right. Discuss how an engagement partner. I am the engagement partner. This is my audit team. All right. So discuss how an engagement partner ensures that firm complies with ethical requirements, including independence. Hello, I am the engagement partner. I should be worried that my audit team should comply with independence. My audit team should comply with independence. So I am the engagement partner conducting audit of X Limited. I should be worried whether myself, my team, my firm, no one should hold shares in X Limited. All right. I should ensure that we are applying safeguards. We are applying safeguards. So look at this, huh? Engagement partners responsibility for independence. In first few lines, they are explaining the meaning of independence, which I've already explained earlier. Here. All right. The engagement partner shall form a conclusion on compliance with independence requirements that apply to audit engagement. If I want to know whether my team, my firm, whether we are independent or not, first I need to obtain relevant information. That are you holding shares in X Limited? Right. So I need to obtain relevant information. So I will obtain information. Hello. After obtaining information, I will fast, I will. And if there are threats to independence, then I will take appropriate action. But let me tell you, as an engagement partner, I am a junior person. I alone cannot take action. I have to inform the CEO or the managing partner. I have to inform the CEO or the managing partner. All right. Look at this. If matters come to engagement partner's attention, the engagement partner, in consultation with others in the firm, shall determine appropriate action. So one more time, what is the responsibility of engagement partner with respect to independence? What is the responsibility of engagement partner with respect to independence? Engagement partner shall evaluate the independence of his audit team. All right, and of the firm also, because I am conducting audit over here. For that, engagement partner will obtain relevant information, identify threats by evaluating that information, and take appropriate action. All right, to eliminate the threats. However, as an engagement partner, I alone cannot take the action. I have to consult others in the firm for taking appropriate action. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. So that is it for your chapter 11, ethics, terms of engagement and quality control. Chapter 11 gives you nice 10 to 12 marks. All right. Okay. Chalo, so we are continuing. Yeah. Now again 8 to 10 marks chapter. All right. That is chapter 2, audit strategy, planning and programming. All right. Now these are all short topics which can give you good marks. Audit strategy, planning and programming. Normally students get confused in this chapter. They normally find that all the questions are talking about the same thing. All right. So everyone over here, when it comes to audit strategy, planning and programming, first focus over here. There is only one essay that is discussed, that is essay 300. All right. SA 300 deals with planning and audit of financial statements. Now, the moment you wake up in the morning, all right, can I say the first thing that you do is that for first 5 minutes, all right, you plan your entire day, yes or no, sir? No, no. What about this? All right. So no one plans. For the first 5 minutes, you just are worried whether the washroom is vacant or not. All right. So everyone over here, listen. As an auditor, also, I straight away don't plan. All right. I straight away don't plan. All right. What I will do is I will perform preliminary engagement activities. Now you need to understand what is preliminary engagement activities. Preliminary engagement activities are the activities which are performed at the beginning of current audit engagement, at the starting, at the beginning. This is where chapter 11 comes into picture. Chapter 2 can be done only after chapter 11. All right. There are three preliminary engagement activities as per SA 210, 220, 220. Tell me, as per SA 210, can I say we understand the terms of engagement? Yes or no, sir? Tell me, if I don't know my engagement, can I conduct audit? No. That is why understanding the terms of engagement is one of my preliminary engagement activities. Then client acceptance and continuous procedure. First, I need to decide whether I want to accept the client or not, whether I want to continue with the client or not. After that, I will think about planning. That is why this is one of my preliminary engagement activities. Then I need to ensure compliance with ethical requirements, especially independence. All right. That is because if my team is not independent, what plan I will make? That is why this is one of my preliminary engagement activities. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? Yes. So auditor performs three preliminary engagement activities, just like how you perform every day. All right. In order to ensure that there is no misunderstanding, to check integrity of the client, and to ensure independence of the audit team. Everyone over here, look at this. That is my very first question. Audit strategy, planning, and programming. Discuss how performing preliminary engagement activities as a part of planning and audit assist the auditor. So what will be your formula for preliminary engagement activities? 210, 220, 220. Tell me. 210, 220, 220. 210 understanding the terms, 220 client acceptance procedures, and one more 220 compliance with ethical requirements. All right. That only after that I will start my planning activities. Focus over here. Only after preliminary engagement activities, I will start my planning activities. All right. Planning activities. Now focus over here. Planning activities involves two things. First is establishing strategy, and second is developing an audit plan. First, auditor always establishes strategy. All right. First, you will always establish strategy. Plan flows. All right. So first, you will always establish strategy. In strategy, you will think about various matters. Thinking part, mental work. Which work? Mental work. All right. You laughed bloody on my this joke. That means you are seeing Ravi Kishan memes. That means you are active on Instagram. Right? Before your attempt, I caught you waiting. So everyone over here. For students who did not laugh, very good. Look at this. So first, I will do mental work, establishing overall audit strategy. All right. Then that strategy is mental work. It will help me to set the STD of audit. And after that, at the end, I will develop plan. One of the favorite MCQs of the ICI, that first auditor will establish strategy, then he will develop plan. All right. So one more time. If they ask you about preliminary engagement activities, come on fast. If they ask you about preliminary engagement activities, 210, 220, 220. Understanding the terms, compliance with ethical requirements, client acceptance, continuous procedures. If they ask you about planning activities, then first we will establish, then we will develop the plan. Strategies, mental work. That will set the STD of audit, scope, timing, and direction of audit. And strategy will guide the development of overall audit plan. All right. Planning. Planning includes description of nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures. Never forget this line for audit plan. Planning includes, come on, say it with me. Planning includes description of nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures. Which audit procedures? All right. You know that there are two audit procedures. One is risk assessment procedure. Second one is further audit procedure. If some student is not aware about this, congratulations. All right. So there are two types of audit procedures: risk assessment procedures and further audit procedures. So first, I will develop a strategy, and then I will develop a plan. Planning is written, Lindren. It is not mental work. It is writing. Description of nature, timing, and extent of risk assessment procedure as per SA 315. Nature, timing, and extent of further audit procedures as per SA 330. Nature, timing, extent of other audit procedures. So everyone over here, look at this. The audit plan includes nature, timing, and extent of. See, you have to first understand. In a essay 300 planning strategy questions, you have to first understand whether the question is of preliminary engagement activities or planning activities. All right. This question was clearly of. In this chapter, I'm more worried about the questions rather than the answer. All right. Now, this question is about plan. Plan includes nature, time, extent of audit procedures. Which procedures? Which procedures? Risk assessment procedure as per SA 315. Further audit procedures, test of controls, test of detail as per SA 330, and other procedures as per other institutions. That you get your marks, all right, for audit plan. So question on audit plan, and if it talks about the description of audit plan, then you will write nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures. All right, I am moving ahead. There is something more that is written in this answer. Tell me whether you agree or not. Audit plan is more detailed than audit strategy. Yes, because strategy is mental work. Only key decisions are recorded, whereas planning is a description. So plan is more detailed than strategy. MCQ. Then next, planning for these procedures takes place over the course of audit. Tell me, planning risk assessment procedure will happen at the start of the audit or end of the audit? In risk assessment procedure, we just want to understand the entity. So that will happen at the start of the audit. But further audit procedures, planning will happen after risk assessment procedures. All right. So planning, first planning of risk assessment occurs early. When further audit procedures depends on the outcome of risk assessment procedures, because first auditor will assess the risk, then he will think about performing further audit procedures. All right. So you write this, you get your marks. Okay. Look at this. Engagement partner of a firm of auditor is explaining to his audit team undergoing practical training the interrelationship between strategy and plan. First interrelationship, that strategy will set the STD of audit and strategy will guide the development of plan. You think about the strategy, plan flows. Right? Second, audit plan is more detailed than audit strategy because strategy is matter work, whereas planning is a description. All right. Then tell me, everyone. First, you will develop strategy, then you will develop plan. But in practical life, it cannot work like this. Morning 11 to 2 strategy. Yeah, don't write anything, just mental work, mental work, mental work. All right. Then lunch break, then write description. So even institute understands that both of them are interrelated. Both of them are interrelated. Changes in one may affect the other. Look at this. Strategy, broad approach, plan, addresses matters identified in strategy. Strategy will set the STD of audit. Audit plan describes, one more time, audit plan describes how strategy is going to be implemented. Plan is more detailed than strategy. Once the strategy has been established, then plan can be developed. All right. And look at this. Establishment of strategy and plan are not necessarily sequential processes. They are closely interrelated. They go hand in hand since changes in one may affect the other. All right. This is interrelationship between strategy and plan. So how many questions? First, I did the question on preliminary engagement activities. Then I did one dedicated question on audit plan, which talks about planning includes description of nature, timing, and extent of various audit procedures. Then I did one question on interrelationship between audit strategy and audit plan. Now I would like to discuss questions on. Now I would like to discuss questions on audit strategy. Everyone over here. When it comes to audit strategy, there are two types of questions. First is benefits of audit strategy. Second one is factors to be considered. So first decide which question it is. I will now go to question. All right. Describe how the process of establishment of strategy, will assist him in managing deployment of his human resources for various audit areas. All right. How the establishment of strategy will assist him. What? अच्छा इधर AC से पानी Okay. How establishment of strategy will assist him. How establishment of strategy will assist him. All right. Tell me benefits or factors. Fast. Marathon, fast. Benefits or factors? Benefits. All right. So, how establishment of strategy will assist it? Means they're talking about benefits. Tell me, if you are the captain of Indian cricket team and if you're doing mental work, all right, you will come to know which team you want, which bowler you want, when do you want. All right. Similarly, if I'm the auditor, all right, if I'm doing mental work, I will come to know which resource I want, when I want it, how many people I want, all right, and management of resources. So listen to me. The biggest benefit of strategy is QQTM of resources. I will come to know about the quantity of resource, how much. I will come to know about the quality of resource, whether I need article expert or an employee. Okay. Then I will come to know about timing of resource, and at the end I also have to manage the resources. I have to do the direction, supervision, and review of such resources. So everyone look at the benefits, look at the benefits. I will come to know which resource to deploy. I will come to know amount of resources that I want. I will come to know the timing of resources. All right. And I will also have to manage the resources. All right. So resources, then amount of resources, then timing of resources, and then management of resources. So RAT manage or something like that. All right, resources, amount of resources, bolo, resources, amount of resources, timing of resources, and management of resources. This is the benefit of audit strategy. So this question was dealing with benefit. Next, in establishment of overall audit strategy, auditor shall identify the characteristics of the engagement that define its scope. Explain with example. Wait. Strategy, there are only two questions, either benefits or factors. By looking at this question, do you think this is benefits question? No. Okay. They are saying auditor shall consider something. Means this question is dealing with factors. Now listen, everyone over here. Everyone over here. The biggest mistake that students are committing and some professors are also committing is that for factors to be considered, everyone is developing a code word. Factors to be considered in establishing audit strategy. I also have one code word. There are total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 factors. Character of reporting team resulted in resources. 5 factors. So when I am doing mental work, first I have to consider characteristics of the engagement that define the scope, nature of the entity, the applicable law. So that I will come to know my scope. All right. Then I have to consider at the end, I'm supposed to give them audit report, right? So I should be very clear about my reporting objectives. For example, if it is a listed entity, within 60 days from the end of financial year, you should be ready with the report. See, we can't just discuss theory, otherwise we'll get bored in this chapter. Okay? So reporting objectives. I should be very clear about my reporting objectives. In listed entity, within 60 days from the year end, I should be ready with my audit report. So the moment I told you in listed entity, within 60 days from the year end, you should be ready with your audit report. Can I say you will start planning your timetable accordingly? Yes or no, sir? All right. So character of reporting. Then I will look at my articles. This person is saying debit, what goes out? All right. Then in that case, I have to consider factors for directing my team's efforts. Factors for directing my team's efforts. All right. Then tell me, morning first 5 minutes, if you see that there is no water in the tap, can I say your entire day will be spoiled? Yes or no, sir? Yes. So yes, see, Kevin has experienced. Look at this. So hello, results of preliminary engagement activities. Which activities? Result. So tell me, what are the preliminary engagement activities? Forgot. Preliminary engagement activities. 210, 220, 220. Forgot. 210, agreeing to the terms of engagement. 220, complies with ethical requirements. 220, accepting the claim. Now tell me, if my terms of engagement have been revised, don't you think it will impact the planning? Yes or no, sir? Yes. So one more factor to be considered is results of preliminary engagement activities. And at the end of the day, I should be very clear about my resources. So I will have to find out the nature, timing, and extent of my. Now you cannot change the sequence. First and last point need to remain the same. That is the first thing over here. First, you always have to understand your engagement. And last point will be to ascertain the nature, time, extent of resources. All right. Because only after thinking so much, then you will understand which team you need. Hello. All right. So one more time. For factors to be considered for developing audit strategy, what is the code word? Character of reporting team resulted in resources. One more time. Character of reporting team resulted in resources. Characteristics of the engagement, reporting objectives. All right. Team's efforts, results of preliminary engagement activities, and the last point is resources. This will just give you basic help, because what is happening in exams is that they are picking one point. Look at this. In establishing overall audit strategy, auditor shall identify the characteristics of the engagement. Explain with example. So this one point is only on characteristics of the engagement. You can write general examples over here, like, what is the business of that entity, how many subsidiaries, branches it has. All right, because you want to understand one more time, you want to understand these are chapter 2 is easy. Only idiots are not doing chapter 2. That is giving you 8 to 10 marks in exams. All right. So characteristics of the engagement. Okay. Then look at this question. So this is question. Yeah. Subodh has recently joined in an audit firm as an article clerk. He was in the process of assembling the working papers in the file as per the instructions of his senior. While assembling, he noticed following working papers in audit file. Okay. So this is the whole working paper example in the audit documents. Tell me, when you look at this, when you look at this whole working paper, don't you think it looks like some kind of timetable? Look at this. Audit planning, this is the time. Field work, this will be the time. Review by manager, review by partner, review by EQCR. So you have to do chapter 2 after chapter 11 only, otherwise you don't understand the question also. Review by partners, okay. Finalization of the report, issuance of the report. Can I say this looks like the whole timetable? Correct. The above working paper lists certain factors which are considered by auditor while establishing audit strategy. Inter CA level institute will always give you hint that they are talking about which concept. All right. The moment you look at this line, factors considered by the auditor while establishing audit strategy, that means your mind will narrow down. That is only from those 5 points. Character of reporting team resulted in resources. Hello. Character of reporting team resulted in resources. This is which point? Relax. All right. I will now read the full point. Characteristics of the engagement that define the scope, reporting objectives, timing of audit, and communications required. Do you see timetable over here? Hello. All right. So tell me, this is which point? Reporting objectives. See? Auditor establishes audit strategy. One of the factors to be considered leads to reporting objectives so that I can plan my timing and communications required. So this question is dedicated only to reporting objectives. So please understand logically that as an auditor, whenever I am not strategizing, I should be very clear that in this entity, what are the reporting objectives? Based upon that, I will come to know my timetable, and I will also come to know what kind of communications are required. All right, for that, I should be very clear about the timetable. I should ask management what kind of reports do you need. I should also discuss with other auditors like auditors of branches, subsidiaries, and stuff. And I should also set some kind of deadline within my audit team. And can I say, in that whole question, they had this full timetable. All right. They had set the timelines of communicating within the audit team also. That by this day, team will finish the work. By this day, partner will review the work. By this day, EQCR will review the work. All right. Then the report will be signed. Hello. Yes. So this whole point was about reporting objectives, timing of audit, and nature of communications required. All right. I want a confirmation. Are you through with this? Yes. Next, CA Karthik is planning for audit of a company engaged in manufacturing of cosmetics. Considering the nature of operations, he had planned to include testing of controls of the company over purchases, sales, and inventories. One fine day, he reaches the corporate office and asks for manuals required documentation to ensure surprise element in testing. He had never shared with the management his intention to carry out above procedures. Karthik should be killed. Listen to me. What if institute tells you, September attend, let's take your exams on 15th August. Are you getting it? See, for few things, you cannot give surprises. All right, so listen to me. audit strategy and plan. All right. Not the whole strategy and plan, but few points are discussed with management also. Whatever is your timetable, you should also inform the management. All of a sudden, you can't say, management, show me the invoice. No. All right. And look at this. Karthik was not visiting for some kind of cash count or something. Sometimes for counting cash and stuff, we give surprises. But look at this. He was just visiting to see testing of controls. And he just wanted manuals, SOP documents. For that, why do you need to give surprises? All right. So do you understand what this question is trying to tell you? That there is one important concept in chapter 2, that auditor shall discuss the elements of planning with the management. Tell me, auditor shall discuss the elements of planning with the entity's management. However, auditor should not discuss the entire plan. Audit strategy and plan is the responsibility of the auditor. Audit strategy and plan is the responsibility of the auditor. All right. But auditor should discuss few things from his plan with the management to facilitate effective conduct of audit. To tell me, to facilitate effective conduct of audit. However, sometimes with your friends also you share things, then you feel guilty that I shouldn't have shared this. It is compromising you. All right. Similarly, auditor should not share the plan to such an extent that it compromises the effectiveness of audit. Read this, everyone over here. Auditor may decide to discuss elements of planning with entities management to facilitate conduct and management of audit engagement without compromising on effectiveness of audit. Sharing details of visit to test control does not compromise effectiveness of audit. It is for better facilitation. Therefore, approach of Karthik is not proper. So come on, tell me, planning and strategy questions. Planning and strategy questions only. Planning and strategy question only. Question number 35. I told you that planning includes description of nature, timing, and extent of risk assessment procedure and further audit procedures. Then question number 36. All right. We said that there will be an interrelationship between strategy and plan. First strategy, then plan. Plan is more detailed than strategy. All right. Changes in one may affect the other. Okay. Then question number 37, that was benefits of strategy, where we need to understand strategy will help me, all right, in finalizing my QQTM of resources, my quantity of resource, my quality of resource, my timing of resource, my management of resources. Then next couple of questions were with respect to factors. For factors, there is one code word. All right, it is of no use. You can buy out that code word. Character of reporting team resulted in resources. However, what institute will do is try to ask you specific questions from that. So if you want from my chart book, at least once you can revise this. All right. Then there was this question that planning and strategy. All right, we discussed some parts with the management for effective coordination of audit. Question number 41. All planning strategy questions I've mixed in, and I've mixed the planning strategy questions. CM Mary, while planning audit of a company, feels that she would inquire from in-house legal counsel of the company status of pending litigation matters against the company to identify and assess risk of material misstatement. Hello. If you are conducting inquiries to find out risk of material misstatement, that is risk assessment procedure or further audit procedure. Risk assessment procedure, fine. That is the question. Considering the above description, are you able to identify the procedure? Yes. This is which procedure? Some idiots, for students who have studied the subject, they will look at this litigation. Oh, litigation SA 501 chapter 4. If you have studied, this is bullshit. They are just asking you procedures, that this is which procedure. There are only two procedures on Mother Earth, either risk assessment procedure or further audit procedures. Where these procedures are included in planning. Tell me, risk assessment procedure is audit strategy or audit plan? Audit strategy or audit plan? Audit plan. Or an audit plan is simple for me. Audit plan includes description of nature, timing, extent of risk assessment. So any risk assessment procedure, further audit procedure, all right, there is nothing but description is there in audit plan. All right, look at this. It is included in audit plan. Am I clear with this? Yes. So we have clear formulas now. Preliminary engagement activities 210, 220, 220, 210, understanding the terms of engagement, 220, compliance with ethical requirements, 220, client acceptance and continuous procedure. Then planning activities are divided into two: strategy and plan. Strategy will set the STD of audit, guide the development of overall audit plan. When it comes to strategy, there are only two types of questions. One is benefits of strategy and factors to be considered. For benefits of strategy, it will help in understanding QQTM of resources, quantity, quality, and timing and management of resources. For factors to be considered, it will be from character of reporting team, resulted in resources, which I should read in detail because there are some specific questions. When it comes to audit plan, I have to audit plan will include a description of nature, timing, extent of risk assessment procedure, further audit procedure, and other audit procedures. This planning and strategy, some elements are discussed with the management without compromising the effectiveness of audit. Audit and planning and strategy, both of them are interrelated. For strategy, strategy will set the STD of audit, guide the development of audit plan. Planning is more detailed than strategy because strategy is mental work, whereas planning includes detailed description. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Question number 42. CA Subhendu is statutory auditor of a social media company. What happened? You saw different pregnancies today. Due to change in information technology regulations by government. This is marathon, no? This is different mode. Due to changes in information technology regulations by government, it has become mandatory for such companies to constitute grievance redressal mechanism. Okay, so there is some change in information technology regulations by government for users of social media platform. Failure to comply with regulations can potentially lead to civil and criminal liabilities against the company. Tell me, that means there is a very big change by the government because of the changes in law. Because of the changes in law, it is affecting the entity. Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. Is the above factor to be considered by auditor while framing audit strategy? Tell me, if the laws have changed, will you consider that in framing audit strategy? Yes. All right. Now tell me, everyone, MCQ. This, yeah, where is the factor? Yeah, factors are over here. Tell me, where do you see in this chart, where do you see changes in law? Changes or changes, where do you see the point of changes? 1, 2, 3, 4, third box. All right. You see over here, factors to be considered directing the team's efforts. You see these developments, changes. All right. Now look at the answer. Changes in laws and regulation affecting the company is a factor to be considered. All right. There has been a change in information technology regulation. Non-compliance can have an effect. Such an important matter is to be considered while establishing audit strategy. All right, because it will help in directing the team. All right, and it will also help us in understanding the entity. All right, so I'm just linking the concept. All right, that how they are questioning. Look at this 42B. The auditor needs to direct the efforts of engagement team towards matters that in his professional judgment are significant. Direct the tell me, direct the efforts of engagement team. Preliminary identification of material classes of TBDs will help the auditor in fast on the screen in. You are not understanding, you are not trying to understand the question. Very bad attitude. Look at this. In establishing overall audit strategy. All right. More energies need to be devoted. It feels like I have my exams. More energies need to be devoted to significant matters to obtain desired outcome. Give 3 examples to explain above situations. Focus over here. The question is dealing with audit strategy. Is it a factors question or benefits question? Benefits will clear English, advantage, benefits. That's benefit asked in the question. So the question is dealing with factors. Now, character of reporting team resulted in resources. Which one this is? Character of reporting team resulted in resources. Which one is this? Team. All right. They are talking about team's efforts. Okay. And they are giving some points. You will see that these points are the ones which I have in my chart book. All right. So tell me, only by hearting the code word of character of reporting team resulted in resources, are you going to get your marks? No. All right. They are asking individual questions. So if I want to direct my team, I should be very clear about what is the volume and mainly what are the developments and changes. Only then I can direct my team. Am I clear with this? Yes. Okay. Basically, right, do this question by. Question number 43. API and company. Chartered accountants are appointed as statutory auditors of Heavy Industries Limited, a listed company engaged in manufacturing of electric vehicles for financial year 23-24. As per the recent guideline issued by regulatory authority, every listed company is required to maintain digital database of all those personnel who could access the books of the company to avoid insider trading. Okay, so there is a recent guideline. Okay. In case of non-compliance, hefty fines may be imposed on the company. CAP is the engagement partner. During the planning, CAP planned that he would inquire from in-house IT head of the company about maintenance of digital database to identify and assess risk of non-compliance. Can I say this question looks like mixture of earlier questions? All right, there was this question of Mary, no? Mary was also conducting inquiry. All right. Then there was this question of regulations by the changes in the regulations by the government. It seems like 2-3 questions were mixed for this. In the light of the above facts, explain whether CAP is required to consider about maintenance of digital database while framing audit strategy. Yes or no, sir? Come on, tell me, is this one of the factor to be considered while developing audit strategy? Yes. See, if you get confused now, what you should do is first you should write the full short form and then full code word. Character of reporting team resulted in resources. All right. If you're not able to identify individual point, right? Then what you will do is then say that then write the case study. Then say that as per the above discussion, this needs to be considered in audit strategy. All right. So somewhere it will tally. Are you getting my point? Yes. So whenever the question is on factors to be considered for developing audit strategy, whenever the question is on factors to be considered for developing audit strategy, try to find the specific point. Best thing is just practice these many questions. Try to find the specific point. But if you are struggling, which will you struggling? All right. Then in that case, just write the full 5 points. All right. And write the case study and say above factor needs to be considered. All right. So at least something will tally with their answer. So yes, he needs to consider. See, they are also doing this. They are naming different factors. See, all right. And then they are saying that this needs to be considered. Okay. Whether the procedures planned by CAP, what are the procedures planned by CAP? CAP is going to conduct. CAP is going to conduct inquiry. This is which procedure? If I am going to conduct inquiry to find out the risk of material misstatement, this is which procedure? Risk assessment procedure. All right. So you tell them that yes, it is a risk assessment procedure. All right, which is in accordance with what he has, what needs to be done. All right. So I don't want you to score 0 in chapter 2. There are clear formulas for preliminary engagement activities 210, 220, 220. For strategy, either the question will be of benefits or it will be factors. All right. At least in factors, see, factors is not something which I can just teach very fast in a marathon lecture. But what I have done today is that when it comes to factors, you are not scoring a 0. All right. Character of reporting team resulted in resources. Just vomit that. All right. Something will tally with their answer. When it comes to planning, it is a description of nature, timing, and extent of risk assessment procedure, further audit procedure, and other audit procedure. What is there in chapter 2? All right. Then this planning and strategy should be discussed with the management to facilitate effective coordination of it. All right. There are few points only. Look at this. All right. Now listen to me. There is this question of audit program in chapter 2. All right. Audit program is one of the most sensitive concepts of chapter 2. Okay. What is audit program? All right. Focus over here. That is why I've given the first question is I've given the audit program. Look at this. What, first of all, in short, audit program is a set of instructions given to the audit team along with timetable, everything. Hello. Strategy. All right. Plan. Description of what of my marriage. Description of nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures. Program. When the plan is communicated to audit team in the form of instructions. Come on, tell me. When the plan is communicated to audit team in the form of instructions. That is program. Look at this. The assistant CAK is assigned the responsibility of drafting audit program relating to purchases appearing in the financial statements of Broad Industries, a partnership firm. The said firm is a GH registered. Okay. Help him by drafting a sample audit program for purchases. Imagine you are the partner, you are giving instructions to your audit team. All right. And in that case, first of all, you will say this is the entity, this is the financial year. Who will prepare the audit program? Partner. Who will prepare the audit program? Partner. All right. Or at least some senior manager. Article will not prepare audit program. All right. Prepared by, then reviewed by, and approved by. So normally it should be approved by the engagement part. Some junior person of my team, or I mean senior manager or something, not article, right, will make the program, but I will approve it. Article cannot make the program. Right? Then program should look like instructions. The serial number. Then what is this? Nature of procedure, time, extent of check, basis of sample, done by, reviewed by. All right. These are basic columns which should be there in the audit program. Then any 4 points you can write, but please don't act idiotic. All right. The program is for purchases. Then all the points should relate to purchase only. All right. As if you are giving instructions to your audit team. All right. You have to come into the character over here to write this particular answer. There is no fixed set of points to write the answer. When they talk about audit program, this is how the program should look. All right. Next, question number 45. APRM company chartered accountant firm are appointed as auditors of TA Limited and TAA Limited. The volume and nature of business of both the companies are entirely different. So TA Limited and TAA Limited, both of them have different businesses. CAR is the engagement partner for TAA Limited. CAP is the engagement partner for T Limited. All right. CAR formulates an audit program for conducting the audit of TAA Limited. He suggested CAP to use the. Tell me, can you use the same audit program for both the companies? No, because both the companies are different in business. All right. Size, nature, and complexity of business will decide the audit program. But CAP is of the opinion that this program will not be useful. In the light of the above, mention the matters that should generally be considered while preparing an audit program. Wait. What is the question? Mention the. Oh, this is a theory question. Mention the matters that should generally be considered while preparing an audit program. What are the matters that should be generally considered while preparing an audit program? All right. I have given a code word also, stay within level. Or maybe any other code word you can develop. All right. Matters to be considered for developing an audit program. Okay. First of all, if you are developing an audit program, all right, set of instructions for your auditing, you bloody stay within your limits. If it is inventory, then you will not say, no, article, verify the quality of inventory. Yeah, eat and check. No, I should stay within my limitation. All right. Then I should find the best evidence that is available. All right. See, I am preparing audit program. So what are the matters to be considered? First of all, we will stay within our limits. All right. Then I have to put the instructions so that we can find the best evidence. And I want to ensure that we use only relevant steps. We use only. So if I want to verify the existence of inventory, then I should go for physical verification of inventory. That will be the relevant step. One more time, stay within LERIC. L for limitation, E for evidence, then R for relevant steps only. Then when I'm preparing audit program, I will consider all possibilities of errors. And most importantly, I will have to link the interrelated items. For example, purchase, sales, inventory. My one article is on purchase, one article is on sale, one article is on inventory. I have to ensure that all three are coordinating because those are related items for which I need to coordinate. One more time, matters to be considered for preparation of audit program stay within LERIC. L for limitation, E for evidence, then relevant steps only. All right, error possibilities and related items. All right, so everyone over here, stay within LERIC. Matters to be considered. Hey, there are 2 points in this question. First is this. Then they were using the same program for both the entities. So CAP is correct that yes, that this program is not useful. They cannot use one program for all the entities because businesses may vary in size, nature, and complexity. All right. Question number 46. I will straight away come to this last line. What is that? Advantages of audit program. All right. Any 3 advantage you can pick it up. All right. Then it gives you total set of instructions. All right. Once you have a nice document as an instruction, all right, it will give me clarity. It will help me to select the assistants based upon the job. For physical verification inventory, I may select a very basic person. But for valuation of inventory, I will use an experienced person. So it will give me total and clear set of instructions. Selection will become easier. All right. Then I can catch who has done the work. All right. I can make them accountable. All right. I can control my entire audit because I know how much work is completed and how much work is left. So I can control the progress. What I'm trying to tell you, don't write shitty points over there. If they ask you advantages of audit program, optimum utilization of resources, right? All right, -5. Look at this. So when they say advantages, you write 3 points, not a problem. But please ensure that they are good points. That clarity of the instructions, selection of assistants, accountability can be increased. All right. Such kind of points. It will help in future audits also. Right? Good advantages of audit program. Okay. So there are many points. You can pick up any three. Question number 47. CA student Kalyan was going through a topic on audit program and learned that an audit program, see, this is 5 marks September 25, and learned that an audit program is designed to provide most appropriate audit evidence by prescribing procedures, yes, and techniques to verify an assertion. Guide the student in answering the following. Student guiding student. What type of evidence shall an auditor look into as the most appropriate evidence in verification of an assertion? What is this question? What is this question? Type of evidence. Whatever you know, just vomit. Look at this. There can be documentary evidence. See, till here, do you think they have given any specific item like inventory or something? No. It's a general question on. It's a general question on. You are also committing the same mistakes which previous batch is doing. You are not focusing on chapter 2. You will suffer in exams. 8 marks, 10 marks, easy questions. Look at this. What is this? Type of evidence. All right. Type of evidence. Which type of evidence? Documentary evidence, visual evidence, oral evidence, internal evidence, external evidence. All right. You can write n number of things. Just vomit. All right. 1 minute. Look at this. How much they vomited. Documentary examination, physical examination. All right. Minutes of meeting, whatever came to their mind, they have written it. All right. That is fine. Why I have printed this question is for the second question. State the most appropriate audit evidence in respect of verification of cash in hand. Tell me if I want to see cash in hand, then I'll have to count the cash. Physically, I'll have to count the cash now. All right. It's cash in hand, not bank. Then verification of investments pledged with the bank. Do you understand investments pledged with the bank? So I had one investment which I have given to the bank as a security and I have taken a loan. If the company has pledged the investments with the bank, which evidence is the best evidence? Take external confirmation from the bank. I am the auditor, you are the company. This is the bank. You have kept your investments over here with the bank. Then what is the best evidence for me? External confirmation. All right. Banker certificate. Right? And I will myself count cash. Best evidence. Next question number 48. All right. 48 is documentation of the entire chapter. Tell me, in this entire chapter of chapter 2, we are studying strategy, plan, program. We will document. In strategy, what you will document? Strategy is mental work. So in strategy, we can document only KD. In strategy, we can document only KD. What is KD? Key decisions. All right. But in planning is detailed description of risk assessment procedure and further audit procedure. So in planning, we can document all of this. All right. Risk assessment procedure, further audit procedure, and then we will also document audit program. All right. Now listen to me. Strategy, plan, and whatever changes. Tell me, why do you think we will make changes in our strategy and plan whenever there are unexpected events, or when new information comes across? So whenever there are changes, we will have to document. We will have to document the record of the changes. What were the changes made in the procedures? How the changes were done, why the changes were done. So one more time, if you get a question on documentation of strategy and plan, I repeat, if you get a question on, then you will say 3 things. All right. Strategy, plan, changes. Come on, tell me. Strategy, plan, changes. Strategy, KD, key decisions. Planning, description of nature, timing, and extent of procedures. All right. And then changes. In that changes, why the changes were done, what kind of changes were done, everything has to be documented. All right. Next question number 49. All right. Question number 49. I will be very clear with this question. In this question, forget the answer first, buy at the question. I'll tell you why. Look at this question. Planning is not a discrete phase of an audit. All right. N number of times it has been asked. Planning is not a discrete phase of an audit. Means it is not a separate phase of an audit. It is a rather continual and iterative process. What that often begins shortly after completion of previous audit and continues until the completion of current audit engagement. Wait. First auditor will plan, then he will perform, then he will report. Correct? Achha, during this situation, auditor may update his plan, yes or no, sir? All right. Now listen to me. Then after reporting, it again helps in next year's plan. All right. So now I will read again. Planning is not a discrete. Discrete means separate phase of an audit, but rather a continuous process, and it is a part of a cycle. So it is an iterative process. We plan, perform, report. Then again, it helps us. It helps us in the next year plans. All right. That often begins shortly after completion of previous audit and continues until the completion of current audit engagement. Tell me, have you understood the first three lines? Yes or no, sir? This will not help in exams. What happens is by looking at first three lines, students panic in this question. They don't understand first three lines. So what happens is that students feel like this is a very difficult question. Next three lines, very easy. Look at this. Planning includes the need to consider certain matters prior to auditor's identification and assessment of RMM. Please explain clearly stating those matters. Let me straight away come to exam oriented mode. If this question is printed by heart the question, and if they say, Bolo, state those matters, that means they're asking you examples of some matters. Okay? Then I will straight away give you one code word first. Then I will explain the logic also. Okay? But first, let me give you the code word. Legal. All right. Materiality. Risk assessment. All right. Analytical procedures. Wait. And involvement of expert. Wait. Ram is legal expert. All right. Don't tell me. Ram is legal expert. All right. Now focus only. Tell me, Shoy, there are two types of procedures. First is risk assessment procedure. Second one is further audit procedure. Tell me, before I can perform or even think about further audit procedures, then I say first I will have to finish risk assessment procedures. So they just want examples of certain matters which should be thought about before you go ahead in audit. Tell me, if I want to go ahead in audit, I should have understanding of laws and regulations, yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. Achha, if I want to go ahead in audit, I should be very clear about materiality. What is material? What is immaterial? All right. If I want to go ahead in audit, all right, I should do some trend analysis of last 4-5 years. Tell me, everyone, even you do the weightage analysis of last 4-5 attempts, yes or no, sir? All right. Then you move ahead. Okay. So these are the points. Look at this. You should obtain understanding of law. All right. You should also be very clear with materiality. All right. You should perform which procedures? Risk assessment procedures. All right. But wait, why I gave code word for full point? Normally, what I do is if there are 4-5 points, if you remember 2-3 points also, I'm happy with that. I gave code word for full point. First, let me explain. A for analytical procedures, trend analysis of last 4-5 years. All right. And involvement of experts. Tell me, today, if I give you audit of nuclear power plant, then can I say today itself, you know that you will need the help of an expert over here, yes or no? Yes. All right. So these things are supposed to be decided first before we go ahead in audit. All right. These things are supposed, don't focus over there. Huh. Okay, now focus over here. These things are supposed to be decided first before we go ahead in audit. Which things? Ram is legal expert. R for fast risk assessment procedures. A for analytical procedures. Trend analysis. M for materiality. All right. Legal understanding law and involvement of experts. Now, why I gave this code word? Look at this question. Right. August 25 MTP. This was a very basic theory asked in MTP of April 24. But in MTP of August 25, they asked this question. Look at this. ABS and Company Chartered Accountants have been appointed as statutory auditors of Aerotech System Private Limited, a company that makes advanced equipment used in airplanes. Considering technical and complex nature of operations, auditor recognizes that involvement of expert in audit is required. Does consideration of involvement of expert by auditor fall in the domain of planning the audit? We are studying which chapter right now? Planning. In that, I gave you this code word, yes or no, sir? So tell me, involvement of expert is supposed to be decided while you develop audit plan, yes or no, sir? Yes. Nice case study. Correct. So Ram is legal expert. This is a part of our planning. This is a part of our planning. All right. That is why I gave code word for all the points. Otherwise, if you forget one point, it is okay. But in this answer, these examples very important. Okay. That is it for your chapter 2, audit strategy, planning and programming. I also want some break, but wait. Chapter 6, very small. All right. 4 or 5 questions only. We'll finish it off. All right. Wait. Chapter 2, strategy, planning and programming. Whenever you see the question, first you'll have to see whether it is a question of preliminary engagement activity or planning activity. In planning activity, all right, the question is strategy, plan, program. One more time, hey, focus over here. Preliminary engagement activity, planning activity. In planning activity, question will be strategy, plan, program. Hey, in strategy, two questions only, benefits and factors. All right. In planning, all right. In planning, all right. Description of nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures. All right. And when it comes to program, all right. For program, there are multiple questions, all right, which you need to focus once. In fact, my suggestion is, all right, my suggestion is that when it comes to audit program, I repeat, when it comes to audit program, if you study these couple of pages from my chart book, it is great. All right. So all concepts of audit program are covered because audit program is something which students cannot write on their own. They need some discussion. Only then it can be done. All right. Okay. Now over here, chapter 6, audit documentation. Hey, come on. Audit documentation is nothing but SA 230. Audit documentation is nothing but, hey, here I just want you to be very clear. What will be the question and what should be my answer? All right. Very simple. For 2-3 questions, I need full BCom attitude. What is meant by audit documentation? What are chapter 6 will give you 4 marks in exams. Okay? What is meant by audit documentation? And what are the objectives of auditor in as per SA 230? Now listen to me. Audit documentation, whenever you see audit documentation is a record. Record of what? Tell me, record of procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached. PEC. Procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached. All right. Now, whenever you are developing documents, all right, you need documents which can give you BE. All right. First of all, the document should be able to give me proper basis for my auditor's report. All right. Then the document should also act as an evidence. The document should also act as an evidence. All right. That in tomorrow, if someone blames me that audit was not done properly, then my document will act as an evidence that audit was conducted as per SS and legal requirements. So one more time. Documentation, record of procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached. All right. Then objective of documentation is BE. The documentation should act as proper basis, all right, for my auditor's report. Okay. And then documentation should also provide me evidence that audit was properly planned and performed as per SS and regulatory requirements. Nature of documentation, same, repeat, same. Basis for a conclusion on evidence that audit was performed as per SS and legal requirements. Discuss any two purposes of documentation. All right. Now, if you actually see my book for documentation, all right, just very quickly I will listen. If you see this PDF for my documentation, here it is. Okay. Right. If you see this PDF for documentation, then you will clearly understand I have given the heading, which is actually the question only. Purpose of documentation, you will find some code word and stuff also over here. All right. I don't want you to write shitty points. Okay. So purpose of documentation, if you can remember 2-3 points also, it is fine. The basic need of documentation is that documentation will assist the team. It will assist the team to plan. It will assist the team to plan and perform. It will assist the team to be accountable. It will assist the team to direct, supervise, and review. All right. So at least 2-3 points, but ensure that it tallies with the suggested answer. All right. May 26 attempt. I have done a very detailed analysis of certified copies of CA Inter students, all right, where they lost marks and everything. I've analyzed about 280, no, 300 copies now. Right? Out of that, 200 copies of CA final and 100 copies of CA Inter. All right. So I can tell you line by line where students have lost the marks. All right. What I saw good news for you is that even if one word tallies with the suggested answer, they are giving you marks. All right. For example, I can show you such kind of English, all right, that you know that this person was focusing on English teacher when he was in school and not on English subject. All right. Such pathetic English. All right. But one word has tallied and they have given the marks. Are you getting my point? So at least few words, please ensure that you tally with the suggested answer. Come out of that pressure of remembering everything. Don't be in that pressure. All right. Next. Question number 52. Define audit documentation. That we already know now. Procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached. Also give some examples. What I fear is that in this example, students will write copy of invoice, copy of documents, all right, as if we have some photocopy machine. All right. So write down over here examples. Sali. Okay. First, you need to have summaries of some significant matters. All right. Then audit program. Chapter 2 done, na? Audit program. All right. Then you should have your analysis. Then you should have letters of confirmation, representation. You remember SF505, SF580. All right. Then you should have your notes of issues, whatever queries you have, issues memoranda. All right. So fine. 4 or 5 examples is fine. 53. CA PQ has prepared audit documentation of an entity describing the nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures, all right, to be performed during the course of audit. In documenting the nature, timing, extent of audit procedures, which matters shall be recorded. He is also of the view that such documentation alone as described above meets requirements of SCs. Now, this is very good question. Listen to. When it comes to audit documentation, there is one concept called as form, content, and extent of documentation. Forget about everything. Just focus on the word content. Tell me, when I am maintaining documentation, we are very clear of 3 points: procedures performed, evidence obtained, and conclusions reached. But tell me, during this process, whatever discussions we have done with the management, can I say even that should be documented? Yes or no, sir? Yes. Right? Significant discussions. Then if you found some queries, then how those queries were resolved, even that should be documented? Yes or no, sir? Yes. So what is the documentation required? Look at this. Hey, focus over here. Procedures performed, evidence obtained, and conclusions reached. All right. But in procedures performed, all right, procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached. All right. So this much is fine. Okay. But in procedures performed, you will need detailed documentation that what you have tested, who tested it, article, employee, who did the work, when that work was completed, who reviewed the work, when that review was completed. So tell me, in the procedures performed, you will have to document fast, nature, timing, and extent. You also need to document matters tested, who did the work, the date when it was done, who reviewed. All right. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? Yes. Okay. Now listen to me. You also need to document evidence obtained, then conclusions reached. And whatever significant discussions you have done with the management, how inconsistencies were resolved, all of that also you need to document. I will show it at once to you. Look at this. Form, content, and extent of documentation. You need to document procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached, discussions of significant matters, and how inconsistency was resolved. Look at this. Question number 54. During the course of audit of a company, an issue arose relating to treatment of interest cost of the company on its restructured loan taken from a bank. This important matter was discussed with the CFO of the company and was properly resolved. Is it necessary for the auditor to document this in the working papers? Yes. Why? You need to give me that point. All right, these discussions of significant matters with the management and how inconsistency was resolved. That needs to be documented, yes or no, sir? So how I have developed the question? If you solve 53 and 54, your full documentation content gets covered. Procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached, and then 54 significant matters, how inconsistencies were resolved. All right, needs to be documented. All right, and both of them case study based question. Question number 55. Messrs. BPA and Associates, Chartered Accountants, were appointed as auditors of Nissan Limited, company with pan India presence, for the financial year. The audit report was issued as on August 20, 2024. Following the issuance of audit report, CAP instructed junior team member Mr. Y to assemble the final audit file and prepare the completion memorandum. Explain the meaning and significance of completion memorandum. Team member Y completed the assembly of final audit file in March 25 and handed it over to CAP. Was team member Y correct in his approach? Wait, we'll go slow first. First of all, what is completion memorandum? Completion memorandum is nothing but a summary. It is nothing but a summary which is prepared at the end of the audit. Summary is always prepared at the end. In that summary, we will have discussion of significant matters. I mean, whatever significant matters were there and how it was addressed. Okay. So completion memorandum is nothing but a memo, not momos, memo, note prepared at the time of completion. So it is a summary of significant matters prepared at the time of completion. All right. Such a summary will facilitate effective and efficient review of audit. So first you will tell them what is completion memorandum. Now comes a very important concept, that is assembly of audit file. Tell me, what is assembly of audit file? Once the audit report is signed, then whatever are the documents which it will be assembled, collected, and it will be filed in a document, in a folder. All right. That is nothing but assembly of audit file. Assembly of audit file should be done within how many days from the date of auditor's report? 60 days from my birthday. 60 days from the date of auditor's report. So when was the audit report signed over here? August 20, 2024. All right. Within 60 days from the date of auditor's report, it should be completed. But this has been completed in March 25. So can I say this is late? Yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. All right. So you will have to tell them what is assembly of audit file. Now listen to me very carefully. Assembly of audit file is a concept which I discuss in chapter 6, audit documentation, because module also discusses over there. But assembly of audit file concept is given in SQC1. What is the standard for audit documentation? SA 230. What is the standard for audit documentation? But if they ask you about assembly of audit file, then you will give reference of SQC1. All right. 60 days after the date of auditor's report. Question 56. Messrs. PK and Company are statutory auditors of JC Limited. CA Tarun, partner of Messrs. PK and Company, was entrusted to supervise and verify the inventory items as on 31st March 24. During the process of verification, a large chunk of draft inventory sheets were accumulated, and then a final inventory sheet was prepared. Draft inventory sheets, why they are documenting? It's a bullshit document. Rough inventory sheets. All right. The audit assistant has kept all of these drafts and final sheet also. Is the approach of audit assistant correct? Hey, will you keep rough and final both? No. Which papers documents may not be included in documentation? Nice question. All right. Now listen to me. Institute says that these documents are not required in the documentation. Which documents? What is that? Superseded drafts, means old version. All right. When you also click photo, or you click 100 photos in the same position, then 99 you delete. All right, because that is superseded. Okay. Notes that reflect incomplete or preliminary thinking. Now, sometimes in your notebook also, when you're writing something and then all of a sudden you draw a flower. What is this? It is an incomplete note or some kind of initial thinking you were doing. All right. Then previous copies of documents corrected. So there was one document printed as Pragnesh. All right. And then second document as Pragnesh. Then this one you will delete, no? All right. Because there was just a typographical error. All right. So sometimes multiple documents get created because of that. Then you will also delete the duplicates. All right. So superseded, incomplete thinking, previous copies, and duplicates. SIP is duplicate, superseded, incomplete, previous copies, and duplicates. These you will delete. So tell me, everyone, can I say that in this question, this draft inventory sheets were superseded, yes or no, sir? All right. So auditor may retain only the final sheet. There is no requirement of draft inventory sheet for this. Question number 57. Auditor shall prepare audit documentation that is sufficient to enable an experienced auditor to understand significant matters arising during the audit. Explain the above statement and also give examples of examples of significant matters. Whatever you're not understanding in the subject, write it. Look at this. Are modification to opinion. Then risk of material misstatement, significant risk involved. All right. Just write names of big things. Material uncertainty, overgoing concern. All right. So you can just pick up 2-3 matters. All right. But pick big matters and tell them these are the examples of significant matters. All right. Question number 58. I think this everyone is aware of. Mr. A is the statutory auditor of ABC Limited. The branch of ABC Limited is audited by Mr. B, another chartered accountant. I am the company auditor, you are the branch auditor. Focus over here. I am the company auditor, you are the branch auditor. Can I demand your working papers? Remember, working papers are the property of auditor. Unless otherwise required by law, working papers are property of auditor. Auditor may, at his own discretion, make extracts or copies of documentation available to client. But no one can force the auditor to show the working papers unless it is required by law. That is what I've printed. Audit documentation is the property of auditor unless otherwise required by law. Question number 59. CAB, an auditor after the completion of busy audit season, was occupied in assembling of final audit files of one of his client. Assembly, again question on assembly. Do you think I would have repeated question in such an important document? First of all, he started preparing various documents of that client and then kept those documents in various folders. He was preparing documents as well as audit file in paper form because he believed that it is mandatory. Are paper form? We can also keep it in electronic form. Na? He could complete documentation as well as assembling a final audit file of a client after 3 months from the date of audit. It should be done within 60 days. Generally retains audit file of the client for how many years you are supposed to retain the records? 7 years. 7 years from my birthday. 7 years from the date of auditor's report, or if later the date of group auditor's report. Look at this. Generally, he retains audit file of the client for 7 years from the date of auditor's report, or 4 years, is this wrong? Check the validity of the action. So first is this, then assembly of audit file, and then retention period. That is also wrong because it has to be 7 years from the date of auditor's report, or if later the date of group auditor's report. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Or if later the date of group auditor's report? All right. Or if later the date of group auditor's report. Focus over here. Focus over here. If you are conducting audit of financial year 25-26, company auditor has issued the report on 15th May 26. 15th May 26, 7 years will end as on. Are fast, yaar. 15th May 26, 7 years will end as on 14th May 33. Branch auditor has issued the report on 9th May. Still, he has to maintain till. So, branch auditor will focus on the date of company auditor's report. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? So, don't just say 7 years from the date of auditor's reports. Use the full line. 7 years from the date of auditor's report, or if later the date of group auditor's report. So, this for branch auditor, he becomes the group auditor. For subsidiary auditor, holding company auditor is the group auditor. So, company auditor will maintain from 15th May 26, 7 years till 14th May 33. Branch auditor, even though he has issued the report on 9th May, even he has to think from 15th May to 7 years. All right, that is 14th May 33. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So that is your point on audit documentation. All the important questions are also covered over here. With that, we finish our revision of 4 topics. That is chapter 1, 11, 2, and 6. Impact of about, let us say, chapter 1 is your 4 to 6 marks. In May 26, chapter 1 was an impact for 6 marks. All right. Chapter 11 will for sure will have an impact of 10 marks. 8 to 12 we just write for safety. All right. So 10 plus minimum chapter 1 is 14. All right. Chapter 2 again will have an impact of 10 marks. All right. So we have 24 and 428. All right. So about 25, 28 marks syllabus is for sure from these chapters, which are easily doable. All right. Okay. Okay. So we are continuing our marathon discussion. Now comes the lengthiest chapter of standards. Okay. That is chapter 4, which has about 8 essays. Okay. Uh, Chapter 4 majorly dealing with 500 series of standards. All right. And there is a way of doing it. Now, there is one thing that you need to notice in chapter 4 before I move ahead in the discussion of chapter 4. A nice thing that you have to notice. All right, May 26. All right, May 26, chapter 4. How many marks it was asked? Okay. So we will just, I know it is marathon, but still you need to notice this, what happened in May 26. Okay. So chapter 4, you see this one MCQ over here. All right, this is an Excel sheet analysis. Okay, here this column is chapter number. Okay, one MCQ, chapter 4. Then again, something from chapter 4. Again, one some implication of chapter 4. All right, so 3, 4 points of chapter, I mean, 3 MCQs POV you can see. All right, that was on SA 530 audit sampling. Again, one concept of SA 530. All right, then again, chapter 4, SA 530. Then again, chapter 4, descriptive SA 530. All right. So let us see what is the problem of chapter 4. I will tell you. Chapter 4 has 8 essays. Okay? And 8 essays, 16 marks. All right. 8 essays, an impact of 16 marks. So per essay it turns out only to be 2 marks. All right. But that is not how they are asking. So what they will do is they will just pick up 2 essays from 8 essays and they will ask question of 16 marks. All right. So let us say if May 26 students who left only essay 513 option, which essay? Only essay 513 option. All right, gone. 14 to 16 marks. Yes. All right. Now September 26 will think that because it was asked in May 26, it will not be asked in September 26. That is the fun of chapter 4. So what we are doing is that is why I first taught you chapter 2, 11 and stuff. There are fixed number of concepts and 8 to 10 marks and stuff. If you ask me, I will consider chapter 2 and 11 as a category rather than chapter 4. Alright. Because if you can't go only by marks, chapter 4, 8 essays, 16 marks. Chapter 2, 1 essay, 310 marks. Chapter 11, 3 concepts, 12 marks. Alright. So I consider them as much more rewarding than chapter 4. Alright. So please do not think. My only request is that don't leave an entire essay in option. I am not saying become an expert of all the essays of chapter 4, but don't leave an entire essay in option. Or at least you should know something of everything. That is how chapter 4 is, that you should know something of everything. And that is how I have prepared these notes also. All right. So, chapter 4, audit evidence. All right. First of all, SA 500 audit evidence. Now, I don't want to just keep on doing blah, 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 blah about SA 500 audit evidence. Everyone knows that auditor has to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. One just everyone knows that auditor has to obtain. No need for you to go to any notes and stuff. You will be easily recollecting this. Auditor has to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Sufficiency means quantity. Appropriateness means quality. Quality means relevance and reliability. All right. So if I say purchase and in purchase invoice, that is relevant. All right. Original purchase invoice, that is reliable. Out of 1,300 purchase invoices, that is quantity, sufficiency. So auditor wants sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. I don't want to revise theory, then go to question. I don't want to do that. I will revise straight away through the question bank. All right, wait. First, I will pick up something on the concept of only on sufficiency and appropriateness. All right. So what I have done is in chapter 4, I have arranged essay wise questions. But within essay also to arrange concept wise, that is a very big task. That I will not be. All right. So it is a collection of 10 to 12 questions per essays. All right. First, I will just think on I will go to the questions of only sufficiency and appropriateness. All right. Okay. This question. FRP and Associates are the statutory auditors of Paint Private Limited. FRP and Associates are the statutory auditors of Paint Private Limited. Companies into the business of trading and has operations across India. CAM partner in charge of audit is carrying out audit procedures with his audit team. He entrusted CA Ravi, one of the team members, the task of obtaining various audit evidences connected with audit and submit the same to engagement partner for finalizing the audit report. How can CAM ensure that evidences collected by CA Ravi during the audit will be, you know what? If I go through the question bank of ICI, on sufficiency itself, only on the word sufficient, there are 6 questions, and there is too much repetition. This is the best question. All right. This is not directly asking sufficiency. In the last line, they have just given the hint of sufficiency. All right. How can Ravi CAM ensure, all right, that the evidences collected are sufficient? So you have to explain them. That's I'm teaching directly through the question bank, that you have to tell them that sufficiency is the measure of quantity. All right. Whatever notes you have, all right, if you want to keep looking at them, it is fine, or else you can just focus over here. Sufficiency depends upon my misses. Sufficiency depends upon misses. Sufficiency depends upon 3 things: M for materiality, R for risk of material misstatement, and S for size and characteristics of the population. Wait, materiality. If the item is highly material, you will need more evidence. If risk of material misstatement, ROMMA, is high, again you will need more evidence. All right. Then it also depends upon size and characteristics of the population. Now this is very good. All right. If it is a homogeneous population, means there is no variety. There is no variety. All right. Then you need less evidence. However, if it is a heterogeneous population where there is a lot of variety, then you will need more evidence. So sufficiency depends upon misses. I will go one by one. First, I will just discuss sufficient and appropriate audit evidence and questions related to sufficiency and appropriateness of audit evidence. All right. Only on sufficiency and appropriateness of evidence. All right. Everyone over here, you'll have to give me some, you'll have to be patient with me in this, huh? Because they have changed my formatting also. Look at this, huh? When I say appropriateness, all right, appropriateness is nothing but quality. Quality is nothing but relevance and reliability. So I will just focus on that now. All right. So this question is on reliability of the evidence. All right. This question is on reliability of evidence. Now tell me, when will you say that evidence is a reliable evidence? Okay. For that, I have always given a code word, that source of nature controls the circumstances. When will you say that evidence is a reliable evidence? First of all, it all depends upon the source of information. See, there are 2 types of evidences: internal evidence and external evidence. All right. Internal evidence originates within the entity. All right. And external evidence originates outside the entity. Purchase invoice is internal or external? External. Purchase invoice is external. Depends upon origin. All right. Sales invoice is internal. Bank statement is external. So external evidence is more reliable than internal evidence. So it depends upon the source. All right. Then it also depends upon the nature of evidence. So what is nature of evidence? Documentary evidence, oral evidence. Tell me which evidence is more reliable? Documentary evidence. Then it also depends upon the controls. Tell me, if the internal controls, are strong, if the internal controls are effective, then in that case, can I say internal records will be more reliable? So source of information, nature of information, controls over such information, and circumstances. Tell me, O for observation is more reliable or I for inquiry? Observation, because observation is more direct evidence. Observation is more direct evidence. Also, observation is more reliable than inquiry. All right, because it is more direct evidence. All right. So this source of nature controls the circumstances. This helps you in deciding about reliability of evidence. All right. So I am just focusing on the word sufficiency and appropriateness. All right. I'm done with my sufficiency and appropriateness. One more time. Sufficiency is quantity. Appropriateness is quality. Quality is relevance and reliability. Relevance is logical connection. All right. And reliability is an information that is complete and accurate. There was a dedicated question on reliability, which we completed. All right. Now listen to me. If you want to obtain audit evidence, you will have to perform audit procedures. All right. If you want to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, you will have to perform audit procedures. Now I will focus only on audit procedures. All right. Only on audit procedures. The objective of auditing is to design and perform audit procedures in such a way as to enable the auditor to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. All right. This can be obtained by performing which procedure? Name the types of audit procedures. Now listen to me. If they ask you a question on audit procedures, we did this in chapter 2 also. All right. There are two procedures. One is risk assessment procedures. Second one is further audit procedures. All right. Risk assessment procedure, understanding the entity, evaluating the systems, understanding the risk of material misstatement. But further audit procedures are divided into two: test of controls and substantive procedures. All right. Test of controls and substantive procedures. Substantive procedures are further divided into two: test of details and substantive analytical procedures. All right. What is substantive analytical procedures? Ratios, comparisons, trend analysis. All right. What you will do is I will quickly ask you a few questions. You will start answering. All right. Tell me, if I'm conducting inquiry of the management, I'm performing which procedure? Risk assessment procedure or further audit procedure? If I'm checking the authorization of expenses, that who has authorized the expense, all right, then it is risk assessment or further audit procedure. Further audit procedure. But if I'm checking authorization of expenses, then it is test of control or substantive procedure. If I'm checking authorization of expenses, that who has authorized the expenses, then it is test of yeah, because who has authorized means I'm checking the system. So it is test of control. But when I'm checking amount of the invoice, date of the invoice, that is test of details. And if I'm performing ratio analysis, all right, and ratio comparison, that is your substantive analytical procedures. All right. But listen to me. If you see over here, they have also written different audit techniques. Okay. So my code word is Rios X is Rio. All right. X and everything you remember. Look at this. So R for recalculation, that is mathematical calculation. Correct. Then I for inspection, examination of documents and physical examination of assets. Then O for observation, looking at a procedure being performed by others. Then external confirmation, that we have a full essay. Confirmation, direct return response from third party. All right. Then yeah, Rios X is re-performance. What is re-performance? This is where students are struggling a lot. All right. What is re-performance? Re-performance is whatever employees have done. Whatever employee has done, I will do it again from start to end. All right. So let us say if she has performed bank reconciliation. I want to see whether bank reconciliation statement is properly done or not. Then I will myself perform the bank reconciliation from start to end. Auditors independent execution of the procedure. Auditors independent execution of the procedures which were originally performed by the employees. That is nothing but re-performance. All right. Next, analytical procedure. That we have anyways an essay on that. Then inquiry, questions and answers. Okay. Now listen to me. I will now focus only on this Rios X is real and I will finish only those questions first. All right. You will see that there are different types of questions that they can ask only on this Rios X is real. All right. Here, Rimi. CA Rimi is appointed as an auditor of ASI Private Limited during the audit. She decides to use various audit procedures to gather sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. All right. Such as, while verifying the fixed asset, she examined the factory equipment and verified the presence of each item. Tell me, this is which procedure? If I actually physically go and examine the factory equipment, it is inspection. Rios X is RIA. From this, you tell me which one? Inspection. Because I am myself examining, no, physically. Look at this factory equipment. So this is nothing but what? This kind of question they will ask. Right? So inspection involves examination of records and documents, whether internal or external, paper or electronic form. All right, that is your inspection. Okay. Then to verify the company's accounts receivable, she directly sends balance confirmation. Directly sending confirmation, external confirmation. All right. CA Rimi examined purchase invoice contracts and authorization records to assess the validity of payments. Again, she has examined the purchase invoice contracts and authorization. She has examined the documents. So tell me, this is inspection, yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Again, inspection. Physical examination of assets is also inspection, and examination of documents is also inspection. She independently performed she did it. She has not examined, she actually performed it. All right. The bank reconciliation that was originally carried out by the accounts department. What is this? Re-performance. She also checked the accuracy of depreciation calculation made by the client. If I am checking the calculation, that is nothing but what? Recalculation. All right. So as you can see over here, it's a good question for practicing audit techniques. Okay. I am just focusing on different audit techniques as of now. Questions only on different audit techniques as of now. Yeah. Kanika audited books of accounts of engineering limited for financial year 22-23. The auditor used an audit procedure according to which all the documents and records maintained by the company were checked in detail. Documents and records were checked. Explain which procedure auditor is using. So this is further audit procedure and which technique it is? Inspection. See, whenever they say, there is one confusion in the minds of the students. Huh? When they say explain the audit procedures, students are just explaining either risk assessment procedure or they are not writing the technique. All right. See, there are two concepts. One is risk assessment procedure, further audit procedure. If I am examining invoice and checking the amount, all right, it is which procedure? Risk assessment or further audit procedure? Further audit procedure. But it is which technique? Inspection. Hello. So you have to write both. All right. You can't just write one-sided answer. See, please understand, I have asked this in test series and I have seen what students write. Students are writing that this is, further audit procedure. Students are not giving the name of the technique, whereas in exams, they are writing the name of the technique. See, there are two concepts. One is audit procedure, one is audit technique. All right. Audit procedure is risk assessment procedure and further audit procedure. Audit technique is RIOS, access, REIN. But audit procedures are performed using audit techniques. If I want to perform a procedure, I will have to use some technique, yes or no, sir? So if I ask you a practical question and I ask you to write the audit procedure, you will write the procedure and also explain the technique. All right. So here, if I am examining the documents, this is which procedure? Further audit procedure. And this is which technique? Inspection. You will tell them what is inspection. Comment on the reliability. Inspection will give you different types of reliable evidence. If I am doing inspection of internal data versus inspection of external data, which will give me more reliable evidence? Inspection of external data. All right. So if internal controls are effective, then internal records will be reliable. Whenever they ask you on, your code word is only one. Source of nature controls the circumstances. Source of information, nature of information, controls over the information and circumstances of that information. All right. You have to write points only from that. So it was a mixture of two things. One is concept of audit procedure and second is reliability. All right. Two things they were asking. All right. So in SA 500 audit evidence, I have completed the concept of sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, and I have completed the concept of different audit techniques. There is one more concept. All right. Sometimes what happens, listen to me. They will just ask you. Achha, before I move ahead, there was one more question on audit techniques, which is dealing with inquiry. All right. I'll just complete that before I move to the next concept. Tell me, inquiry. What is inquiry? Asking question, getting the answer. Minus 100. All right. 700. Inquiry is seeking information of. I am seeking information. What? Which king information? Seeking information of knowledgeable persons. That information could be financial information, non-financial information within the entity, outside the entity. That is fine. But listen to me. What I want is, I want to evaluate. Why am I asking questions? Because I want to evaluate the responses to inquiries. All right. Now, whatever, no, when I'm conducting inquiries, it can be oral inquiries, it can be oral inquiries, it can also be written inquiries. It can be formal inquiries, it can be informal inquiries. All right. So when you are conducting inquiry, you may obtain some information, all right, which will give you some new evidence. So basically, you have to write a little bit on inquiry. All right. You can expand these points. Okay. So there can be a separate question only on inquiry. Okay. Now listen to me. Sometimes what happens, they will just write something, some very general question on audit evidence. Right? Look at this question. What is this? Auditing is a logical process. Wow. Auditor is called upon to assess the actualities of the situation. Yeah. Review the statements of account and give an expert opinion on true and fair. This he cannot do unless he has examined the financial statements objectively. All right. You feel like donating 10 rupees for such a question? He needs evidence. Yeah. Discuss clearly the Clearly the meaning of audit evidence on it. So what is audit evidence? Audit evidence is any information based upon which auditor can draw conclusion, reasonable conclusion. Right? Auditor has to obtain which evidence? Sufficient and appropriate. So what students will do is they will explain the meaning of audit evidence. They will explain sufficiency and appropriateness on it, and matter is done. However, in the suggested answer, all right, they will explain what is audit evidence. All right, and then they include this in the answer. This is also one of their favorite for MCQs also and concepts also. Whenever there is a general question on audit evidence, you will always see an ICA answer. That auditor has to obtain evidence from A for accounting records and O for other information. Because when auditor wants to obtain audit evidence, he will use A for accounting records as well as O for other information. All right. Books of accounts, journal entry, invoices, all right, checkbook, bank statement. These are all nothing but what? Accounting records. MOA, AOA, email from third party. This is nothing but what? Other information. All right. So they will ask you this in MCQ. Electronic fund transfer, invoices, contracts with the vendors, customers, all right, ledger, entries, adjustments to financial statements. These are all accounting records. Whatever are the worksheets, costing, subject, everything, accounting records. Then other information, MOA, AOA, minutes of meeting, confirmation from third party. This is other information. So you have to combine accounting records as well as other information in order to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. So if there is a general question on audit evidence and you don't feel like you are like what to write and how much to write, then just tell them audit evidence, explain them sufficiency and appropriateness, and write points on AO, accounting records and other information. Then it will tally with ICI suggested answer. Am I clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. Then I am currently now focusing on this AO. If there are more such questions, there is one more question on this. Achha, this is a very logical question. Look at this. CA Surya Gayatri is conducting audit of an entity. During the course of audit, she has made oral inquiries from head accountant regarding preparation of bank reconciliation every month, as has been laid down by the management. Discuss whether inquiries as stated above would provide satisfaction to her that controls in respect of preparing BRS have operated effectively. Listen to me. Listen to me. Inquiry is only a supporting evidence. Inquiry can give you only a if you want to actually obtain evidence whether controls are operating effectively or not. When I say you'll have to inspect the documents, yes or no, sir. Well, you may have to perform more procedures. Only inquiry cannot give you sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. So inquiry alone does not provide sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. All right. You may have to go for more procedures. Inquiry will just give you some evidence that, okay, this control is there. But if you want to verify whether proper BRS has been done or not, all right, she will have to perform more procedures like inspection, like re-performance. Okay. So inquiry alone is not sufficient. All right. So I have discussed the concepts in SA 500, audit evidence, sufficiency and appropriateness of audit evidence, audit procedures, risk assessment procedure, further audit procedures, audit techniques, RIOs, XAs, RIA. All right. And then what to do if there are some general questions on audit evidence. But then there are some specific concepts also, like concept of audit trail. What is audit trail? Finding out the documents from start to end, the whole path of the transaction from initial stage to completion. Students know it in rough English. You will need some words to tally with the ICI suggested answer. Look at this. Audit trail is nothing but documented flow of a transaction. All right. How source document was converted into accounting entry. It helps you in maintaining record, user activity. All right. It helps you in maintaining tracking of logon records. Okay. Audit trails are used to verify and track the transactions. Audit trails can help in fixing responsibility. Bas. So when admission, invoice, audit fee receipt, journal entry, ledger, trial balance, financial statements, audit, this is nothing but what? Audit trail. Documented flow of a transaction, source document to accounting entry, all right, record of the system and the user, all right. It will help you to verify and track the transaction. Audit trail can help in fixing responsibility. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. So little bit you should know about audit trail. Okay, now I will go in a line, in a sequence, whatever questions are pending. Next, okay. Manya Textiles is a manufacturer of bed sheets, curtain clothes, and other handloom items, etc., having its plant at Panipat. Auditors SJ and Company having doubts over reliability of information is having doubts over reliability of the information given to him. Listen to me. If you develop doubts over the information, or if there is some information which is inconsistent, which does not tally, I had taken essay basics where I had discussed with you. All right. If you obtain evidence, and if there is any kind of inconsistency, all right, where something is not tallying or you develop doubt, then you discuss the matter with management. And if management is not responding, then you go to those charged with governance, board of directors, audit committee. All right. You will perform additional procedures. All right. After that, if misstatement is identified, then you will communicate for rectification. So see what has happened with Mania. What did the auditor, sorry. Okay. Auditors have developed doubts over reliability. Auditor also see there is some kind of inconsistency. Inconsistency means contradiction, means some kind of evidence is not tallying. How they should proceed? How they should proceed? Then in that case, you will have to decide the additional procedures to be performed. And you will consider the effect of this on other aspects of audit. So one more time, you will decide the additional procedure to be performed and you will see the effect on other aspects of audit. For writing 2 lines, bloody you will get your 2 to 3 marks. Correct. So if there is any kind of doubt over reliability, or if one evidence is inconsistent with another evidence, all right, you will see what kind of additional procedures are supposed to be performed, and you will evaluate the effect on other aspects of audit, like audit opinion, audit report, and stuff. All right. More questions? All right. Suniti, a CA student, is part of an engagement team conducting audit of a company Tim Private Limited. According to audit program, she is responsible for verifying purchases and PPE items appearing in the books of accounts from records or bills of the company. Besides, she has also been entrusted responsibility to obtain written representation, that is the declaration from the management, carrying out physical verification of inventory during the course of her work. She finds that, okay, what she has found. One purchase bill amounting to rupees 5 lakhs pertaining to Tim Industries has been entered in the books of. So there is, she is the auditor of Tim Private Limited. There is one more entity called as. So 5 lakh rupees of Tim Industries expense was booked in Tim Private Limited. Tell me, that means can I say that the expense which did not belong to Tim Private Limited was booked over there? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. So tell me, is this an audit evidence? Is this an audit evidence? Yes. Hey, tell me, yes. Yesterday night there was a murder in Sheshadripuram. No, no, there was no murder. Listen. Imagine there was. All right. Okay. And the reason that there was murder weapon has been found. And this is murder weapon. All right. And there are my fingerprints have been found on that. And in camera, CCTV camera also, we saw that Pragnesh sir met that person. All right. Then in that case, is that an audit evidence? Yes, sir. So if something is bad, that is also audit evidence. Are you getting my point? Yes. If something tallies, it is also audit evidence. If something contradicts, it is also audit evidence. All right. So tell me, everyone, if one purchase bill of this was counted in this, is that an audit evidence? Yes. All right. Discuss whether each of the above constitutes audit evidence or not. Okay. Next. The management has refused to provide a written representation. Management says, no, we will not give you any kind of written statement, signed statement, no declaration, nothing. Tell me, when they refuse to provide some information, will that be considered as an evidence? When they are saying, no, I will not give you this information, is that considered as an evidence? See, you would have used this romantic dialogue in front of sometimes your silence is also an expression. When you don't say something, I also understand a lot of things. That means they have refused. See, I'm taking lectures since morning 7 o'clock. All right, so please. All right, so is there refusal to provide a written representation. All right, that is also an evidence of dishonesty of the management. Right. Okay. Okay. Each of the above, yes. Something that supports is also an evidence. All right. Something that contradicts is also an evidence. And absence of information also gives you evidence, at least about the integrity of the management. Am I clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Whole concept was on these three words. Something that is supporting is also an evidence, something that is contradicting also evidence, and absence of information is also an evidence. Correct. Then in essay 500 audit evidence, which is a lengthy essay of chapter 4, correct? They have discussed this concept of using the work of management's expert. Tell me, in a construction company, can I say architect will decide the percentage completion? Yes or no, sir? Yes. And as an auditor, I will use that architect certificate. So let us say you are using the work of management expert. Now look at this question. Expert Industries Limited is engaged in a petrochemical business. Due to the nature of its business, the company has hired PQR Associates, a reputed firm of chartered engineers, to determine the quantity and valuation of inventories for preparation of financial statements. The auditor of Expert Limited wants to use the same as audit evidence. Before using the work of PQR Associates, management's expert, what aspects should be taken care by the audit? So when you are using the work of management's expert, what are the main points to be taken care by the auditor? Look at this. Whenever you get such kind of question that you are using the work of management's expert, what are the points to be taken care by the auditor? Remember, all right. First of all, evaluate the person, whether that person is trustworthy or not. CCO, competence, capability, and objectivity of that person, whether that person is trustworthy or not. All right. Then try to understand their work. I know that person is an expert. I know you are not an architect, but let's ask some questions. Try to understand their work. And then at the end, try to logically verify their work to the best extent possible. Evaluate the appropriateness of their work. So one more time, if there is any such question, whether you can use the work of management's expert and whether you can rely upon that expert or not, you will always use the point. All right, CCO, competence, capabilities, and objectivity, understand the work and evaluate the appropriateness of their work. Next, there is one more question on management's expert. Tell me, if you want to evaluate the CCO of that expert, and if you want to understand the work of that expert, what will you do? Eh? What is it? What will you do? If I want to know whether this engineer, all right, is genuinely doing his work or not, for that, what can I do? Look at this. When using the work of management's expert, if I want to evaluate CCO, all right, I will first see whether this expert is an internal person or external person. Tell me, if he's an internal employee, can I say I will doubt him? Yes or no? Sir? Yes. All right. Then I want to see whether he's independent or not. And most importantly, my own past experience. Previously, if I have used the work of this expert and if I have developed the comfort level, then there is no problem. All right. I also want to understand his work. See, if I want to understand architect's work, I am an auditor. And if I want to understand architect's work, it also depends upon what kind of knowledge I have. Look at this. Whether I have that expertise or not. Then I also want to know what kind of data he has used, what kind of assumptions he has used. Very rarely such question will be asked. It's a very boring question. All right. But I want you to know that there are two questions when it comes to expert. What students are doing, whatever question of expert, students are writing. All right. Whatever I asked in test series, once they see expert, all right. So write it. But there is a possibility of another question also. All right, which is very rare, but still it is there. Okay. Next, yeah. All right. So these many questions of essay 500 audit evidence will give you enough grip over the essay. All right. Next, essay 505. 1 minute. 505. Yeah. External confirmation. All right. External confirmation. Everyone over here. Everyone over here. What is external confirmation? I don't want to start from very basic. Auditor will send an email. All right. So what is external confirmation? That auditor will send an email. That is fine. Email, paper form, whatever it is. But to third party. But auditor needs a direct written response from third party. Yes or no? Sir? Yes. I want a direct response. I don't want third party to send me the reply via someone. All right. So what I have done is, acha, and tell me, you remember this? That external confirmation which auditor sends to third party. All right? It can be of two types: positive confirmation request and negative confirmation request. If I send an email to third party, reply whether you agree or disagree. All right, then it is positive. But if I send an email to third party, that reply only if you disagree, then it is negative. Go slow. whether you agree or disagree. Positive. Reply only if you disagree. Negative. All right. So in negative, you will reply only if you disagree. Positive, whether you agree or disagree, you will reply. Let us say I am just asking you to provide me some information. That audit, that third party did, banker, just give me the list of bank accounts that my client is holding with you. This is positive, negative, or none of this? Positive, very good. Listen to me very carefully, go slow. All right. Positive confirmation request. Positive confirmation request is a request that confirming party responds directly to the auditor, indicating whether confirming party agrees or disagrees, yes, or providing the requested information. So reply whether you agree or disagree, that is positive. Please provide me X information, that is also positive. Reply only if you disagree, that is negative. Reply only if the confirming party disagrees, that is negative. All right. Okay. So I'll go back. With respect to SA 505, I like this question. One question, multiple concepts get covered. With respect to SA 505, and these are not my homemade questions, huh? These are all ICA questions. Name the appropriate term that may be used in relation to the below statements. Audit evidence obtained as a direct written response to the auditor from third party in paper form, electronic form, or other medium. Tell me, what is this? Positive confirmation or negative confirmation? External confirmation. From this we don't understand that it is positive or negative. It is just saying audit evidence obtained as a direct written response. All right. So direct written response from third party to the auditor, or a response from third party to the auditor, either in paper form, electronic form, or other medium. Then see, hello, what third party is sending to the auditor? That is external confirmation. What auditor is sending to third party? It is confirmation request. Please be very careful. I am auditor, you are third party. I am sending you email, that is confirmation request. You are sending me response, that is confirmation. Are you getting my point? Okay. So confirmation is a response. All right. Now I am sending to third party. I am auditor, you are third party. I am sending to third party a request that confirming party responds directly to the auditor, whether confirming party agrees or disagrees with the information in the request or providing the requested information. Tell me, what is this? Positive confirmation, yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. A request that confirming party responds directly to the auditor only if confirming party reply only if you disagree. What is this? Negative confirmation request. All right. Now listen to me very carefully. Auditor is sending the request to third party. All right. See, there are two possibilities. Either request got delivered or the request was mail, email bounced, a courier came back. All right. So it was undelivered. If it is undelivered, then I will call it as non-response. I will call it as non-response. If it is delivered, all right, listen. If it is delivered, then there are two possibilities. Either I had sent positive or negative. All right. If I had sent negative positive, and if there is no response, I will call it as non-response. But tell me, for negative, if there is no response, then can I say it is all right, yes or no, sir? Because in negative, I told them reply only if you disagree. So tell me, if you can understand this English, it is a game of words. Is no response to a negative confirmation request a non-response? No. In fact, it is the response that they have agreed. Yes or no, sir? So no response to negative confirmation request is not a non-response. So what is non-response? Non-response. Non-response. When the request is undelivered or when there is no response to a positive confirmation request. What is non-response? When the request is undelivered or when there is no response to a positive confirmation request. All right. Next. A failure of confirming party to respond to a positive confirmation request or a confirmation request returned undelivered. This will be called as non-response. And let us say if I receive the response, But there is disagreement. But there is a in my client's books of accounts, it is written 10 lakh rupees from the debtor, and debtor sends an email to me and says that he has to pay only rupees 8 lakhs. Then tell me, can I say that there is a misstatement in my client's books of accounts? Yes or no, sir? No, 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 no. Nah, this is just difference. This is just a, if client says, if debtor says 8 lakhs, client says 10 lakhs. Debtor says 8 lakhs, client says 10 lakhs. It is just a, there is a possibility that my client is correct and debtor is wrong. Hello? It is possible that debtor did not pass entry of 2 lakh rupees and that is why he is saying 8 lakhs. How can you say that my client is wrong? Every difference is not a misstatement. Tell me, every difference is not a. All right, we have to perform procedures to understand whether my client is wrong or not. Just because debtor sent me an email of 8 lakhs, do you think my client is wrong over here? No. All right. So if there is a difference between information requested to be confirmed and the information which is there in the accounting records, it is just called as an exception and not a misstatement. Misstatement means confirmed error in my client's books of accounts. If there is a difference, it is just an exception and not a misstatement. So this question ensures that main terms are clear. Correct. Next, while conducting audit of AB Limited, the auditor K of KLM and Associates Chartered Accountants observes that there are large number of trade payables and receivables standing in the books of accounts as on 31st March. The auditor wanted to send a confirmation request to few trade receivables, but management refuses the auditor to send confirmation request. Remember, in the entire SA 500 series, whenever management says no for anything, I have discussed this in SA Basics also. That whenever management says no for anything, if sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is not available, we will always inquire about the reasons, whether there are valid reasons or invalid reasons. If management says, auditor, sorry, you cannot send email to the data because there is a legal dispute going on. Right? It is a valid reason. It is a valid reason. If it is the valid reason, we will perform alternate audit procedures. All right. We will perform alternate audit procedures. So what I'm doing is I'm not teaching all concepts at once. As and when required in the answer, I'm teaching the concept. All right. So we'll perform alternate audit procedures. Tell me if debtor A is not reply, sorry, management is not allowing me to talk to debtor A because there is a legal case going on. Then instead of debtor A, can I say I will send email to debtor B? Yes or no, sir? Array, this is debtor A. All right. If this is debtor A, management is not allowing me to talk to debtor A because of legal dispute. So instead of debtor A, I will verify debtor B. Yes or no, sir? No, no, kya hai? All right. This is not a relationship going on. If you are not replying, then someone else. All right. So everyone over here, listen to me. If debtor, I am not able to talk to debtor A, fine. All right. I want to verify debtor A only. All right. So alternate audit procedure does not mean change your sample. Alternate audit procedure means verify the same item, but by performing alternate procedures. All right. Don't change the destination, change the route. So what I will do is I will verify sales invoice. All right. I'll verify sales invoice, goods outward note, bank statement. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? All right. So perform alternate audit procedures does not mean change the sample. Huh? Perform alternate audit procedure means you will verify different documents. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. So everyone over here, tell me in this question, management is refusing. What is the reason given by the management? What is the reason given by the management? Shh. Question is silent. They have just said that management is refusing. Why management is refusing? That they have not given. So we will have to start the answer and inquire about the reasons. There are two possibilities, valid reasons or invalid reasons. If there are valid reasons, then we will perform alternate audit procedures. If there are invalid reasons, we will, if management says no, we discuss the matter with those charged with governance. All right. It creates limitation on scope of audit. We will discuss that matter with TCWG. We will ask them to remove the limitation. All right. But if the limitation still continues, then we will consider impact on audit opinion. But listen to me. In any answer, when they are restricting you too much, not allowing you to audit it, and in that case, you can write consider impact on audit opinion. Fine. I am not getting too much into which opinion and stuff. That discussion I have reserved for audit report chapter. In chapter 4, I don't want you to think too much about audit opinion. All right. Huh? Otherwise, you will get confused. Okay. But this much at least, that when they are restricting, all right, we will consider impact on audit opinion. All right. And along with that, you can write one more line. Consider implications on other aspects of audit. Example, withdraw from the engagement if it is legally possible and practicable. So such kind of English you will write only when management and TCWG are restricting. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. All right. So this entire chart will come over here. You will see everything. Right? Okay. Next. First, I am discussing only this, the external confirmation and positive request, negative request. What if management is not allowing us? All right. I'm discussing only that part. Means I am not discussing what if management is allowing us. After allowing, all right. If third party replies, then what will happen? I'm not discussing too much about that. I'm discussing only that you are sending, and management is not allowing. Done. All right. Everyone over here. Question: CA Jignesh Desai is in the midst of audit of a company. The company is fairly large one and has a well-functioning internal audit department. While considering sending out external confirmation request to trade receivables outstanding as on the date of financial statements, he has delegated the process of choosing trade receivables, designing requests and receiving responses from customers, internal audit department. The responses are also received on the mail ID of internal audit department. Is the approach of CA Jigu proper? Wait. First, we need to go from the base level. That when it comes to external confirmation procedure, there are 4 steps. I repeat, when it comes to the external confirmation procedure, there are 4 steps. First, we have to decide which information do we want. Determining the information to be confirmed or requested. Okay, debtors, trade receivables. Now select which trade receivables, which debtor. All right. So second is selecting appropriate confirming parties. One more time. First, determine the information. All right. Second, selecting the third party. Third, design the request. All right, whatever is email, letter, whatever it is, then design the request and then you will send the request. All right, so one more time. First, you will determine the information to be confirmed. Second, select the third party. Third, design the request. And fourth, send the request. All right, okay. Now, everyone over here, when I say determining information, select third party, design request, send the request, in the SA 505, it is written that when you are using external confirmation procedure, this line is very important. Auditor shall maintain control over external confirmation request. Who should maintain control? Right. Audit means auditor should be himself involved in it. Here, what auditor has done is that he has delegated. He has delegated the process to internal audit department, which is the department of the management, which is not correct. The whole point of external confirmation is that there has to be a direct communication between auditor and third party. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. All right. This line is the main part of that answer, that auditor shall maintain control over external confirmation request. Then you tell them what are the 4 steps, and then you say that it appears that external auditor has delegated the entire work to internal audit department. He has no control over it. All right. And therefore, these acts are not in line with requirements of SA 505. All right. Then, on reviewing schedule of trade receivables of a company, CA Mary finds that in respect of one outstanding balance, the CFO of the company is not willing to allow her to send confirmation request due to the reason that sending out such request would spoil the relations with the customer. On further inquiry, she finds out that there is a dispute going on with the company relating to some quality issues of goods sent to the customer, and the matter is subjudiced. Efforts are also being made by the company for out-of-court settlement. Reviewing correspondence with the customer, she finds out that issue is near resolution and no fraud risk factors exist. Wait. CFO is not allowing. Why CFO is not allowing? That because there is a dispute going on. First reason given by the CFO was not correct, that it will spoil the business relation. But second line is correct, that okay, there is a dispute going on. All right. And she has verified that also, that there is a genuine dispute going on. All right. Is unwillingness of CFO justifiable? Yes. All right. Then what we'll do in the answer? Yes. No, we'll tell them, no. If management refuses to allow the auditor to send confirmation request, auditor shall inquire, all right, regarding management's refusal, all right, and seek evidence. Then tell them that this is a common reason and it is acceptable. Tell me, these are valid reasons or invalid reasons? Valid reasons that we will perform alternate audit procedures. All right. Then again, I have used this point on external confirmation procedure. 4 steps of external confirmation procedures. All right. These points, all of these points are in the part 1 of the essay where I am sending the request. All right. Then there are some examples of external confirmation procedures. That is fine. All right. I've just given it because it's a unique question. I don't need to discuss this in marathon. All right. That what are the examples of external confirmation? I think any third party, just think inventory held by third party, consignment, agent, or anything. Trade receivable, payable. Just think of all third parties and write down the list. All right. Now, there are 2 types of request, positive confirmation request and negative confirmation request. Acha, tell me something. Positive confirmation request, reply whether you agree or disagree. And negative confirmation request, reply only if you disagree. Correct? All right. Now tell me 1 minute. Huh? Now tell me which one is better, positive or negative? Positive request is better, yes or no, sir? Yes. Why? Because it gives you more convincing evidence. It gives you more convincing evidence. All right. Negative confirmation request, what is the biggest risk? We are saying reply only if you disagree. What is the biggest risk? That what if third party does not read that? All right. They will not reply. They will not reply. We will develop a misunderstanding that they have agreed, yes or no, sir? Yes. So negative confirmation request should be used less frequently. Negative confirmation request should be used less frequently and only if 4 conditions are satisfied. What are those 4 conditions? Low rate, low risk of material misstatement, lower amounts in a large population, all right, small amounts, okay. Then if this I for ignorance, the chances of ignorance by third party are less. You should be confident that at least third party will read the request, all right. You send a message to someone that reply only if you disagree and you are blocked in that person's phone, all right, it is of no use, no? All right, then you should be confident that third party will read the request, all right. And fourth, you will use negative confirmation request only when the chances of disagreement are less. So one more time, basically 4 conditions, fine, I am teaching because of the module. Basically there is only one condition, that the risk of error and fraud should be less. All right, so everyone over here, low rate. All right, if 4 conditions are satisfied, only then you can go for negative confirmation request. Otherwise you should go for positive confirmation request. All right, look at this. CAX is contemplating the use of negative confirmation request. All right, which conditions need to be met to use negative confirmation request? Additionally, so low rate. Additionally, CAX is of the view that negative confirmation provide same level of persuasive evidence as case of positive confirmation. Tell me, will negative confirmation give the same level of evidence of positive confirmation? No, it provides less persuasive evidence. Do you agree with this viewpoint? No. Provide. Oh, we have to logically tell them what is the biggest risk in negative confirmation request. That what if third party does not read? It's a second risk, I will tell you. Third party reads, all right, but does not reply because the disagreement is in their favor. Let us say you are a debtor, you have to pay 20 lakh rupees. My auditor sends an email to you, debtor, you have to pay 16 lakhs. Reply only if you disagree. You will not reply because it is in your favor. All right, so everyone over here. Okay, we have to tell them the reasons also. Okay, so that is why it is a good question. Next, during the audit of accounts for the year ended, now slowly, steadily, I'm moving to the questions where we have sent and now they are replying. Look at this. During the audit of accounts of for the year ended 31st March 24, the auditor of FD Limited wanted confirmation from a trade receivable, which was outstanding for more than 6 months, amounting to rupees 4,25,000. Oh. Outstanding for more than 6 months. The auditor sent, see, when the debtor is outstanding for more than 6 months, it is a high risk debtor. The auditor sent a confirmation letter to the party requesting them to respond directly to him, whether or not they agree with the amount outstanding, whether or not they agree, whether or not they agree, whether or not they agree. This is which request? Positive request. Very good. The trade receivable confirmed to the auditor of FD Limited that they were required to pay an amount of rupees 4,20,000. How much is the books of accounts? How much data is saying? That means, can I say there is a mistake in the books of accounts? No, 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 no. It is just a difference. Every difference is not a mistake. Use this in your caption. Look at this. State and explain the type of confirmation request. Positive confirmation. Course of action that she should take. Tell me, there is an inconsistency, yes or no, sir? Yes. So she should perform additional procedures to identify whether it is a misstatement or not. Many students, what they do, you know, they say 5,000 difference. Ask management to rectify. The data can also be wrong. Yeah. Are you getting it? So we have to say that perform additional procedures to identify whether it is a misstatement or not. If it is a misstatement, then request management to rectify. All right. So there is an exception. Auditor should be asked to investigate and reconcile the discrepancy. All right. Next, CAT is the statutory auditor of a company is in the process of designing confirmation request. Designing, I am going to design the confirmation request. All right. What are the factors to be considered in designing the confirmation request? I have a big code word PM Karga, but I have a short code word MAL. All right. When I am designing the confirmation request, what are the main factors to be considered? All right. The main factors to be considered are management's authorization. Because if I'm sending confirmation request to third party, all right, when I'm designing, I will need the stamp, sign something, management's authorization. My whole design will depend upon the assertions. That which item I'm verifying. For trade receivable, I may have a different design. For trade payable, I may have a different design. If I'm confirming the terms of agreement, I may have a different design. All right. For every, you also have no good morning message, different design. Good evening message, different design. All right. Mood message, different design. Okay. So then it also depends upon ability of third party to provide the information. All right. You also have to ensure that you are writing an email in a language which third party can understand, and they can also provide you the information. Ability of third party to provide the information. And you also have to decide your layout and presentation. All right. So MAL, okay, are the main factors to be considered in designing the confirmation request. All right. So fine. We have all the points of SA 505 over here. 505 external confirmation, direct return response to the auditor from third party. All right, paper form, electronic form, other medium, positive confirmation, negative confirmation, factors to be considered for negative confirmation. All right, then the entire external confirmation procedure, there are 4 points. That is, determining the information, selecting the third party, designing the request, and sending the request. For designing the request, you have to consider factors, then positive, negative, whatever it is, we need management's authorization. If management does not provide authorization, we have to inquire about the reasons, valid reason, invalid reason. Accordingly, we have to respond to it. Am I clear with this? Yes. Now listen to me. When we receive response from third party, what are the possibilities? First, response received, reliable response, no disagreement, happy ending. Second, response received, all right, reliable response. It is from original third party only. Right? However, there is a disagreement, which we solved 4,20,000 versus 4,25,000. Right? Response received, unreliable response. Response received what? Unreliable response. All right. Remember one thing. All right. This is also a very good point. If it is an unreliable response, I repeat, if it is an unreliable response, all right. If it is an unreliable response, all right, then because it is not very nicely covered in the question bank this point, right? So I think it can be used as a fresh question. If it is an unreliable response, then auditor, tell me everyone, if I send a message to Anushka Sharma on Instagram and I get a reply from a different account, Anushka for PK, that means someone is trying to make a fool of me here. All right. I have to reassess ROMM. I have to reassess the risk that someone is I have to consider risk of fraud. Whoever is doing that fraud, I will hit him with a rod. All right. And I'll have to consider the effect on other audit procedures. All right. So tell me, whenever you get a question on unreliable response, whenever you get a question on, all right, reassess RMM, consider fraud risk and the effect on other audit procedures. All right. That was one point which was pending, not covered in question bank. So I thought I will cover it. That is your SA 505 external confirmation. Then SA 501, 501, 501. All right, 501 audit evidence, specific considerations for selected items. I think everyone knows that 501. All right, 501 is divided into three parts. All right, one is inventory, second is litigation and claims, and third is segment reporting. All right, but in inventory, it only deals with existence and condition of inventory, does not deal with valuation of inventory. What I don't like about the students is that when the question is clearly from essay 501, unnecessary the right points on valuation and stuff. No, 501 does not deal with valuation of inventory. It just deals with existence and condition of inventory. So you keep it with you that inventory is valued at cost or NRV, whichever is lower, you keep it with you. It is not required over. All right? Then second is litigation and claims. All right? Litigation and claims, legal cases. This essay deals only with completeness of litigation claim. So again, you keep it with you. If the chances of losing are high, then create provision. All right. However, if the chances of losing are not high, then it can be shown as a contingent liability. You keep it with you. I will also tell you a place where you can keep it. So everyone over here, this essay is not discussing about that. This essay is just discussing about completeness of litigation and claims. Completeness means just find out the data. Just find out the data. Just identify how many litigation and claims exist. Correct. And third is segment reporting. Here you can bring your knowledge of AS 17. All right, if at all there is. So everyone over here, when it comes to inventories, this essay is dealing only with existence and condition of inventory. I have a clear formula for this essay 501. Very clear formula for 501. Okay. So listen to me. When it comes to essay 501, existence and condition of inventory, auditor fast. Auditor has to attend compulsory. He has to attend physical counting of inventory, which will be done by the management, but only if inventory is material. All right. In a service sector company, if inventory is just 0.0001% of total assets, all right, then you will not go over there. Here you will not stand on 31st March. Show me how many books are there. Show me how many books are there. Show me. We will count. All right. 40 books are there. Go count. All right. So first you have to see whether inventory is material. Only if inventory is material, then you have to go for physical verification of inventory. All right. Then such procedure is normally performed at the year end, that is the date of financial statements. All right. Now there are two questions on audit procedures for inventory. All right. One is, what is the actual procedure to be performed? And second is planning the attendance. This is the actual day when you will actually visit. All right. Then what are the procedures to be performed? And second is planning the attendance. Now let me see this question. While performing statutory audit of TA Industries Private Limited, a company engaged in manufacturing and assembling of LED lights, CAVV has decided to attend physical inventory count process of the company on 30 and 31st March. The inventories are lying at three different locations. Two such locations, A and B, are in one city, and third location, C, is in another city. Further, company also sends inventories to some service providers for quality control and testing. Oh, third party. As such, facilities are not available with the company. CAVV is well versed with this type of industry and has prepared list of following matters which could be relevant to him in planning attendance. All right. Oh, planning attendance. All right. We have to find out which matter he is missing. They are saying there are two important matters which he is missing. Which matters he is missing? So everyone over here. So listen to me. Very good question. So when they talk about planning attendance. Okay, the code word is win later. Okay. I'm in the month of February. I'm going to visit in March. So what are the points that I need to consider in planning my attendance? All right. First, and I'm just going by the code word, work in progress. All right. Okay. You stay, if at all this is there in front of you, you can stay over there. All right. So first is work in progress. All right. I should know now how much work is in progress and stuff. At least in advance, I should do some planning. All right. Then internal control, whether it is manual control, automated control. All right. Otherwise, what if my article visits over there? There are four robots running behind him. All right. Internal control. He will start playing with them for maintenance of inventory. Then nature of inventory, coal, gold, and stuff. Gold and stuff. I can't send my article. It will still there. All right. Then location. All right. Location will depend upon the mountains and beaches and stuff. No. It will depend upon materiality and risk of material misstatement. All right. Then this cannot be surprise. Inventory count cannot be surprise. All right. That all of a sudden you will go to that, go down and come on, shut the doors, everyone. Auditor is here to count the inventory. No. All right. It is a very well planned activity where you have to coordinate with the management and do it. Look at this. So adequate procedures are established by the management, arrangements made by them. Then timing of the count normally 31st March. Then whether experts assistance is required or not. All right. And risk of material misstatement, whether it is high or low, accordingly you will perform the procedures. So tell me everyone. All right. Which one is missing over here? Win later, work in progress. Yeah. I for internal control. Tell me, do you see I for internal control over here? No, I don't see that. I don't see that. Can I say that is missing? Yes or no, sir? Yes. And in fact, internal control is a very important step. Whether it is a manual control, automated control. Later, L for location, you see? N for nature of inventory, yes. L for location, yes. Adequate procedures established by the management? No. That is also very important. We have to coordinate with the management. Timing, yes. Experts assistance. All right. All right. So there are few points that are missing. We will tell them which points are missing. All right. Adequate procedures established and internal control. Understood. Okay. Next. So wait. We will go in a sequence. All right. So as I told you, that there are two questions. One is planning the attendance. All right. Second one is procedures. All right. So let us solve any procedural question, if any. All right. Yes. This is all procedural question. Look at this question. Quality Products Limited is engaged in manufacturing of bicycles as a part of manufacturing activity. It sends raw material to some business entities. Okay, stock lying with third party and procures finished components from them. As on 31st March 2024, inventories lying with such business entities are material. Being the statutory auditor of Quality Products Limited, how will you obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence regarding inventories lying with third party? Listen, for inventories lying with third party, all right, the formula is very clear. Either you will obtain confirmation. Confirmation regarding what? Regarding QC, quantities and condition. All right. Or you will go for inspection. But listen, you can perform one or both. You can perform one or both. All right. So either confirmation or inspection or both. You can go for both of them. It depends upon your judgment. It depends upon materiality. Depends upon risk of material misstatement. All right. Okay. See, if you see, they have written more procedures that you can perform. See, perform inspection or other procedures. And for other procedures, they have given some examples. Like you can physically visit over there. All right. Or you can obtain report of another auditor who is at the third party, who would have visited third party. All right. So you have to write one or two points more. Don't just write like military style. Confirmation or inspection or both. All right. You have to ensure that it looks like a statement. Am I clear with this? Yes. Okay. So this is talk line with third party. Then again, audit procedures. Listen to me. If you get question on audit procedures, let me settle it once and for all. Main procedure to be performed, audit procedure is E topic. All right. Main procedure to be performed. Listen, when you visit that storage location, Straight away, don't start telling them, hey, open this box, open this box. No. First, evaluate the instructions. See how management has given them the instructions, how they are controlling everything, how they have segregated inventory. Listen to me. Hello. This has to be the first point. Huh? What will be the first point? E topic. E for evaluating management's instructions and the procedures for controlling the count. All right. Then you will yourself also count. You can take few boxes on sampling basis and count. Right? Test count. That is what articles are there for. Then let them count. You can observe. All right. Then finally, I want to perform checks that whether the inventory records are tallying with the actual count results or not. All right. I want to inspect the inventory. So if it is a textile company, inspect that shirt. All right. You see a very big hole in that shirt and it is not sellable. Inspect the inventory to test the condition. And for third party, what formula I've given? Confirmation or inspection or both. Come on, give me the audit procedures one more time. E topic, E for evaluating management instructions and procedures for controlling the inventory count. All right. Then topic T for test count. O for observation. All right. P for perform checks over final inventory records to see whether they are consistent with the actual count results. All right. I for inspect the inventory for its condition, and C for confirmation or inspection or both when it comes to inventory line with third party, depending upon maturity and risk involved. So once and for all, I have settled the points of audit procedures. E topic, planning the attendance will later. All right. Now practical possibilities. Okay. See, there are two types of questions when it comes to inventory. One is pure procedure, planning attendance, E topic. And second is nice practical possibilities. Look at this. Bold Limited supplies Navy uniforms across the country. The company has 5 warehouses at different locations throughout India and 4 warehouses at border. The major stocks are generally supplied from border. Bold Limited appointed Messrs. KPM and Company to conduct its audit for financial year 24-25. Mr. P, a partner of Messrs. KPM and Company, attended all physical inventory counting conducted throughout India, but could not attend the same at borders due to some unavoidable reasons. Got scared. You are required to advise Messrs. KPM and Company how sufficient and appropriate audit evidence regarding existence and condition of inventory can be obtained. Everyone over here, tell me. In this question, see, there are two questions, A and B. In second question, they are saying how auditor is supposed to deal with this case. But first question is a normal theory question. Even if I cancel this case study, it has no impact on the A question. All right, what is that? How sufficient and appropriate audit evidence regarding existence and condition of inventory may be obtained. Tell me, can I say after may be obtained, there is a question mark? They have not said in this case. Hello? That means they just are asking a theory question. They are just asking if you see the answer, they have written E topic. No connection with the case study. All right. This is there in the module. Right? I mean, ICA past attendance, RTP, MTPs and stuff. All right. So there is no connection with the case study because they just simply asked how sufficient and appropriate audit evidence may be obtained. In the second line, in the second question, they are connecting with the case study. How is an auditor supposed to deal when attendance and physical inventory counting is impracticable? Everyone over here now, my 3 possibilities. All right. See, there are three questions that you will get. One, management is simply requesting auditor 31st March not possible. Can we do it on 25th March? So instead of 31st March, they are requesting 25th March. Just a change of dates, no other restriction. Second, auditor was suffering from loose motion. Right? So auditor could not visit. Management has done it. You could not go. Hey, this is not COVID or war-like situation. It's just loose motion. You could not visit. They have done it. Auditor is unable to attend. Third, it is just not possible to visit. Attendance is impractical. Now imagine COVID or war-like situation. Tell me, what is the last line of this question? What if attendance is impracticable? If attendance is just not possible, All right. It's not like temporary loose motion problem. Attendance is just not possible. All right. Then in that case, we are not able to visit now. So we will perform alternate audit procedures. All right. If it is not possible, all right, due to safety of threat to the safety of auditor and stuff, then we will perform alternate audit procedure here. Perform alternate audit procedures. After performing alternate audit procedures, also if sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is not available, let us say war-like situation, if physically it was not possible to visit, you asked article also, article says I am not going there for 6,000 rupees. All right. So just not possible to visit. So you went for a video call, a virtual call. Internet is blocked because of security reasons. So now we are blind. All right. You tried performing alternate audit procedures, but still sufficient and appropriate audit evidence is not available. So you will consider impact on audit opinion. You will modify the opinion. Which opinion I am not discussing. Even though if you recollect, all the best, fine. But in this chapter, I am not discussing too much about audit opinion. Is everyone clear with this? Yes. But listen, I need to discuss other possibilities also. Quickly. If management just says we will do it as on some other date, all right, then only the date has changed, not the procedure. So you will perform a topic on other date. All right. Alternate date is not alternate procedure. Hello. Alternate date is not alternate procedure. You will perform e topic. Now listen to me. Instead of 31st March, you did it on 25th March. So additionally, you will have to do a reconciliation for changes between count date and cutoff date. All right. So this e topic plus reconciliation. Come on, tell me. E topic plus reconciliation. All right. Let us say if auditor is unable to attend, auditor's problem, not management's problem. All right. If auditor is unable to attend, then in that case, visit as on some alternate date. When your motions get normal, all right, then go visit. Compulsory, you have to physically visit. Look at this. You will have to perform some physical counts on alternative. When you visit over there, don't just keep looking at the stock. You'll have to do some test counts. You'll have to do some reconciliation. Look at this. Perform procedures on intervening transactions. Right? And it is best to obtain written representation from the management. That management, you please give it to me in writing that you have properly conducted physical verification in my absence. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Last line of the question will matter whether it is just an alternate date or say who is unable to attend? My father. Okay. Auditor is unable to attend. All right. And third, physical counting is in. These are three different situations. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. And three different answers. Please be careful with this. Okay. Next, yeah. Ahmedabad unit, local disturbances. Okay, this is that auditor is unable to attend. Auditor is unable to attend. Then perform physical counts on alternate date. All right. Now everyone over here, litigations. Listen, when it comes to litigation, one question, very basic question I have not included. All right. Unnecessary increases the length. I will just give a direct code word. When it comes to litigation and claims, all right, auditor has to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence regarding completeness of litigation and claims. When I say completeness of litigation and claims, when I say completeness of litigation and claims, it is nothing but I am crew. Don't never forget this code. Completeness of litigation and claims, I am crew. Or they will not use the word completeness. They will say identify litigation and claims. They will say, then again say I am crew. All right. Okay. First, I will conduct inquiry of in-house legal counsel. But whoever is their inter-legal department, hey, is there a litigation claim on it? I will conduct inquiry. Then, if there is a litigation on claim, can I say they would have discussed this in Starbucks? No. They would have discussed it in board meeting. So M for minutes of meeting. All right. Then C for whatever is the communication between the entity and the lawyer. I would like to ask for mails, communication between entity and the counsel, external legal counsel. Please give me those copy of emails. Then I will myself review the legal expense accounts, professional fees paid to lawyer, why it was paid. So whatever are the legal expenses, I will check them once. All right. And then comes the most important procedure. That is external confirmation, direct communication with entities, external legal counsel, which is one of their favorite points. Now listen to me very carefully. When it comes to external legal counsel, when it comes to, you will enter into direct communication only when the risk is high or matter is complex. Every year, you don't have to go for a direct communication with entities external legal counsel. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? So you will enter into direct communication with entities external legal counsel only when the risk is high or the matter is complex. And there is a way of direct communication with entities external legal counsel. That lawyer is entity's lawyer, not your lawyer. So that lawyer will require a written permission of the management on a letter which will be signed by the management. So everyone over here, management should be asked to prepare a letter of inquiry on the letterhead of the entity, and such letter will be sent to the lawyer. So listen to me very carefully, favorite MCQ. Letter of inquiry will be prepared by the management. Don't say auditor. Will be prepared by the management, sent by the auditor. One more time. Will be prepared by the, sent by the, many students are committing mistakes in this. Letter of inquiry will be prepared by the management, sent by the auditor. Prepared by the management, sent by the auditor. All right. Requesting the external legal counsel to communicate directly with the auditor. Am I clear with this? Yes. Now listen to me. On this letter of inquiry, I have a question. All right. How is life going on? Good. Sir, in marathon lecture, what you're doing, this is the concept. Listen to me. When you ask general question to someone, you will get general answer. When you ask general question to someone, you will get general answer. So when I am preparing, when that letter of inquiry, whatever questions we are asking, those questions need to be specific and not general. So they want you to give examples of that. Look at this. CA Kavita, auditor of Healthify Limited, while assessing potential risk of material misstatement related to litigations at Healthify Limited, identified a possible legal claim that could affect the financial statements. She sent a general inquiry letter to the company's external. She sent a general inquiry letter. Please let me know whatever you are aware of about the legal cases involving the entity. Very general question. You will not get answer for such questions. General letter to the company's external legal counsel seeking clarification. Mohit and company informed us, sorry, that our professional rules don't allow to respond to these general inquiries. Guide Kavita, what other option is available? What other option is available? Snapchat with Mohit? No. All right. Secret chat? No. What other option is available? That Kavita should send a letter of specific inquiry. Kavita should send a letter of specific inquiry. All right. Letter of specific inquiry. Look at this. Uh, Auditor may seek direct communication through a letter of specific inquiry. All right. Now imagine you are the lawyer, I am the auditor. All right. You are the lawyer, I am the auditor. Auditor sending letter of inquiry to the lawyer. Okay. First, I will attach the list of litigation and claims. That lawyer, this is the list given by the management that they have 6 legal cases. And in front of every legal case, I have also attached the probability of winning, losing. That 50% they think they will lose, 60% they think they will lose. And lawyer, can you please confirm as per you whether this is reasonable or not? So first, I will attach 2 things. First is list of litigation and claims. Then probability analysis. Management's assessment of the outcome of each of the litigation and claims, all right, including the cost involved and stuff. And then I will request the lawyer that can you please confirm the reasonableness of the list, all right, and the management's assessment. Correctness of the list and reasonableness of the management's assessment. That this is the list, this is the calculation done by the managements. All right, can you please confirm whether this is reasonable or not? This is a letter of which inquiry? One more time. This is a letter of which inquiry? Specific inquiry. I don't want general inquiries. I'm going to conduct specific inquiries to get a response from the lawyer. This is a very good question. Otherwise, I am bored of this question. I am crew, I am crew, I am crew. All right. So this is fine. I have taught directly from my chart book. All right. Okay. Even this is asked many a times, but I did not put it in my important questions. Okay. Next, segment information. For segment information, All right. There are, see, I have created heroes. For segment information, there are only two possible questions. Either there will be a procedure based question or there will be an example based question. All right. For segment information, either there will be a procedure based question, example based question. If you have left AS 17 in option, please don't expect that in marathon lecture I will explain you what is segment information. All the best from my side. All right. If there is a procedure based question for segment information, then there are only two procedures. As an auditor, whatever are their business segments, whatever are their geographical segments, business segments, whatever are the segments, all right, I will perform first which procedure? Analytical procedure. I will compare the segment revenue with total revenue. I will do a trend analysis. What are the changes from the previous year? All right. So I will be performing which procedure? Analytical procedure. All right. Then hello. Tell me in AS 17, what is the main point that first management has to find out the method? All right. Which segment is reportable? For that, you see the revenue, profits, assets. So I, as an auditor, want to understand which method management has used. Whatever method management has used, whether that method is proper as per the accounting standards, as per applicable financial reporting framework. Whatever method they have used, I want to test that method. So listen to me. If there is a procedure based question and segment information is there in the question, then A for come on, A for analytical procedure, M for methods. For methods, I want to understand the method, evaluate the method, and test the method. One more time. If there is a question on segment information and they're talking about procedures, all right, then A for M for methods. Auditor shall understand the method, evaluate the method, and test the application of such method. That it should be as per applicable financial reporting framework. Second is example based question, which I always say read after revising AS 70, which you would have revised now. Yeah. So look at this. Question is on segment information. Hello, fast. Question is on segment information. All right. Tell me, as an auditor, I want to obtain evidence to verify dash of segment information, presentation and disclosure. Okay. In this essay, we are verifying dash of inventory, existence and condition. We are verifying dash of litigation, completeness. We are verifying dash of segment information, presentation and disclosure. All right. So we'll have to tell them that we are verifying presentation and disclosure of segment information as per ASRS. All right. Then what are the audit procedures to be performed? M. A for analytical procedure, M for methods. All right. Then they also, what are the procedures to be performed? And then I've also printed the examples. Examples I've just printed over here. Okay. Hey, this is actually litigation question. One question just got printed in segment information, but it is not a repetition. All right. So tell me, when it comes to litigation and claims, I told you that you will meet the external lawyer only when the matter is complex, when the risk is high. Look at this. So when will you meet the external lawyer? All right. Only when the matter is complex, when the risk is high, or there is some disagreement between management. So RCD, forget RCB, say RCD. R for risk, significant risk, C for complexity, and D for disagreement. All right, between the management and the lawyer. But tell me, hello, if the risk is very high and you want to meet the lawyer, but management is saying, no, I will not allow you to meet privately. I will be there present. Tell me, is management's request proper? The answer is yes. Such meetings are held with a representative of because institute does not trust you, what you will do with that lawyer. Look at this. Such meetings are held with the representative of management in attendance. All right. Done. So that is your essay 501. All right. Audit evidence, specific considerations for selected items. I know that your battery is going down. All right. But we can just finish one very small essay. That is 510. All right. That is initial audit engagement. This is very short. All right. Initial audit engagement. All right. Focus over here. Verification of opening balances. When it comes to initial audit engagement, verification of opening balances, first of all, you will have to see whether this essay is actually applicable in the question or not. Sometimes students just see new auditor has been appointed. Wow. Initial audit engagement. Wow. First year with the client. Wow. Essay 510. Relax. The question also has to deal with opening balances. All right. So 510 is applicable only in case of initial audit engagement plus opening balances. All right. Only in this combo you will use 510. What is initial audit engagement? First year with the client. All right. You don't sound so romantic. Tell them initial audit engagement is an engagement either where the auditor has been changed. So previous year was audited by another auditor. All right. So prior period financial statements were audited by predecessor auditor. All right. That is why it is your first year. Or let us say prior period financial statements were not audited. But let us say if it is a newly incorporated entity and it is the first financial year, that case is not discussed in SA 510 because 510 discusses about opening balances. Tell me, newly incorporated entity, whether it will have opening balance? No. So one more time, SA 510, initial audit engagement. Give me the definition of initial audit engagement. An engagement in which either prior period financial statements were audited by predecessor auditor or prior period financial statements were not audited. That is initial audit engagement. All right. Then opening balances. All right. What do you understand by opening balance? So opening balance is opening balance. Opening. No. First, account balances that you will have to say it in English. You have to write something in paper. Account balances that existed at the beginning of the current accounting period. But tell me, if there is a contingent liability on 31st March 2026, I repeat, if there is a contingent liability on 31st March 2026, whether it will be considered as a part of opening balance of 1st April 26? Yes. Focus on the definition. Opening balance, MCQ have written over here. Opening balances also cover matters requiring disclosure that existed at the beginning of the period, such as contingencies and commitments of the prior period. So 31st March 26 contingent liability will turn out to be opening balance of 1st April 26. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? So come on, give me the definition of opening balances. Account balances that existed at the beginning of the period. And second, contingencies and commitments of the prior period which existed at the beginning of the period. Am I clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Yes. One more time, you will apply SA 510 only if the question deals with initial audit, engagement, and verification of opening balances. Now listen to me. Whenever there is a question of SA 510, this question, this always gives you 1 mark. Discuss the objective of auditor with respect to opening balances. All right. Objective. What is my objective? Okay. Students just write on their own. Objective, obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence whether opening balances are. All right. Okay, understood. This is what happens in exams also. So if they say objective of auditor, as per SA 510, all right, then see, I am an auditor who is a new auditor. I was not there in the previous year. So it is like a new relationship where you tell the other person, I am not interested in your past. No. All right, we will take a fresh start. You actually want to say that I am not interested in your past if your past does not spoil my present. All right. But if your past spoils my present, so look at this. Whether opening balances contain statements that materially affect current period financial statements. This line students are not writing. Auditor shall obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence in an initial audit engagement. Whether opening balances contain misstatements that materially affect the current period financial statements. And I want to see whether accounting policies are properly applied. When it comes to accounting policies, never forget ACC. Whenever auditor is verifying accounting policies, he will always verify appropriateness, consistency, and changes. If there are any changes, he will verify the accounting presentation and disclosure. So everyone over here, whenever you want to write about objective of auditor in opening balances, tell them that auditor shall obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence, whether opening balances contain misstatements that can materially affect the current period financial statements, and whether appropriate accounting policies which are consistent have been applied. Okay, now look at this. Panko and Associates Chartered Accountants have been appointed as an auditor of ABC Limited. CA Panko did not apply any audit procedure regarding opening balance. He argued that since the financial statements were audited by predecessor auditor, therefore he is not required to verify them. Is Panku correct in his approach? No. Correct. No. No. All right. Now what to do? Now what to do? So everyone over here, listen to me. First, you will tell them that this is an initial audit engagement. All right. This is an initial audit engagement. Then you will tell them that what is the objective of the auditor. But you tell them that what are the reply no if you want to leave. What are the audit procedures to be applied? She has understood. Fast she is replying. All right. What are the full lecture? She was silent. Now she's replying. All right. What are the audit procedures to be applied? Now listen to me, everyone over here. What are the audit procedures to be applied? The moment you get a question on audit procedures, all right, look at this. What is it? Read forward adjustment policy. All right. First of all, I will read what previous year financial statements. This is my first year, no? So I will read previous year financial statements or previous auditors report, if any. Then forward, I will check whether balances have been correctly brought forward. Tell me if the last year's closing balance is 80 and current year's opening balance is 60. That means 20 rupees rectification entry has been passed, yes or no, sir? Past year. 31st March 26, closing balance 80. 1st April 26, opening balance 60. Means 20 rupees adjustment entry passed, yes or no, sir? And if there is any adjustment because of prior period omissions or mistakes, if there is an adjustment in the current year, then it is shown as prior period items, AS5, mistakes or omissions of the last year being rectified in the current year. All right, so everyone over here. One point on adjustment to opening balance. All right, so read forward adjustment policy. And one point on accounting policies, ACC, appropriateness, consistency changes as per AFRF. All right. So everyone over here, these are the procedures that we will tell them to write. Panku should perform these procedures. In an initial audit engagement, in the case of inventories, all right. I love some students, the moment they see inventories. Hey, inventories. Yeah, say 501. And then marathon lecture that day, sir, took na. Wait. All right. Initial audit engagement. In case of inventories, the current period's audit procedures on the closing inventory balance provide little evidence regarding inventory on hand at the beginning of the period. First of all, do you understand 501? We were focused on the essay before this 501. We were verifying which inventory? Closing inventory. This is which essay? 510. In 510, we are worried about opening balance, but in this question, opening inventory. You understand? These are two different discussions. Yes. So we need to see what is asked in that question. Therefore, in such a case, additional procedures become necessary to so that auditor may obtain sufficient and appropriate evidence. They are talking about inventory on hand at the beginning of the period. Tell me everyone. All right, tell me everyone. If this is financial year 26-27, all right, which is your initial audit engagement. This is 1st April 26 and this is 31st March 27. Here you got appointed as an auditor. Auditor appointed. All right. For closing inventory, we have SA 501. Tell me, by performing procedures as on 31st March 27, can I say you will get evidence for 31st March 27 as well as 1st April 26? Yes or no, sir? First of all, congratulations for surviving the whole lecture. All right. I thought you will leave in break, but you survived. All right. Okay, Squid Games. Look at this, everyone over here. Listen. For closing inventory, all right, while verifying closing inventory, will you get evidence of opening inventory? No. All right. Array, it is not land and building that it will remain the same. Closing inventory and opening inventory would have changed, yes or no, sir? So while verifying closing inventory, will you get evidence of opening inventory? No. So they are saying what can be done. So listen, what we will do is somewhere over here, we will conduct a physical verification. And then we will do a reconciliation. All right, for opening inventory. Everyone over here. Current physical inventory count. So somewhere in August, September, we'll do a physical inventory count and we will reconcile to opening inventory. Are you clear with this? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. Next question. See, when it comes to SA 510, listen to me. When it comes to SA 510, either they will ask you question on fast, initial audit engagement and opening balance. They will just ask you to write the meaning. Very simple, basic question. Or they will ask you a question on objective, which we are done. Whether opening balance contain misstatements that can materially affect current period financial statement, whether accounting policies are ACC as per AFRS. Then either they will ask you question on procedures. Read forward adjustment policy, Pangu question. Then opening inventory, also that question. Or they will ask you this one, this question, which you are seeing. Factors to be considered in determining nature, timing, and extent of procedures. All right. Sorry, for a few minutes, I'm just looking at it. The same students when I was teaching break and this and that. Today there is a Fevicol here. All right, nice. So I'm just taking my sadistic pleasure. Okay, so factors to be considered in determining the nature, timing, and extent of procedures. Materiality is a relative term. All right, now focus on it. It all depends upon, see, how much effort I will take. How much effort I will take. All right. It depends upon which factors. First of all, it depends upon the nature of the balance. Tell me, for opening inventory, I took a lot of effort, yes or no, sir? All right. Yes. I took a lot of effort. I did a physical verification. I did a reconciliation. All right. Because it also depends upon the significance of the balances. It also depends upon risk of material misstatement. If I tell you that previous year was unaudited, if I tell you that, can I say that the risk increases, yes or no, sir? Then automatically your effort will also increase. All right. But if I tell you previous year was audited and previous auditor gave modified opinion, previous auditor gave, all right, then again the risk increases, yes or no, sir? Yes. And whether previous year was audited or not, whether there was a modified opinion or not, it will depend upon nature, it will depend upon significance, it will depend upon risk of material misstatement. It will depend upon whether previous year was audited or not. All right. And there are a lot of code words that you can prepare. All right. So nature, significance, risk, and whether previous year was audited or not. Come on, tell me. Nature, significance, risk, and whether previous year was audited or not. Listen to me. Procedures and factors determining procedures are two different questions. Procedures means what you will do, what you will do. All right. Then tell them read forward adjustment policy. If I say factors determining procedures, whatever you will do will depend upon which factors. All right. Then you tell them that NSR audited. Okay. Wait. All right. Full statistic pleasure I will take. All right. So listen to me. When you are using the predecessor auditor's report, if previous auditor has given a modified opinion, in current year, if that matter remains unresolved, and if the matter still remains relevant and material, then can I say you'll have to modify opinion in the current year also? Yes or no, sir? Yes. And then there is one full chart on which opinion should be given. That I'm not discussing. Which opinion I have reserved that discussion for audit report chapter. Is everyone clear with this? Yes. So your SA 510 is also done. So tell me, chapter 4, how many essays we are done with? 500, 500, 505, 501, and 510. 4 essays done, 4 more to go. All right. All right. We are continuing our discussion then. Chapter 4 essays, we were done with 500, 505, 501, and 510. All right. We are now at SA 550 related parties. When it comes to related parties, Inter CA syllabus has very limited syllabus for related parties. Okay. So first is the definition of related parties. The definition is same copy paste of accounting standard 18, AS 18 definition, where we look at control and significant influence. Control means power to govern. Don't write that 50%, 51% and stuff. This is audit subject. But let's say control means power to govern the financial and operating policies, and significant influence, that 20% you keep it with you. Right? So significant influence means power to participate and influence key decisions of the entity. What is control? Power to govern. All right. And what is significant influence? Power to participate in key decisions of the entity. All right. The most important thing is that government controlled entities are not considered as related party. So if government is controlling Z and government is controlling R, just because government is the common controlling owner, then they are not considered as related parties. So definition of related parties is same copy paste of AS 18. All right, where you need to be worried about who is controlling and who is significantly influencing. All right, so control and significant influence. These are the points to be considered. All right. Now, when it comes to the question answers, all right, they have not checked too much of the definition part of related parties in the question bank. All right, they have asked such kind of questions. Many related party transactions are in the normal course of business. However, the nature of related party relationships and transactions may, in some circumstances, give rise to high risk of material misstatement. All right. Uh, give few examples of such areas. Now here you cannot write your own examples. Module has given only 3 examples for this, for which I have given the code word complex abnormal system. All right. Why related party transactions have high risk of material misstatement? Why there is more chance of fraud in related parties? First of all, because of the complexity. All right. There are too many related parties, too many relationships, too much of control, significant influence. All right. Subsidiary of subsidiary of subsidiary of subsidiary, directors party, this party, that party. All right. That is why, because of complex range of relationship and transactions, related parties have high risk of material misstatement. Complex abnormal. Related party transactions may not be conducted under normal market terms. All right, so holding may be selling to the unrelated party at 100 rupees per unit, but it is selling to related party at 10 rupees per unit. So related party transactions may not be conducted under normal market terms. And most importantly, the internal control system of the entity and the accounting system of the entity is ineffective at identifying related party transactions. Majorly, let us say that if there is one company which is a new company, they may not even understand what is related party and stuff. All right. And sometimes company like Rajesh Exports, okay, intentionally they will ensure that they don't maintain documents of all the related parties. So there are 3 main reasons because of which related party relationship and transactions have high risk of material misstatement. 3 main examples: complex abnormal system, complexity of the transactions, abnormal terms and conditions, and system could be ineffective. If you write any other example, you will not get your marks over there. All right. Complex, not conducted under normal, and systems may be ineffective. All right. There is no 4th example required for this. Next. Sorry, this one question got repeated in this bank. All right. Next. P Limited is a company from a business group ABCD and is engaged in trading of garments. The promoters of the company are promoters and directors of some other group companies also. You have been appointed as an auditor of P Limited. P Limited has entered into various intercompany transactions during the year which are outside the normal course of business. What will be your duties as an auditor in relation to those transactions? All right. Now listen to me very carefully. If there is any transaction which is outside the normal course of business, like for example, let us say manufacturing entity is giving loan. All right. So if there is any transaction which is outside the normal course of business, we always have to check BA. All right. First, we want to check the business rationale of those transactions. What is business rationale? Manufacturing entity has given loan. Why it has given loan? All right. What is the commercial logic for giving that loan? What was the reason for giving that loan? So we will check business rationale. Then most importantly, we will check the accounting of those transactions. It is very much possible that management may try to hide such transactions in different names. And we need to check that who has authorized those transactions. All right. We also need to check who has authorized those transactions. So business rationale, accounting, and authorization. These are the main points that we need to check whenever the transactions have been entered into outside the normal course of business. All right. Then, appropriately authorized. Then next, this is a very repeatedly asked question at inter CA level, that what are the records and documents that you will check with respect to related parties? What are the records and documents you will check with respect to related parties? Tell me, if you want to find out that this entity that I'm auditing has how many related parties, then what are the documents that you are going to check? They have given 10, 12 examples. You can pick up any 3, 4 examples. Okay. Most importantly, I am going to check entities investment register. If I check entities investment register, I will know where they have invested. All right. And accordingly, I can find out their subsidiaries and associates. Then, most importantly, I will also check their shareholders register. Who is holding shares in this company? From that, I can find out their holding company, all right, and investing company. Okay, so shareholders register. Then I will also check their income tax returns. By checking their income tax returns, all right, I will come to know what kind of information they have submitted to income tax department. From that, maybe I will be able to find out some more related parties. All right. Then I can check for sure all the contracts and agreements which are very unusual, which are not in the ordinary course of business. All right. By checking the contracts and agreements which are not in the ordinary course of business, for example, a manufacturing entity has given loan, I can find out that okay, this party can be related party. So I gave you 3, 4 examples. You can have more examples. It was always there in my notes also, the examples of records and documents, all right, with respect to related parties. Okay. So related parties, we don't have too many questions with respect to exams. Look at this. Now, this was new syllabus question. So focus over here. Bell Manufacturing Limited has undergone a restructuring during the current year, resulting in changes in key personnel and ownership interest. The auditor observes that several new parties have become related to the entity due to these changes. During the auditor also notices a few transactions that appear unusual and possibly outside the normal course of business. Management states that all related party relationship and transactions have been properly identified and recorded. Explain with reference to SA 550. Inquiries the auditor should make of management and additional procedures to be performed in relation to related parties and related party transactions in this situation. Listen to me very carefully. All right. In case of related parties, I have the presentation over here. If I want to find out that this entity has how many related parties, there are two possibilities. Either I am auditing a proper company. If I'm auditing a proper company, all right, they will have maintained, may have maintained some records. So I gave you examples of records and documents through which I can find out related parties. However, if it is a new entity or if it is a partnership firm, all right, then in that case, I will have to ask them some questions. Now, what kind of questions I can ask through which I can find out that whether how many related parties they have? First of all, if you are the CFO, I will ask, hey, CFO, tell me, all right, who is the owner of this entity? All right, who is the board of director TCWG? All right, CFO, tell me what kind of investments you have made. All right, because from the investments that you have made, maybe I can find out some related parties. CFO, tell me who is financing you. All right, so I need to conduct 3 inquiries. OFI, who is your owner? Who is financing you? All right, and what kind of investments you have made? All right, who is financing you, what kind of investments you have made, all right, the procedures to be performed. So these kind of inquiries I have to conduct. Plus, there is a general question on audit procedures to be performed that they have asked over there. All right, see. General question on audit procedures that you have to perform that they have asked over there. Listen to me. You can't buy heart this. All right. So if I am conducting audit of an entity, all right, and I want to conduct procedures with respect to related parties, first of all, I want to understand how many related parties they have. All right, what kind of transactions they do with them, what kind of accounting system that they have. All right, what else can I do over here? Look at this. I will understand the related party relationship and transaction. I will conduct inquiry of the management, how many parties they have. For that, I gave you example that you can conduct inquiry of ownership, financing, and investments. All right. Then I will try to understand what kind of internal control they have over related party. All right. So it's a very general answer. If you see, they have written too many things in this answer. See, first you have to conduct inquiries of the management. All right. It's just like you are trying to find the girlfriend of your friend. All right. Tell me the name. All right. Whether it is what has changed from the prior period. What kind of relationship do you have? All right. What you have done with those related parties, transactions with those related parties. What was the type and purpose of the transaction? Then I want to know how you are accounting for those transactions. I want to know who is authorizing those transactions.
So this answer is a good answer to write general English on related party. All right. So what I am requesting you is for essay 550 related party. All right. Don't prepare too much. Okay. Just have a glance through it. All right. And some general points that you can write. It is not a essay which is very repeatedly asked in exams. All right. That is why even I am not giving too much time to this particular essay. All right. But beyond this, you don't need to prepare for essay 550 related parties. Okay. Now, essay 520 analytical procedures. All right. This essay has been one of their favorite for exams. Essay 520 analytical procedures. All right. Listen to me. First, I want to clear a few things about analytical procedures before I start discussing the questions. All right. Tell me, analytical procedure in simple English means ratios, comparisons, and trend analysis. All right. This is very simple English. Very, very simple English. All right. However, if you look at my notes of analytical procedure, if you look at my notes of analytical procedure, first I have given some definition, correct, of analytical procedure. You can't simply say ratios, comparisons, trend analysis and stuff. All right, that will not give you marks. So when I say analytical procedure, you have to say evaluation of financial information. All right, through analysis of plausible relationship. My God, what is this? What is plausible? See, gross profit. Plausible means logically connected. You have done your FM subject. Tell me gross profit divided by investments. Is there any such ratio? No, because that is not plausible only. That is not logically connected. All right. I want to find out such kind of relationships which are logically connected, like gross profit and sales, logically connected. All right. Like salary and total number of employees, logically connected. So one more time, a definition of analytical procedure. What is that? Evaluation of financial information through analysis of plausible relationship among both financial and non-financial data. Wait, very, very much favorite of the ICI. Financial and non-financial data. Financial data also means figures. Non-financial data also means figures. Financial data means the figures which are there in the financial statements, and non-financial data are operating figures. For example, salary is there in the P&L account. All right, so it is a financial data. No one writes about total number of employees in the financial statements. All right. So total number of employees is also a figure, but it is an operating figure, not appearing in the financial statements. So it is your non-financial data. So gross profit is a financial data, but sales is also a financial data. So what they're trying to say is evaluation of financial information through analysis of plausible relationship among both financial and non-financial data. Then, when it comes to analytical procedure, what are you going to find? FDI, fluctuations, differences, and inconsistent relationship. Whenever you find fluctuations, differences, and inconsistent relationship, that also you will investigate further. So one more time and for the last time. Evaluation of financial information through analysis of plausible relationship among both financial and non-financial data. All right. It will cover investigation of FDI, fluctuations, differences, and inconsistent relationship. So when you are writing the meaning of analytical procedure, give them such kind of definition. Don't just write ratios, comparisons, and trend analysis. Second important adjustment for analytical procedures. Listen to me. Analytical procedures in audit subject are done across all the stages. You can use it at the starting stage for planning. You can use it for testing. You can also use it for completion. Now be very careful. I have given this example. For example, if you are using analytical procedures at planning stage, then I have given one example, and this is very important because we'll be doing chapter 3 also today. All right. So if you are doing analytical procedures at planning stage, all right. For example, last 5 years trend analysis. From last 5 years trend analysis, you came to know that profits are declining, but manager remuneration is increasing. What is this? All right. This shows that there is some kind of fraud going on over here. When profits are declining, how come manager remuneration is increasing? Company is borrowing since last 5 years. Company is borrowing at 8% and lending at 7%. Debt equity ratio has gone from 2:1 to 14:1. All right. So when you did last 5 years trend analysis, you came to know that there are lots of errors going on over here. All right. So you found out risk of material misstatement. Now listen to me very carefully. This kind of analytical procedure is called as using analytical procedure for risk assessment. This is not SA 520. This is SA 315.
This is chapter 3, not chapter 4. This is one of the adjustments which Institute has questioned very repeatedly in recent attempts. Correct? When you are using analytical procedure at planning stage, you are using it only for risk of material misstatement analysis. You are not trying to obtain evidence on it. You are just trying to analyze the risk. And that is SA 315. Whereas we are doing currently, SA, we are doing currently SA in SA 520. Look at this. Objectives of auditor as per SA 520. Inter CA student, biggest problem. Any question on ratio analysis, Inter CA student, alright, straight away says SA 520. No, if you are doing ratio and trend analysis during planning stage, then it is not SA 520. It is SA 315. SA 520 means that you are using analytical procedure to obtain relevant and reliable audit evidence. SA 520 means to design and perform analytical procedures near the end of the audit completion stage that assist the auditor when forming an overall conclusion. So listen to me very carefully. Look at this. This is example of testing stage where you are comparing salary versus total number of employees, where you are looking at, that costing calculations, number of workers, wage per day, number of days. All right. This is using analytical procedure during testing stage. Then in FM chapter, you do a ratio analysis at the end. After the whole financial statements are prepared, you do a ratio analysis to understand the performance of the entity. All right. That is called as using analytical procedure at completion stage. At the end of financial year, doing overall ratio analysis like performance ratios and stuff. All right. So only this testing stage and completion stage is covered in SA 520. One more time. SA 520 talks about using analytical procedure at testing stage. That means to obtain relevant and reliable audit evidence. SA 520 talks about using analytical procedures near the end of the audit to form an overall conclusion. All right. That is SA 520. Every question of ratio analysis is not SA 520. Have I made myself very clear? Yes. All right. So this was the basic discussion which I wanted to do before I straight away go to the question bank. Now, when it comes to question bank, for analytical procedure, all right, you will get two types of questions. One very practical question where you don't need knowledge of audit subject at all. All right, like this kind of question. CA wants to verify payments made by XYZ Limited on account of building rent during financial year 20 to 23. The rent amounts to rupees 50,000 per month for the year. The monthly rent payments are consistent with the rent agreement. What is the rent? 50,000 per month. All right. So what you will do is you will check the rent payments along with rent agreement. So monthly rent payments are consistent with rent agreement. You saw that rent agreement is also for 50,000 per month and they are paying also 50,000 per month. However, when you compare it with other companies in the same industry, they are paying a rent of rupees 10,000 per month. So by comparison, that is by using analytical procedure, you came to know about this. If you wouldn't have used analytical procedure, all right, then you will never come to know about this. All right. So they want you to explain that how analytical procedure has helped you over here. So we will just tell them that just by performing test of details, he would have concluded that there is no misstatement in rent agreement. However, after performing analytical procedure, he came to know that company is paying substantially high rent in comparison to the industry. Therefore, there is a possibility that company is overbooking the expenses. All right. And therefore, all right, RO came to know about this and RO should investigate this further. Very practical question. All right. I will show you more practical questions. All right. Now look at this. Analytical procedure involves analysis of relationship among financial and non-financial data. They want you to tell them with respect to wages. Tell me with respect to wages, what will be financial data? Wages paid. All right, because this amount is reflected in the financial statements. What will be non-financial data? Number of workers and wage per day, number of days. All right, this will be non-financial data. Just tell them the calculation and tell them this is financial data, this is non-financial data. All right. Then look at this. All practical questions. An auditor of a company intends to apply analytical procedure for verifying. So whenever they say, when they in I have more questions like for purchase also and stuff. All right. So if they give you any financial item, I repeat, if they give you any financial item, all right, and if they say that auditor wants to apply analytical procedure, all right, start using the technique of ratio analysis, start using the technique of comparisons. All right. Look at this, comparing revenue of current year with previous year, comparing revenue of current actual revenue with budgeted. All right. So I have created one full set of examples over here. If they ask you to write, no, focus on the screen. If they ask you to write comparison, then don't calculate ratios. Huh? If they tell you comparison, then comparison will be done with budget, industry, prior period. Bolo? Budget, industry, prior period. All right, you can't talk about ratio over there. All right. But if they tell you compare consideration of relationship, here you can show your costing FM talent. All right. And talk about ratios. All right. Relationship and comparisons are two different things. All right. Salary, total number of employees into average salary per employee is equal to total salary. This is an example of relationship. Salary of current year versus salary of previous year. That is an example of comparison. So you will have to check whether they are giving you the question of comparison or relationship. When I look at this question, tell me, they just asked me to apply analytical procedure. They did not specifically say comparison or relationship. Then I can use all the examples. But if I am the paper setter, I will try to ask you only comparison or only relationship. All right. So you have to be careful. Okay. Whatever they are asking is important. What you know is not important. All right. So you know what? There are such kind of practical questions. Now I will not solve practical questions. Although I have given some more practical questions over here for a practice, but I will not solve practical questions. All right. Now I will just focus on theory questions. Now, when it comes to theory questions of analytical procedures, so one I told you practical questions, second theory questions. When it comes to theory questions of analytical procedures, look at this. This is one theory question. While applying substantive analytical procedures, what are the techniques? All right. I say TRRS. Right? You will have to perform trend analysis, all right, ratio analysis, reasonableness test, and structural modeling. Wait, you should know some English, all right? When I say trend analysis, means what you are doing. You can't do like this, no? So comparison of current data with prior period or two or more prior period. In trend analysis, we want to know whether current balance is in line with the trend or it is changing the trend. Whether current balance is in line with the trend or changing the trend. For ratio analysis, they've used a very basic English, that is fine. Reasonableness test. What is reasonableness test? Remember one thing very important for MCQ also, reasonableness test. Reasonableness test does not talk about past. Reasonableness test focuses only on current year. As per the current year operations, whether the current year income, expense, current asset, current liability, whether it is reasonable or not. If I tell you that my current year admissions, all right, are of 2 crore rupees, all right, and you see only 10 students sitting in the class, then you will ask, what about other students? I said recorded. Then you will say, okay, then show me the number of books that you have printed. All right. And you see that I have not printed the number of books. All right. My printing and stationery bill is 10,000 rupees only. All right. Then tell me, as per the current year number of students, current year books printed, and current year printing and stationery bill, can I say current year admissions are not looking reasonable? Remember one thing, reasonableness test does not rely on prior period. All right. In fact, it will look at the non-financial data, that means the operating data, number of students, number of books, all right, of the period under consideration. This is one of their favorite adjustment for exams, that reasonableness test will not rely on prior period. All right. And reasonableness tests are applicable to P&L items and current asset and current liability, because P&L items and current asset and current liability is something that keeps on changing. All right. Then structural modeling. Have you ever used a graph paper in your life? Yes. That is structural modeling. All right. But we can't right now using graph paper. So we will say it is a modeling tool that constructs a statistical model. All right, from financial or non-financial data. Achha, in IPL also, whatever you know, whatever charts you see, all right, that is all structural modeling. All right. So from the prior period, we try to predict the current period. So you may by heart the head points. All right, but if you write very shitty content inside, they will not give you marks. All right. So tell me, trend analysis, ratio analysis, reasonableness test, and structural modeling. These are the techniques on it when it comes to analytical procedures. These are the techniques when it comes to analytical procedures. 1 minute, this iPad is working on its own. Next. All right. So this is one question is of techniques. All right. Then second theory question. Wait, first I'll finish other theory question. Okay. Explain the aspects to be considered. Okay. Remember your days, no? Look at this. Explain the aspects to be considered by an auditor.
when designing and performing substantive analytical procedures, either alone or in combination with test of details. Wait, if the question says, if the question says substantive analytical procedures, and the question says aspects to be considered, factors to be considered, matters to be considered, all right, okay, because you should know the question, no? All right, then in that case, I have always taught students SRIA. All right. I am not teaching from the chart book that though we can easily revise RIA and stuff, right? But it is all about understanding the question. So if they say substantive analytical procedures, aspects to be considered, matters to be considered, factors to be considered, all right, you will come out with the points RIA. All right, now let us logically understand what they are trying to say. Tell me, can you use ratio analysis for physical verification of inventory? No. All right, if you want to verify existence of inventory, you will have to go for physical verification. All right, so first you have to decide the S for suitability. Suitability of particular substantive analytical procedure for the given assertion. All right, you have to consider the risk involved, all right, and whether it will give you relevant evidence or not. Okay, so now I will go to the chart. I say that first you have to analyze the suitability. Now, suitability will depend upon what is the assertion, because if it is existence of inventory, analytical procedure is not suitable. But for valuation of inventory, yes, it is suitable. Then just because it is suitable, that does not mean that you will use it. It should also be effective. It should also be like in that RO question, rent payment, comparing it with the industry, it was effective. All right, we got some evidence from that. All right, so you have to also consider effectiveness. Okay, and it should give you the relevant assurance. It should give you the relevant assurance, the confidence. All right, only then you will use analytical procedure. So first, the whole point is on suitability. All right, then second, chalo, analytical procedure is suitable, but it should also be reliable. So you also have to check the reliability of the data. You also have to check the reliability of the data. Wait. Now there can be a separate question only on reliability. Wait, SRIA, S for suitability, R for reliability. Wait, now look at this. A separate question only on reliability. All right. A separate question only on reliability. Whatever data management is giving me, whether that data is reliable or not, whether I will be able to rely on the ratio analysis or not, all of this will depend upon, all right, source of nature controls. I'm just changing the last one of the code. Yesterday also I gave this code. Source of nature controls the comparability. First of all, source of information. External evidence is more reliable than internal evidence. External evidence. All right, comparability. Sorry, I'll go with the code. Nature. Nature of information. Nature of information. Boss, when I ask for budgets, I should get the budgets. When I ask for standard costing, I should get the standard costing data. All right, I should get the logical information. Only then I will be able to perform analytical procedures. All right. Then controls, whether internal controls are effective or not. Because if the internal controls are effective, then I can rely on the internal records. And this is a very unique point, comparability. Indian company balance sheet straight away, I cannot compare with US company balance sheet. All right. Either I will have to convert Indian accounts into US or US accounts into Indian accounts. All right. So source of nature controls the comparability. These are the points which I will consider for reliance. I will go back to my main question. We are discussing aspects to be considered. In aspects to be considered, we are discussing SRIA. S for suitability of the analytical procedure for the given assertion. I for reliability of the data from which we will perform analytical procedure. And if you actually want to perform analytical procedure, you should set reasonable expectation. All right, you should set reasonable expectation. Tell me, in the last 3 years, if the trend is going 6, 8, 10, then next what do you expect? Well, if you expect 120, then you are mad. All right. So that is what they are trying to say, that please develop an expectation that is sufficiently precise, accurate expectation. Only then you will be able to compare actual. All right. If your standard costing data standard itself is wrong, all right, then actual and stuff, everything will go wrong. No? All right. You will get misleading outcome. So you have to develop reasonable expectation. All right. And then at the end of the day, A for you will have to set up an amount of acceptable difference. Okay, chalo, you are expecting 12. What if the actual outcome is 12.2? Fine. What if it is 11.8? Fine. So at the end, you will have to set up an amount of difference that is acceptable without any further investigation.
All right. So one more time, aspects to be considered as Sriya, suitability, reliability, expectations to be developed, and amount of acceptable difference. All right. Only then you can perform analytical procedures. Now, students, these are all practical questions which I've included. All right. Look at this. Identify and explain briefly the audit procedure used by the auditor to obtain audit evidence in following situations. While auditing the books of accounts of A&T Limited for the financial year so and so, auditor checked complete documents and records of the company in detail to obtain audit evidence. Tell me, is this analytical procedure? If I'm checking the records and documents, if I'm checking the records and documents, that is which technique? Inspection. Correct. Last lecture. Correct. If I'm checking records and documents, that is which technique? Inspection. All right. Mr. M, auditor of the company, looks at the process of inventory. All right. That is nothing but what? Observation. XYZ Limited is engaged in export of goods to Europe. The sales invoices raised in euros are converted into Indian rupees as per applicable norms. All right. So whatever is the euro, all right, will be multiplied by the conversion rate and converted into Indian rupees. The auditor wants to verify whether conversion is proper or not. Recalculation, this is just calculation. All right, whatever is the conversion rate, multiply Indian rupees. That is recalculation. CA Isha is appointed as auditor of TUV Limited. During the initial stage of audit, she reviewed the gross profit ratio of the company. She also compared GP ratio with other companies. This is which procedure? Analytical procedure. This is which procedure? Analytical procedure. All right. So such kind of questions can also be asked. Now, everyone over here, look at this. CA Srishti, while auditing KSM Private Limited for the first time, utilized the software to analyze the financial data, comparing amounts recorded in the financial statements for current year with preceding 2 years. If I'm comparing current year with preceding 2 years, all right, it is trend analysis. All right. Her objective was to evaluate the risk of material misstatement. Identify the type of audit procedure. She is performing which procedure? Analytical procedures, but as a part of which I discussed at the beginning. All right, as a part of risk assessment procedures. All right. See, I told you every analytical procedure is not SA 520. Tell me, this will be which SA? 315 and not SA 520. All right. CH Rishti in the given case. Discuss its relevance and explain whether an auditor's opinion can rely solely on such procedures. Tell me, can auditor form an entire audit opinion just based upon risk assessment procedure? No. Risk assessment procedure alone cannot give you sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. All right. So that is what they are trying to say over here, that you may identify the unusual transactions and events, all right, but risk assessment procedures alone cannot provide you sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. So tell me, up till now, for analytical procedures, what kind of questions I have told you? First, very practical question, all right. Second, testing your knowledge of definition, all right, risk assessment. Then 520 deals only with testing and completion stage, like this question of Srishti, all right. Then techniques of analytical procedures, aspects to be considered. In aspects to be considered, you will write Sriya, all right. Let us see what are the other questions over here for analytical procedures. But can you see that, they love asking these questions? Look at this. CAM auditor of a company has planned to use substantive analytical procedures during the course of audit. In this regard, he has decided to use such procedures in following areas. All right. For testing relationship between sales and cost of sales. Yeah, this is good. If you want to actually test the relationship between sales and cost of sales. All right. Sales, cost of sales. All right. Then whatever is your closing stock, then gross profit. All right. Can I say these items are related to each other? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. So this is okay. For testing rights over certain assets. Tell me, if I want to check that whether the company has the right over an asset or not, for that I will have to do ratio analysis or examine the title deeds. Examine the title deeds. Comment upon his approach along with reasons. Tell me, I told you Sriya, S for this is full question is on S for suitability. That here it is suitable, but here it is not suitable. All right. So you'll have to tell them. All right. You'll have to tell them that where it is suitable, where it is not suitable, it is affected by nature of assertion. All right. So in first case, it is suitable. Second case, it is not suitable. All right. Then I told you there will be practical questions. All right. Like look at this. They have said, hello. They have said loans and advances and trade receivables, and they want you to perform analytical procedures. Just keep on vomiting whatever ratio, comparison, trend analysis, whatever you want to do, you can write it over here, because they are not telling you to do only trend analysis or only comparison. No, they are giving you free hand. All right. So these questions, I'm not reading the answer now. Similarly, for this question, all right, they are just trying to test your knowledge that if I apply ratio analysis, trend analysis, comparisons in the P&L account, all right, then what will I come to know? Okay, why the expense has increased or why the expense has decreased, why income has increased, why income has decreased. All right, that is what we come to know. Why do we perform analytical procedures? To understand FDI, fluctuations, differences, and inconsistent relationship. Again, this is a very practical answer. In one glance also it is fine. All right. Now look at this. Now they are talking about performing analytical procedures on on purchase quantity and price. All right. Now this depends upon your knowledge of costing and FM, what how much you are writing. All right. Okay. But see, it has been asked so many times in the new syllabus only. So practical questions, I can wish you all the best only. Look at this. Substantive analytical procedures are generally more applicable to large volume of transactions that tend to be predictable. Perfect. Listen to me. You can't apply analytical procedures for unusual items. Litigation expense, what you will do? Compare your lawyer's expense with other lawyer's expense. All right. And then loss due to earthquake in India versus earthquake in Vietnam. All right. So you cannot apply analytical procedures for unusual transactions. You can apply analytical procedures only for large volume of transactions that tend to be predictable. All right. Sometimes what happens, you look at the question. Yeah, correct, correct. Now what will I do? Correct. So listen to me. This is a pure conceptual question, which is talking about suitability. All right. The whole question is talking about suitability. Suitability depends upon how effective the procedure will be. Suitability depends upon the nature of assertion. Suitability depends upon what kind of assurance you will get. All right. So the question is on suitability. Now listen to me. You cannot by heart this. Okay. You can just give them examples. See, they are also giving examples of payroll, profit margins. All right. You can just give them examples. You cannot by heart such kind of answer. All right. But I want to tell you that they do have such kind of question. All right. Then again, see, this full answer is on suitability. I have discussed it now a lot of times, suitability. You can just give them examples. Okay. Wonder Homes Private Limited. See again, MTP November 25. Wonder Homes Private Limited owns a commercial building. All right. Divided into several apartments that are rented out. During the course of audit, the auditor decides to apply substantive analytical procedure to verify the rental income. So that we know rental income we have done. The auditor predicts total rental income based on number of apartments, monthly rental rate, and average vacancy rate. So if there is a building which has 100 apartments and the entire building is on rent, all right, then whatever are the apartments, monthly rent, all right, and whatever is the occupancy rate of that apartment, all right. Based upon that, we can do a rough calculation. Explain how auditors approach in the above case represents the use of so first you have to prove that is this analytical procedure. Yes. All right. If you are doing such kind of multiplications, ratios, comparisons, it is an analytical procedure, but you have to give them the definition. Look at this. You have to prove that this is actually analytical procedure. So first point, give them the definition that what is analytical procedure, and then connect with the case study that he is comparing with the rent agreement, rent in the industry, or that he is predicting total rental income based upon this. So he's doing a relationship analysis. Which analysis? So first write the definition and then prove that this is an analytical procedure. All right. State the circumstances where substantive analytical procedures are more applicable. Tell me where substantive analytical procedures are more applicable for large volume of transactions that tend to be predictable over time. Tell me for large volume of transactions that tend to be predictable over time. All right. And also discuss how the procedures can give you better evidence over here. So again, a pure discussion oriented answer. In such, please understand, in analytical procedure, don't wait for some kind of code word. All right. Whatever you are understanding from that question, just start vomiting. All right. Mostly your answer will tally, because there are only 4 or 5 points in this essay which are dealing with code word. All right. This is not a code word by heart essay. No. This is a conceptual essay, all right, where you have to understand, read the answers once, and then try to write it on the spot in the exams. All right. There is one question also which has been repeatedly asked, one more question, which I left in between. The statutory auditor of MNO Limited, CA Kishore, identifies certain inconsistencies while applying analytical procedure. All right. That means he has already performed analytical procedure, and after performing analytical procedure, he has identified inconsistencies. Yesterday, I was telling you that if there is any inconsistency, then our general answer is discuss the matter, perform additional procedures. All right. This is general answer. Let us see what is over here. What is he supposed to do? Okay. So when you identify FDI, you see this is a legendary question. All right. Also there in study material. All right. When you identify FDI, fluctuations, differences, and inconsistent relationship. All right. Then in that case, they are saying that first inquire of the management. Go and discuss with the management. Conduct inquiries. All right. Try to understand why there is a difference. Try to understand why there is a fluctuation. All right. Try to obtain responses from them. Try to obtain responses from them. All right. Try to tally it with other evidence available. First, you will conduct inquiries. All right. However, if you are not satisfied with the inquiries, if management is unable to provide an explanation, then you will perform other procedures, all right, like inspection, external confirmation as necessary in the circumstances. Now, what I am worried, listen to me carefully, all right? If you find such a question, and if students write, discuss the matter as, perform additional procedures as the first point, then zero. They are saying first conduct inquiry, go and discuss first. No. All right. If you have doubt over your girlfriend, all right, what straight away you will appoint investigator or what? First, have a discussion, no? All right, try to fight with her. Look at this. So, inquiry of the management. All right, obtain responses, evaluate those responses, compare it with other evidence. And after that, if you are not satisfied, if management is unable to provide an explanation, then you perform other audit procedures as necessary in the circumstances. Am I clear with this? Many students are writing this answer, but they are first writing perform additional procedures, then randomly they are writing discuss the matter. You will not get marks. This is a sequential answer. All right. So everyone over here, if they talk about analytical procedure and if auditor identifies inconsistencies, all right, then this is the answer to be written. All right. So I have discussed about meaning of analytical procedure, techniques of analytical procedure, factors to be considered, aspects to be considered. I have discussed your practical question answers, and I've also discussed that what if auditor identifies inconsistencies. All right. This much preparation is more than enough when it comes to analytical procedures. Okay. Then when we move ahead in this chapter, all right, chapter 4. Sorry, this was last. Over here. All right, there is one headache essay called as Essay 530 Audit Sampling. As I told you yesterday, students of May 26 who left this in option, they know very well how important this is. But again, I understand this is a lengthy essay. All right. That is why I never ask students to by heart this entire essay. All right. Although while teaching, I may take a 3-hour lecture. All right. But at the end, you can't by heart this whole essay. So there are some really, really sensitive points that you should be aware of. Okay. I will discuss only those points when it comes to Essay 530 audit sampling. Okay. First of all, you should know the definition because to write something, you will require definition. All right. So Essay 530 audit sampling. All right. I always use one example when it comes to audit sampling. Focus over here. If management is giving some data to the auditor, that data is of 20,000 entries of expenses. Auditor divided that data into two: capital expenditure 500 entries on it and revenue expenditure 19,500 entries. Capital expenditure auditor has decided to verify on 100% basis. All right. And revenue expenditure auditor is going to take the sample. Then whatever data you have received from the management, that is not population. Don't call that as population. Population means from which you are going to take out sample. So expenses is not your population because capital expense you are going to verify on 100% basis. Population is revenue expenditure. If I tell you sample, then 3000 entries. If I tell you sampling units is not sample. Sampling units are the individual units that make up that population. So the English will be that auditor has selected a sample size of 3000 entries from the population of revenue expenses, which consist of 19,500 entries. One more time. Auditor has selected a sample size of 3000 entries from the population of revenue expenses, which consist of 19,500 sampling units. Now, this is practical, this theory, all right, over here. So tell me, basically, I am going to apply audit procedures to less than 100% of items within the population, which will be relevant for me. One more time. Application of audit procedures to less than 100% of items within the population of audit relevance, such that all sampling units, means every item of the population, all sampling units have a chance or have a known chance of selection, because I want to verify sample but draw reasonable conclusion on the entire population. So what is my last line in order to draw, all right, in order to obtain a reasonable basis to draw conclusion on the entire population? So one more time, everything at once. I'm going to apply audit procedures to less than 100% of items within the population of audit relevance, such that all sampling units have a chance of selection, in order to provide reasonable basis on which to draw conclusion about the entire population. All right. So you should have some kind of definition with you for sampling. Now let us understand what kind of questions that they have asked. What is the meaning of sampling? Also discuss methods of sampling. All of this is ICA question bank only. Meaning of sampling, we just did. Methods of sampling. All right. Methods of sampling. All right. So there are these methods of sampling. I will quickly explain over here. When they say methods of sampling, all right. Chalo, practical example. If I have 1000 transactions from which I am selecting 200, all right, without applying my brain, without even thinking which 200, all right, I'm just selecting any unit from anywhere, all right, then this is with sampling 0.5%. This is not random, all right. Now listen to me. Random sampling is not random. Random sampling is very structured. In random sampling, I will make chits of every single unit. For example, if I want to do random sampling over here, I will ask you to make one chit of one person. Right? I will put it in a box. Then I will select. In that case, every single unit has an equal chance of selection. All right. Let us say there is a pain in my neck. I'm not able to see this side. So I am selecting anyone from anywhere, but only from this side. This is haphazard. All right. Then Yash will never be selected. No? He never will. So what I'm trying to tell you is, in random sampling, even Yash will have an equal chance of selection. All right. So random sampling, hello. Random sampling and haphazard sampling, be careful. All right. Random sampling ensures that all items in the population have a known chance, equal chance of selection. All right. That is random sampling. Random sampling can be done either manually by using these sheets. All right. No one does that shit in practical life now. All right. Or you can use random number tables which are generated from computer. It is like a lottery system only. All right. Random sampling includes two very popular methods. Yeah, very popular methods. All right, focus over here. Two very popular methods. Focus over here. All right. If I have an revenue expense, all right, of 10,000 entries, I have a revenue expense of 10,000 entries. All right, from this, I divide into two: related party transactions and unrelated party transactions. From this, I go for random selection, and then from this, I go for random selection. Okay. This first population I divided into groups. Then from each group, I'm selecting the sample. This is called as stratified random sampling. But if I don't divide the population into groups, and if I select from the entire population, then it is called as simple random sampling. Look at this. Simple random sampling and stratified sampling. All right. In simple random sampling, each unit of the whole population has equal chance of being selected. All right. It is done by using random number table. All right. Now listen MCQ. Simple random sampling is suitable for homogeneous population where there is no variety. But when it comes to stratified sampling will be dividing the whole population into few separate groups, all right? And then sample will be selected from each of them. Every single group will be treated like a separate population, all right? Grouping depends upon auditor's judgment and how he wants to group, all right? So random sampling, two very popular methods, simple random and stratified random, all right? Then what is this interval sampling or systematic sampling? Let us say I have a population of 1,000 units and I want to select a sample of 20 units. So 1,000 divided by 20. I will go with every 1,000 divided by 20 will be what? 50. Then I will go with every 50th unit. All right. 50th, 100th, 150th. But then if management comes to 1,000 divided by 20 every 50th, then they will ensure that every 50th unit always is a proper unit. So what I will do is that from first 50, I will select any unit. Let us say 37th randomly. All right. Then 37th, 87th, 137. So instead of going 50, 100, 150, I will go 37th, 87th, and 137th. All right. That is our interval sampling, systematic sampling. Look at the English. All right. Population is divided by sample size to give a sampling interval. For example, 50. Then determine starting point within first 50. Then each 50th unit thereafter is selected. Starting point within first 50, 37th, and then each 50th unit thereafter is selected. 87th, 137th, and stuff. All right. When using systematic selection, auditor will need to determine that sampling units are not structured in a way that sampling interval corresponds with a particular pattern. Hello, this 37th, 87th, 137th. All right. I should not end up selecting the same unit every time. If I'm selecting purchase from X, purchase from X, purchase from X. All right. So that is not good. Sampling interval should not correspond with a particular pattern. All right. Then monetary unit sampling. What is monetary unit sampling? All right. So let us say if I have debtors A, B, and C, their amount receivable from them is 10,000. All right. 20,000, 10 plus 20, 30, and let us say 70,000. All right. Total 100,000. So 1 lakh. Okay. So what I will do is I will give a weightage. I will give a weightage. All right. So I want to select 100 units. I want to select 100 units. All right. So what I will do is I will select 10 units from here because it is only 10% of 1 lakh. Then I will select 20 units from here because it is 20% of 1 lakh. Then I will select 70 units from here because it is 70% of 1 lakh. Listen to me, everyone. Understand this, why I am teaching this, because it is a, don't say weighted, it is a value weighted selection. All right. Where value will be the weightage. Tell me where value will be the weightage. Where value will be the weightage. All right. So it is a type of value weighted selection where everything is decided based upon monetary amounts. So accounts with larger amounts will have a greater chance of selection. Then haphazard sampling is no brain. All right. Haphazard sampling, the only thing that you have to remember is selecting sample without following a structured technique. No judgment, no statistics, no formula, no method. Absolutely nothing. All right. Block sampling. If this is the sales book, if this is the sales book, if this is the sales book, if I say I am selecting first 100, this is a block. I have selected the whole block. If I say last 100, I have selected the whole block. All right, but this is not enough for exams. So when I say block sampling, you should know the English also. Block sampling means selection of a block of continuous items from within the population. One more time. Selection of a block of continuous items from within the population. One more time. Selection of a block of continuous items from within the population. Continuous. All right. Block selection is not normally used in sampling because just by first 100 and last 100, you cannot draw valid conclusion about the entire population. All right. So everyone over here, one more time, what are the techniques? Random sampling, systematic sampling, monetary unit sampling, block sampling, and at the end, haphazard sampling. All right. Random sampling, systematic sampling, monetary unit sampling, block sampling, and haphazard sampling. All right. If you make this block sampling is also, sorry, systematic sampling is also called as Interval sampling. All right. So you can also say BHIN, beam. All right. Random beam. Okay. So random sampling, block sampling, haphazard sampling, interval sampling, systematic sampling, and monetary unit sampling. All right. These are the different methods for sample selection. I want a confirmation. Are you clear with this? Yes. Because they will ask you some practical question on methods of sample selection. So I've covered all the methods and I gave practical example also to you. All right. Now, methods of sample selection is fine. All right. There is one question which is repeatedly asked at Inter CA level. When you look at these methods, hello, in random sampling, they use some probability theory. Every unit should have an equal chance. In monetary unit sampling, also they used probability theory, value weighted selection. So if you see, all right, in some methods, institute is using probability theory. All right. Random sampling, we say every unit should have an equal chance. All right. Wherever probability theory is used, remember one thing, wherever probability theory is used, we call it as statistical approach. Which approach? Statistical approach. Random sampling is a statistical approach. Systematic sampling, every 50th unit means 1 to 49, 0 probability, 50th, 100% probability. Right. So again, wherever they are using probability, this is called as statistical approach. Remember one thing, wherever you're using probability, it is called as statistical approach. Here also we are using probability, so called as statistical approach. But in block sampling, haphazard sampling and stuff, we are not using probability. Right. That is why it is a non-statistical approach. Achha, there is one more sampling which is not written anywhere. All right. Judgmental sampling. Auditor is selecting based upon judgment. All right. No technique, only judgment. All right. Then that is also one kind of method. It is also non-statistical. It is also non-statistical. Now look at this question. An auditor while now I will just focus on the questions of statistical and non-statistical. An auditor while conducting audit of an entity has selected samples based upon his personal experience and knowledge. Tell me, if you are selecting samples based upon personal experience and knowledge, it will be called as which approach, statistical or non-statistical? Non-statistical. Later on, it turns out that selected samples were not representative and it has led to faulty selection of samples. The auditor contends that samples were selected based upon his personal experience and knowledge. Can auditor escape from his responsibility? No. But what? No. Right. We have to say that this line is very important. One more time. Whatever may be the approach, statistical or non-statistical, sample must always be representative. One more time. Whatever may be the approach, statistical or non-statistical, sample must always be representative. All right. This line is very important. Okay. I am going only with statistical, non-statistical over here. All right. See. Write short note. These are all module questions. Huh? What is this? Advantages of statistical sampling. Right? Hey, come on, man. I cannot start teaching statistics over here, but at least 2 points we will remember. Huh? For advantages of statistical sampling, saves time, saves effort. Alright. So advantage of statistical sampling, because of probability theory, all right, the sampling is more objective, unbiased. Ethical principles we have done na, hello? All right, it is more objective, unbiased. Okay. Then because of statistical sampling, it will provide a better description of the data. Correct? It is more scientific. Bas. Right? 2, 3 advantages you should know. Right? When it comes to statistical sampling. Stratified sampling that I've already discussed, dividing the population into groups. All right. Achha. But one very important point for stratified sampling. Tell me, everyone, if there is a population of expense of 10,000 entries, if there is a population of expense of 10,000 entries, let us say case 1, I select sample of 3,000 entries. All right. But I am not dividing the population into groups. Case 2. All right. What I will do is I am dividing expense into 2 related party transactions and unrelated party transactions. From here, I am selecting 1,000. From here, I am selecting 1,200. So total, how much I have selected? 2,200. Which one makes you feel more confident? Case 1 or case 2? Case 2. In case 1, I don't know whether related party, unrelated party, both of them have got selected or not. In case 1, I have just selected 3,000. What if out of these 2,900 are unrelated party transactions? We just discussed that related party transactions have high risk, yes or no, sir. But in case 2, I am confident. that I am verifying related parties also as well as. So this 2200 gives you more confidence or 3000? That is the biggest advantage of stratification, stratified sampling. That even with a reduced sample size, you can get better results. So I will just underline, because stratified sampling, you just ask inter-CA students, no, dividing population into groups. After that, papa, papa, papa. All right. So when it comes to stratified sampling, all right, they have written, they have just given example, all right. But in my book also, I've written this, and this is there in 2-3 answers also. That when it comes to stratified sampling, the biggest benefit is that it will allow sample size to reduce without increasing sampling risk. All right. Okay. So I just wanted to clear that point. I am just currently looking at different techniques. All right. And only the questions of statistical and non-statistical. Okay. Look at this. This method, see, you have to understand SA 530 how. First, sir has given definition. Now, sir is talking only about techniques. I'm talking only about techniques and approach. Hey, hello. If I say techniques, you have to exactly find out the technique, huh? Whether it is random sampling, systematic, monetary, block, haphazard. But if I say approach, means there are only two approaches: statistical approach, and you have to see in the question whether they're asking technique or they're asking approach. All right. If they're asking technique, I repeat, if they're asking technique or method, if they're asking technique or method, all right, then you have to come up with random beam. Okay. But if they are talking about approach, all right, then it is statistical approach or non-statistical approach. Now look at this. This method is considered appropriate, provided population to be sampled consists of reasonably similar units which fall within a reasonable range, and it is suitable for a homogeneous population. Tell me which method is suitable for homogeneous population? Simple random. Don't just say random. Simple random. There is no need to divide into groups. All right. Next, wait. I'm just focusing on different. See, look at this. Everyone over here. Everyone over here. Tell me related party transactions and unrelated party transactions. Which one you would like to verify based upon random sampling? Unrelated party, because they have low risk. I can leave it up to computer. Computer, you select any 40. All right. But when it comes to related party transactions, which require where there is a high risk, all right, which are also observed by income tax department laws, regulations, and stuff, then I'll be very much worried. I will see every single transaction and carefully select the sample. All right. So everyone over here, now see, this knowledge will help you. An auditor, while verifying sales during the year, observed that sales transactions in that year are more than 1 lakh in number. Tell me, is sales a predictable item? Yes or no, sir? Are hello? Yes. Tell me, is the volume very large? Yes. All right. He wants to determine the sample size on the basis of his personal experience and testing on his own judgment. Kindly advise based about the scientific approach to be used and method of sampling to be chosen. Tell me, everyone, which approach is better for such kind of transactions? Statistical. Non-statistical approach is required, all right, where the things are judgmental and of high risk areas. For routine transactions which are predictable, and have a large volume. I repeat, for routine transactions which are predictable and have a large volume, you can select based upon probability theory. But for non-routine transactions, judgmental areas, it is better to go for non-statistical sampling. Everyone over here. Statistical sampling is an approach to sampling that has random selection of sample units and probability theory. One line, never forget, statistical sampling will have use of probability theory. All right. Now look at this. Statistical sampling is more scientific. All right. It involves mathematical laws of probability. Now this line, statistical sampling has reasonably wide application, where population to be tested consists of large number of similar items. All right. As you can see over here also. All right. When it comes to statistical and non-statistical approach. All right. Statistical and non-statistical, you will see this. Statistical sampling has wide application, where a population consists of large number of similar items. All right, be careful with this. Okay. Like, see, they have given example also. In large organization with huge transactions, statistical sampling is always recommended as it is unbiased and the samples are not prejudged. All right. So over here, statistical sampling is recommended. So they had asked approach, and they also asked, oh, if there is a homogeneous population, large homogeneous population, then it is better to go with simple random sampling, yes or no, sir? So they are also suggesting with sampling, random sampling. They had asked approach and also the method. All right. So statistical approach, random sampling method. One more time. Statistical approach and random sampling method. All right. I am currently looking after only such questions which talk about sampling method. Okay, we am done with the questions of sampling method. I'm done with the questions of sampling method. Let me now see whatever are the balance questions. Okay, I'll go line by line. With reference to SA 530, state the requirements relating to audit sampling, sample design, and sample size. Remember one thing, hello. SA 530 is extremely worried about sample DSS, sample design, size, and selection. All right. Sample selection, I have done. All right. But let us say if they ask you this entire thing in one question, 4 marks. All right. Then what you will write 4 pages or what? So listen to me. Sample selection. Tell me in every method that we were using, we were trying to ensure that each unit has a chance of selection. So for selection, always remember one line. Each unit should have a chance of selection. Each unit should have a chance of selection. All right. For sample size, all right. Our sample size should be such which can reduce our sampling risk. Which risk? Oh, now what is this sampling risk? Right? Sampling risk. Okay. Sampling risk. See, there is one question also. Risk factors sampling. I will come back to this answer. Wait. All right. Sample design. If they talk about sample design, remember my whole design depends upon PC. Purpose of the procedure and characteristics of the population. Let me link it with our last discussion. SA 505 external confirmation. There are 2 types of confirmation, positive confirmation and tell me for top 10 daters. All right, I would like to go for positive or negative. Top 10 based upon amount. If I see top 10 daters, I would like to go for positive or negative. See, automatically, the moment you decided positive confirmation, you come to know, for high value items, I should go for positive. So you started selecting. So it depends upon purpose of the procedure. You set the purpose, automatically you'll come to know the sample. All right. And it also depends upon characteristics of the population. Homogeneous population, we are saying simple random. Heterogeneous population, we are saying stratified random. All right. So listen to me very clearly. For sample design, remember PC. If they say sample design, remember PC, purpose of the procedure and characteristics of the population. If they say sample size, then tell them that sample size should be able to reduce sampling risk. If they say sample selection, then remember this line that each unit in the population should have a chance of selection. That is how you will get your 4 marks for sample design, size, and selection. All right. Now I am worried about only one point, that is sampling risk. All right. What is this concept of sampling risk? They have printed in detail in chapter 3 of the module. All right, in ICI module, but I take it along with SA 530 sampling only. So with this chapter 3 also one concept gets over. All right, everyone over here. What is sampling risk? Focus over here. What is your fear? What is your fear in sampling? That what if the actual scenario is different from sampling result? What is the actual scenario is different from sampling result? All right. So everyone over here, there are 2 types of sampling risk. Type 1 sampling risk and type 2. Okay. Try to remember through emojis. Type 1. Based upon sample, I feel everything is okay. First start with a smile. Like that, I think everything is okay. But actual scenario, everything is not okay. Right? That is type 1. Type 2, reverse. What is going on with you right now? You feel everything is not okay. You are trying, you are panicking, and everything is not okay, but relax. Things are not that bad as you are thinking. All right, so everyone over here, why so relatable content? So type 1 sampling risk and type 2. First emojis. Type 1 start with a smile, automatically the whole chart will follow. All right. Type 1 sampling risk.
Okay, now we use sample for test of controls and test of details. Everyone focus on my diagram. A and B, A1, A2, B1, B2. If you see, A1 and B1 has same emojis. A1 and B1 has same emojis. All right. So I feel that controls are highly effective, but actually controls are less effective. Test of details. I feel that population is free from material misstatement. Actually, population is materially misstated. So we will say it at once. Type 1 sampling list. In case of test of controls, auditor concludes that controls are more effective than they actually are. Or in case of test of details, auditor concludes that material misstatement does not exist when in fact it does. So basically, you have a risk that you are not able to find out the errors, all right, because your sample selection went wrong. Listen to me. Out of 100, if I selected 90 transactions in my sample, 90% sample, but my bloody article, all right, he did not verify even a single transaction. All right. He was just listening to the music. All right. And he wrote that everything is okay. Then tell me, this is not sampling risk. My sample was proper. My sample was proper. Something else went wrong. My article was not in the mood. So, everyone over here, that is non sampling risk. Listen to me very carefully. Risk of deriving wrong conclusions is not sampling risk. Risk of deriving wrong conclusions due to improper sample is a sampling risk. One more time. Risk of deriving wrong conclusions due to improper sample. If your sample is perfect, but you derive wrong conclusions due to other reasons, then it is non-sampling risk. All right. I repeat one more time. When I say sampling risk, means there is a risk of deriving wrong conclusions due to inadequate or inappropriate sample. All right. If your sample is perfect and you are deriving wrong conclusions due to other reasons, then it is non-sampling risk. Everyone over here, sampling risk, type 1 sampling risk and type 2. Type 1, I feel everything is fine. Test of controls are more effective than they actually are. Test of details, population is free from material misstatement when it is not. All right. Type 2, reverse. I feel everything is not okay. All right. So, and in the test of controls, I conclude that controls are less effective than they actually are. In case of test of details, I conclude that population is materially misstated when it is not. All right. So you have to be very clear about type 1 and type 2. Now listen to me why we are understanding this for MCQs. In type 1 sampling risk, I am not developing any doubt. In type 1, focus on the markings. In type 1, I am not developing any doubt. I am fresh. I am happy, just like how you were 3 months before. All right. Because I don't know what is the syllabus. All right. So, type 1 sampling risk, I am not developing any doubt. Because I am not developing any doubt, I feel that I am in control of the things. All right. And I may not give too much time. I may finish it faster. But then at the end, my audit will not be effective. But you have come out of that problem. You are in type 2 right now. You feel everything is wrong. All right. So you are taking too much effort. All right. You may end up giving too much time, too much panic, too much stress. But at the end, your result will be good. So everyone over here, in type 1 sampling risk, auditor has a risk of deriving wrong opinion. I repeat, in type 1 sampling risk, auditor has a risk of deriving, but in type 2 sampling risk, auditor is unnecessarily developing doubt. So there is a risk that auditor will end up giving more time, more procedures, all right? But at the end, his opinion will be correct. So tell me, type 1 sampling risk has a negative effect on audit effectiveness. Please understand there are two words, audit efficiency and audit effectiveness. Audit efficiency means how much time I am taking, resources, procedures, time. Audit effectiveness means, all right, that whether my end result conclusion is correct or not. Type 1 sampling risk has a negative effect on audit effectiveness. Whereas in type 2, I may take more time, so it has a negative effect on audit efficiency. All right. So that is why we are studying this. Tell me, as an auditor, you will be concerned more about type 1 or type 2? Type 1. Because in type 1, I may end up deriving wrong opinion. All right. This concept will be connected again today in the concept of audit risk. Okay.
So that is your sampling risk, type 1 sampling risk and type 2 sampling risk. I tried my best to cover it, but sampling is not something where you can become an expert in some time. All right, what I can do is, all right, we can ensure that we are solving some questions over here. Okay, now listen to me very carefully. Last discussion for sampling. Okay, last discussion for sampling. Whenever this I will discuss in short, all right, otherwise it's a very long discussion. Whenever you perform sampling, after performing sampling, you will get results. You will get results. All right. Let us say that you have verified out of 10,000 entries, you have taken a sample of 2,000 entries. Here it one time. All right. 10,000 entries, you have taken a sample of 2,000 entries. You have identified misstatements. All right. You have identified misstatements. All right. In 400 invoices out of 2,000, there was wrong GST. Oh, so it is representing a large part of the population. It is representing. So from this 400, which is out of 2000, 400 out of 2000, I want to find out total how many out of 10,000. We don't do cross multiplication like this. But what we do is we investigate further. We investigate further because it is representing large part of the population. All right. Let us say today, if someone tells me that, sir, auditor's primary duty is to detect fraud, then I will hit him with a rod. All right. I will kill that person. All right. So tell me something. If he says that auditor's primary duty is to detect fraud, I will not hit all of you, no? Because this is very exceptional. This is very, all right. So everyone over here, if there are just two entries in which there is the misstatement out of 2,000, then I will not think how many out of 10,000. Because this is something exceptional. This does not seem like it is representing the population. This does not seem like it is representing the population. So listen to me very carefully. Whenever you identify misstatements, there are two types of misstatements. One which represent the population, all right? One which represent the population, and second which do not represent the population. The ones which represent the population, the ones which represent the population. All right. Achha, let me teach the reverse. The one which do not represent the population, the one which represent the population, they are called as anomaly. All right. Something unusual or strange. But something which represents the population, something which represents the population, they are called as non-anomalous. So listen to me very carefully. Just tell me with common sense, you'll be able to answer. 400 out of 2,000. Then how many out of 10,000? Wait, we will not do cross multiplication. But at least we will think about this, yes or no, sir? Means whatever is non-anomalous, whatever is, you will try to project it into the population. You will try to project it into the population. But whatever is anomaly, I will not even think of projecting it into the population, all right? Because it is something unusual or strange. So that is one question which institute has asked about projecting misstatements. Projecting misstatements. All right, see. It is imperative for the auditor to project misstatements for the population. All right. The auditor, see, let us see whether you're understanding this or not. Auditor is required to project the misstatements to obtain a broad view. When misstatement has been established as an anomaly, it will be excluded when projecting. You cannot conclude based upon anomaly on the whole population. It should be excluded when projecting. All right. But whatever are the non-anomalous misstatements, whatever are the, that will be projected. Right. That will be projected. Okay. So just simple. If they question you on projecting misstatements, tell that yes, auditor has to project the misstatements to the population because from the sample you want to form conclusion on the population. However, all right, anomaly cannot be projected because anomaly is not representing the population, whereas non-anomalous misstatements will be projected. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. So everyone over here, if I look at the questions, all right, we are done with this question. Tell me, after performing entire sampling, what if you are not satisfied with the sampling? What if you are, so out of 100, out of 1,000, I verified 200 and I'm not satisfied. Then what to do? Wait, out of 1,000, I have verified 200 and I am not satisfied. Then what to do? Then for balance 800, I will ask management to investigate. I will give them homework. Look at this. Look at this question. there is a big question. Then last line is you are supposed to guide the auditor if audit sampling has not provided a reasonable basis for the conclusion. That means auditor is not satisfied with sampling. Don't write modify opinion over here. If auditor is not satisfied with sampling, all right, then in that case he has to request management to investigate the misstatements. All right, and whether there is any further misstatement. So I will ask management to investigate and give them the homework. But I will also take additional sample. I will also modify my nature, timing, and extent of further audit procedures. This line students are not writing. Students are saying that if auditor is not satisfied with sampling, half of the students are saying modify opinion. All right. Some students are saying discuss the matter with TCWG. All right. They know only 4 points. Discuss the matter with TCWG. All right. But here, this essay wants you to give some homework to the management, that to you ask management to investigate the misstatements, and then you will also modify the nature, timing, and extent of your further audit procedures. Am I clear with this? Yes. Yes. All right. So when it comes to sampling, when it comes to sampling, definition of sampling, yes. Sampling risk, type 1, type 2 sampling risk, yes. Sample DSS, sample design, size and selection, all right. Then perform procedures, and at the end, evaluate the results by projecting the misstatements. Still, I have covered only 60% of sampling in this, all right. There are more points, but this is it, all right. Beyond this, I cannot go for sampling, otherwise you will go for brain hemorrhage right now, all right. So when it comes to sampling, at least these many questions will ensure that you are covered. If something like May 26 happens, all right, 14 marks from one essay. So I don't want you to be master of only one essay and leave everything in option. You have to be jack of all. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. So your essay 530 audit sampling is over. Now we have the last essay of chapter 4 audit evidence. Last essay of chapter 4 audit evidence. That is essay 610. All right. You can relax for 5 minutes, then I'll continue. Yes, essay 610, using the work of internal auditor. Very easy peasy essay. All right. Easily you can finish this. Okay. After the heavy workload of essay 530. Now, essay 610, using the work of internal auditors. Let us say that you are conducting audit of financial statements of X Limited. All right. So you will be called as EA, external auditor. And let us say X Limited, as per section 138 of Companies Act 2013, all right, has appointed a separate person to conduct internal audit. So he will be called as internal auditor. So you have to play the character of external auditor, and external auditor who is using the work of internal auditor. All right. So SA 610, using the work of internal auditor. Okay. Now look at this. I will straight away go through the questions. Don't forget, you are the external auditor and you are going to use the work of internal auditor. A company has stipulated, means scheduled a control through its automated software that interest at the rate 12% per annum is charged in case of those customers who fail to make the payment within a month of a sales transaction. The internal auditor of the company finds that during a certain period, software has failed to charge interest due to certain technical glitches. Does reporting of above situation fall in the domain of internal auditor's work? Relax. So this question is not testing your knowledge of essays. This question is just testing the concept of internal audit. Why internal auditor is appointed by the company? Tell me, what is the main job of an internal auditor? Internal auditor is appointed to conduct audit of internal control system. Whether it is an operational control, admin control, financial control, whichever control, internal auditor is appointed to conduct audit of internal control system. So if company has put up a control which has failed, then tell me whether it will fall in the field of internal auditor? Yes. All right. You have to tell them that one of the functions of internal auditor is reviewing controls, evaluating their operation, recommending improvements. Bolo? Reviewing controls, evaluating their operation, recommending their improvements. All right. The internal auditor has found that the control is not following effectively. It can result in loss of income, and obviously he can report this. All right. It is in the domain of internal auditor. So one category of question is in this essay where they are not asking about essay only. They are just asking you, they are just testing your knowledge about internal audit. Wait, there is one more such question where they are just testing the knowledge of internal audit. Look at this. Saburi Textile Limited is an established player in the textile manufacturing sector. Correct. It has developed strong internal controls in almost every area. It has appointed you as an internal audit team head. Internal auditor has a very strong relation with internal control of the company. Oh, very strong relation with the internal control of the company. Internal auditor analyzes the effectiveness with which the internal controls of the company is operating and also makes suggestions for improvement in that internal control. Explain stating clearly activities relating to internal control. Again, this question is not testing the knowledge of SA610. This question is just talking about the activities to be performed by internal auditor with respect to internal control. All right. So now listen to me. I'll give you one code word. Foley. Internal auditor will verify financial and operating information. See, internal auditor will verify accounting information also. Internal auditor will verify operating information also. All right. He is not just interested in balance sheet, P&L and stuff. He is interested in accounts also. He is interested in operations, admin, everything. So financial and operating information. He will verify he will review the activities of operations. He will see whether operations are functioning smoothly or not. Acha, he is also interested in understanding whether company is L for complying with laws and regulations or not. And he will obviously verify overall internal control system. So one more time, internal auditor will cover 4 activities relating to internal control. He will conduct evaluation of Foley, F for financial information, O for operating activities, L for laws and regulations, and I for internal control. So 2 questions I did, which are only talking about the activities of the internal auditor. They're only talking about the activities of the internal audit. I have not started SA610. I was just discussing activities of internal auditor. Now, look at this. CS Sukesh is the external auditor of an entity. He comes to know that there is also an internal auditor in the entity. Now they are talking about SA610. However, he finds that internal auditor is not reporting directly to higher echelons, means higher authority of the management. CS Sukesh has also assessed risk of material misstatement to be high. Discuss whether it would be proper for CS Sukesh to rely upon the work of internal auditor extensively in the above situation. Listen to me. SA610 requires external auditor to evaluate internal auditor. Before I start using his work, I should be able to trust that person. Before I start using his work, I should be able to trust that person. So SA610 requires external auditor to evaluate internal auditor. And I have always given the code word of OCA for this. Yes. That when external auditor says that let us evaluate internal auditor, all right, we will look after objectivity. Wait, unbiased attitude. We know objectivity. That is why I finished ethics first only. All right. Then competence and approach. Why competence? Because internal auditor may or may not be a chartered accountant. As per section 138, internal auditor can also be an employee of the company. All right. He may not be a chartered accountant. He is appointed by the management. All right. So these issues can create the problems of objectivity and competence. Approach. Standards on internal auditing are recommendatory and not mandatory. All right? So internal auditor may or may not follow standards also. All right? He works based upon the instructions of the management. That is why we will have to evaluate OCA. Tell me everyone, if internal auditor is reporting to juniors and he is not reporting directly to seniors, that means there are so many people who can influence the internal auditor. So that will compromise the objectivity of internal auditor. His organizational status is not supporting the objectivity. This will compromise the objectivity of internal auditor. And that is why CS Sukesh should not rely upon the work of internal auditor. All right. Let me see more question. Discuss some of the circumstances when work of internal auditor cannot be used by external auditor. One more time. Discuss some of the circumstances when work of internal auditor cannot be used by external auditor. But when OCA is negative. All right. When there is a doubt over objectivity, doubt over competence, all right, or doubt over his approach, there is a sufficient doubt over that OCA. If OCA is negative, all right, if objectivity, competence, and approach is negative, then I will not use the work of internal auditor. All right, it is about understanding the question and what kind of answers to write. Next, look at this. Messrs. PSR and Associates are the auditors of the Saturn Hotel, a chain of five-star hotels. Since the nature of their business is prone to frauds, the company has appointed internal auditors at various locations. The company has also devised a system of effective and efficient internal controls. The auditors, Messrs. PSR and Associates, want to use the work of internal auditors in order to ensure effectiveness. What kind of? See, if the question deals with external auditor and internal auditor, and if they use the word coordination, what should be the coordination between them? What should be the coordination between them? All right, then you have to write a very romantic answer. If you want coordination between two people, then discussion should take place. All right, time to time. Huh? Then look at this. I should inform something that is important for you. You should inform something that is important for me. And if you give me access to your phone, all right, I will feel very special. Similarly, if internal auditor gives access to his reports to the external auditor, then he will feel very special. Look at this. The external auditor informs the internal auditor of significant matters. Then external auditor should have access to relevant reports. All right. And internal auditor should also inform the external auditor. So discussion should take place. External auditor inform internal auditor. Internal auditor inform external auditor. All right. That will increase their coordination. Full romantic answer. All right. Next, CAT is appointed as statutory auditor of TSU Private Limited for the year 23-24. There exists an internal audit function in the company headed by its chief internal auditor. CAK. Okay, internal auditor is also CA. Fine. Valuation of trade receivables of company is assessed as an area of high risk by the statutory auditor. He wants to take direct assistance of the chief internal auditor in respect of the above matter. Discuss along with reasons whether it would be proper for the statutory auditor to assign the checking of accuracy of aging of trade receivables to chief internal auditor and assign the evaluation of adequacy of provision based on aging of trade receivables. Wait, listen to me very carefully. Whenever there is a question, case study question, which question? Case study question, where external auditor is using the work of internal auditor, you will have to analyze the case study perfectly. Okay? Because there are two ways in which you can use the work of internal auditor. One is direct assistance. Direct assistance means internal auditor will work under the direction, supervision, and review of external auditor. Second one is no direct assistance. No direct assistance means internal auditor will not take instructions from the external auditor. I repeat, internal auditor will not take instructions from external auditor. Internal auditor will work as per the instructions of the management, and external auditor will only use the work. External auditor will only. So if he is the internal auditor, there are two ways. One, he is working under my instructions. That is direct assistance. Second, he is not working under my instructions. Okay? He is working as per the instructions of the management, and I am just using his work. Okay? If you see in this question, they have used the word direct assistance. That means internal auditor is working under the instructions of external auditor. Wait, you have just understood the first part of the question. The second part of the question is that, okay, fine. He is working under my instructions. I am the external auditor. What kind of work I can give to him? Can I give him the work about related party transactions, going concern? I will ask him to form audit opinion only. I will sit in the canteen. So the question is, what kind of work I can give to him? That is the question. Understand the question. All right? They have given something in the case study, and they are saying whether this work can be given or not. Now remember one thing. All right? When it comes to direct assistance, all right, what kind of work can be given, what kind of work cannot be given, all right. Remember one thing, the external auditor shall not use internal auditors to provide direct assistance on the screen. The external auditor shall not use internal auditors to provide direct assistance in this area. I always say significant RJ area. Any area of significant risk and significant judgment. Any area of risk and significant. If the area is of significant risk and significant judgment, I will not use his work for direct assistance. I will not use his work at all. All right. There are certain areas where we are not supposed to use the work of internal auditor. One of the most important point over there is an area of significant risk and significant judgment. All right. Let us say that he himself has calculated the salary. He himself has calculated the salary. Tell me, can I ask him to check the salary calculation? No, because maker cannot be checker. So one more point. If there is any work in which internal auditors are involved. If internal auditor is involved in the work, all right, where he himself is the maker, then I cannot make him the checker. Okay, I called him one day, that internal auditor, you tell me in which areas you want to work. Hey, no, 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 no. These kind of decisions, which area he can work, what kind of instructions I need to give him, what kind of sample he should select. These are the decisions which I will make. Are you getting my point? Yes or no, sir? Yes. All right. So remember one thing. Significant RJWD. Tell me, significant RJWD. Significant risk, significant judgment, work in which interpreters are involved, work in which interpreters are involved, and decisions made under SS 610. All right. One more time. Significant RJ, significant risk, significant judgment, and WD. W means work with which interpreters are involved, and decision making under SS 610. All of this will be done personally by the external auditor and not the internal auditor. Now look at this question. Look at this question. They have clearly given the hint that valuation of trade receivables, I repeat, valuation of is an area of high risk. Then tell me, can we assign this work to the internal auditor? No. Look at the question carefully. There are two parts of the question. I understand that trade receivables valuation is an area of high risk. So I will not ask him to do the calculation of provision for doubtful debts. No, because that is directly related to valuation. But can I just ask him to mathematically just check that which debtor is pending since how many months? All right. Aging 0 to 6 months, 6 to 12 months, more than 12 months. This is an Excel calculation ChatGPT can also do. All right. So this kind of work, yes, this, no. All right. Two answers that they have given. All right. They are saying that judgment required in checking of accuracy is limited. All right. Therefore, external auditor can assign checking of accuracy of aging. This is just mathematical calculation. All right. However, provisioning is an area of high judgment. All right. And the area is also of high risk. Therefore, we will not assign this work to the internal audit. Am I clear with this? Yes. All right. So this turns out to be a very good question in this chapter. All right. Next, look at this. I am not reading this full point. Give examples of procedures in which Mukul shall not use interpreter to provide direct assistance. All right, that's significant RJWD. But this part of the question I will read. All right, look at this. CA Mukul is external auditor of B Limited, a large company engaged in manufacturing of FMCG. After assessing internal function of the company, CA Mukul decided to use the internal auditor of the company to provide direct assistance. In this context, what is meant by direct assistance? Direct assistance means internal auditor will work under the DSR of external auditor. Tell me, internal auditor will work under the of external auditor, direction, supervision, and review. Also comment whether prior to using internal auditor for direct assistance, CA Mukul is required to obtain any written agreement or not. Listen to me. I am going to make this person work under me. I cannot rely on oral agreements. I'll have to take written agreements. I will take written agreement from the internal auditor also, and I will take written agreement from the management also. I will ask internal auditor to give it to me in writing that he will maintain confidentiality, and I will ask management to give it to me in writing that they will not interfere in the work. So yes, you will have to take a written agreement from the management that they will not intervene, and we'll have to take a written agreement also from the internal auditor that they will maintain confidentiality and objectivity. All right. Yes. Yes. So this is also a good question for practice. Next, PQR and company chartered accountants appointed as statutory auditor. The financial statements of the company have material amount outstanding as debtors. Tell me, with this line, can I say you came to know that it is a significant risk area? Yes or no, sir? No. Material and significant risk are two different words. Tell me, is the figure of salary material? Yeah. Is the figure of salary material? Yes. That means it is an area of high risk. All right. Are your parents important for you? Can I say they are fraudulent people? Are you getting it? So materiality and risk are two different words. Sorry for giving such emotional example, but I don't have time to convince you. All right. So materiality and risk are two different words. All right. Just because it is material does not mean it is an area of high risk. Control. All right. We just understand that it is material. All right. Let us see the question. aging of debtors is being done by the aging of debtor is being done by the internal auditor. Means internal auditor himself is calculating the aging. Right? He is involved in that and is given by them in their monthly report. The issue was also discussed with the management. The engagement partner from PQRN company decided to give age-wise debtors as per the report of decided to give age-wise debtors as per the report of internal auditor due to shortage of time. All right, wherever he is involved, all right, that I am taking from his report only. Great. After the audit report was released, the engagement partner realized that the disclosure of data is misleading and the aging was not done by internal auditor on correct principles, due to which the provision made against old debtors was wrong. The engagement partner held the internal auditor responsible for this. Is he correct in making the statement that internal auditor is responsible? No. All right. Can I say internal? We should not have used the work of internal auditor in the areas in which he is involved. All right. Significant risk, significant judgment, areas in which is involved decision making. These areas I should not use his work. All of that is fine. All right. But you should also see this. Right? We are also using that OCA and stuff. Also, they are writing because look at the last line. They just don't want you to name the list of areas where you should not use the work. Look at the question is bigger. What considerations PQR and company should have undertaken before relying on the work of? Before you rely on the work of interpreter, you should evaluate is OCA. All right, that is also there. All right. So that point is also required in this answer. All right, OCA. All right, significant risk judgment, that work in which interpreters are involved. All right. So they have given the situation, they have given the conclusion, and look at this. They are also talking about this, that he should have also done the DSR of the work. See, and then 3 points on OCA. So it's a little general answer, all right, and not just a code word answer. Okay. Yes, that is it for your essay 610 using the work of internal auditors. All right. And with that, we complete a short discussion of chapter 4. Okay. I think all the essays of chapter 4 are done now. Yes, are done. Correct. Now, chapter 6, sorry, 7, completion and review. All right. Chapter 7.